Hello. I hope you guys can hear me. You guys hear me? Hello. 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 I just want to record a message for you to help you get started on your first night. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. So you may be noticing that I am in this playlist. Okay, so I'm going to explain the reasoning. I'm going to be watching every FNaF game theory video ever. Well, except, well, at least the theory parts. I am going to be skipping certain stuff, like the stupid merchandising that no one cares. That's an example. Like, yeah, I am willing to unlock that, to be honest. Yeah, so this is how it's going to work. Well, at least a good chunk. I'm going to skip at least a good chunk. I am not going to go through the GT Live videos or the science of series. Only the map path stuff. So, yeah. Well, the only ones I will be skipping is the ones that aren't really FNAF theories, just, or at least FNAF map path theories, just like FNAF The Mistake, FNAF The New Breed. I will be skipping those because there aren't really theories, they're just, oh, and this. There aren't theories per se. For the most part, they're just some extra crap no one should care for. So why am I doing this? Like, out of anything to stream for? Well, I think it's because, well, we're in October. It's the Halloween month, and I might as well reacting to some FNAF stuff. So, yeah. So, let's start off with probably the first theory. Five Nights True. Now, I don't think I'm going to be able to get to every single one, but I'm going to go up towards, um, probably here. Like, it's 4 games, 1 story, and FNAF Flashback. Up until the theory is over. So, this is going to take forever. So, let's begin with the first theory. It's going to play an ad, isn't it? I know how YouTube works.
Question: which lemon do you think tastes superior? The real one or
I
the
don't
duplicate?
care about your products.
Hello once again, theorists. Welcome to MatPat Plays. Today we are playing the scariest game of all creation. Probably never heard of it. It's called Five Nights at Freddy's. Here we go.
Let's begin. I should probably make this full screen.
It's a camera. The camera came up. Oh, was that a bunny? Was that a bunny? I think it was a bunny. Oh my gosh. I am so scared right now. Oh god! Huh. It was only the fan. It's only the fan.
Yeah. But plot twist, he's only saying a fan because he's talking about the fan base.
I have never played a game this intense. Oh god, shut the door, shut the door, shut the doors.
Eventually.
Oh, please don't see me, please don't see me, please don't see me, please don't see me, please don't see me.
Put the air conditioner to low.
I'm so scared right now. I'm so scared. Can you tell how scared I am right now? Okay, we're good. Oh! Just the fan. Just the fan.
Fan base.
I don't know about you, but every time the camera makes the sound come up, I pee a little bit in my pants.
Okay. Hey, bunny.
What? That's it?
Yeah. Exactly,
That's
Matt
it?
Pat.
It's a jump scare? It's a little bunny rabbit jump scare.
Oh.
Really?
Oh. I think I can see some human teeth there.
I mean, oh god.
I do.
Oh, there's the bunny rabbit. Shut my
Let me
door.
get like some water. I get my water bottle.
Man, this is truly compelling gameplay.
I mean, it's more fun than
Oh
Sonic
my gosh,
Forces.
guys. I'm almost out of power.
I'll give it that.
11% and it's 5 a.m. I don't know if I'm gonna make it. Oh, please don't get me Freddy.
You know,
Please don't
can
get
Golden
me
Freddy actually
Freddy.
appear in Night 1?
Is this
Because
what
if he
it
can,
takes to
that'll
get
be
me
interesting.
tonight? What is this?
Oh my god. Ah. I'm muting the ads. I don't freaking care. Like, I love Coke as much as the next guy, but I am not interested. And I'm gonna be least interested if you're putting in an unskippable ad, and after that you're putting in yet another unskippable ad. Can you F off? Don't support Ubisoft. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. You know, there's something nostalgic about this opening. I rack on game theories a lot, but for a release, I'm watching this opening. I'm probably adjust the volume.
Hello, Internet!
Oh, that's debatable.
Welcome to Game Theory, where fear is our middle name. Matthew Fear Patrick. It's a very strange name.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll admit it, I didn't give Five Nights at Freddy's enough credit when it first came out. A few jump scares from creatures that, aren't that scary. People overreacting
Oh look,
to
it's the
it on
music I was
YouTube.
using in the iceberg videos during
Nah,
the low
pass.
tier.
But then when I asked you about it, you showed
It's from Super
overwhelming
Paper
support
Mario.
for an episode
I
on the
recognize
game
this
on
because I like
Twitter, so I
Super
began
Paper
to dig a
Mario.
little deeper.
Okay,
deeper.
that dick
And what I found was
gag.
some of the most interesting storytelling, most intriguing mysteries, and most disturbing events I'd read
Oh,
about
no.
in a long time. Now, if you were just to
Foreshadowing.
play the game straight through 5 days, the story would actually come across as pretty superficial. You're the new night guard watching the security cameras at a Chuck E. Cheese-style restaurant called Freddy Fazbear's
I don't know who
Pizza.
made this
4
edit.
animatronics roam the halls
I like
at
this
night
little
because
puppy
the
Ricks,
owners
to be
don't want
honest.
their
Or whatever
servos
they
to
are.
lock up. Bad news is, you can't let them near you, or else they'll kill
Oddly
you on
enough,
the
they remind
spot
me of the
because you look
Miis
like a
for some
naked
reason for the Wii.
endoskeleton. Ow, ow! Show them those circuits! Apparently,
Map.
one of them bit someone back in 87, presumably 1987. And the past guard leaves you recorded phone messages to act as your tutorial. That is, as
Mr.
much as he
Cotton.
could record before he got himself killed. And that's it. Stay 5 nights, collect your paycheck,
Quarter.
done, game over, play something new. But playing it that way is doing the game a huge disservice, because that's not even scratching the surface.
Pretty
If you're
much.
really observant, you start to unravel the layers of unsolved mysteries around this place. You find that there's a fifth animatronic, that posters on
Yellow
the wall
Bear.
will change randomly,
Oh no,
that news
Charlie.
clippings appear and disappear, telling the dark secrets of this twisted place. Putting it all
The
together,
magic
here's
of
the rest of
paper
the story.
is the
Freddy
key to the lore.
Fazbear's Pizza, once a popular restaurant, fell into hard times when 5 children went missing there after being
That's
lured
one
to a
thing to
back
do.
room by a man dressed in a character costume. Though a suspect was caught and convicted, the bodies of the children were never recovered.
I don't know
the
where this pic
pizzeria
is
was
from.
also threatened with shutdown due to sanitation complaints, as foul odors started to come from the animatronics, blood and mucus oozing
This is the
from
most
their eyes
goofiest
and
blood I've ever
mouths.
seen
The
in a
last
YouTube
article,
video.
written years after the incident,
And I
states that the
watched plenty of
pizzeria would finally
YouTube
be
videos that
closed
haven't
by
had blood in
year-end.
it.
In addition to the core 4 robots, Chica, Bonnie, Freddy, and Foxy, there's also a fifth, unofficially referred to as Golden Freddy.
He is also called Yellow Bear in this game. No, that's the files. That's what the file says. His name is Yellow Bear.
Ignoring the rules of physics, Golden Freddy appears and disappears at will, can inexplicably travel through doors, wherever, causing strange hallucinations. And when he attacks you, you're not taken to the typical game over screen, your game crashes.
Golden Freddy is Flowey confirmed.
So that's unsettling. And there's also strange messages appearing on the walls, repeating the words, "It's me."
We're playing
According to the game's
Kara.
creator, the place is indeed haunted by what we can only assume to be the spirits of the 5 lost children. So that's the gist of it. Murder, missing children, foul odors, killer robots, and pizza.
That's one thing to have.
But that story leaves a lot of lingering questions. Who is your character? How's he fit in? Why does he stay for 5 nights when he's very clearly confronting the possibility of death?
You know, knowing the modern lore, these questions are so funny in retrospect, knowing some of the modern lore.
What more can we know about this terrifying Golden Freddy? And most importantly,
You know, I might speed up the video a bit, and this is probably because I'm going to pause constantly. I think this is a good speed.
is the complete story behind Five Nights at Freddy's? They're all good questions about a delightfully incomplete and mysterious story with just enough threads to keep you theorizing.
Oh,
So now,
Kirby.
if you'll indulge me, let me reciprocate that story with one of my own. I think you'll find
Okay.
it interesting. December 1993, Aurora, Colorado. 10 p.m. Tuesday night at a local
Colorado? But FNaF takes place in Utah! Chuck E. Cheese. Yeah, I know what he's talking about. And if you guys feel uncomfortable, I mean, I should have said this like at the beginning, but if you guys are uncomfortable with the story he's gonna say, or at least what he's gonna allude to, you might want to click off.
Chuck E. Cheese. After a family birthday party runs long, manager Margaret Kohlberg and teenage employees Sylvia Crowell, Ben Grant, Colleen O'Connor, and Bobby Stevens are forced to stay late to close up shop. But as Margaret tallies receipts in the back, Bobby scrubs down the kitchen, and the other three work outside in the main arcade. Unknown to any of the five, there's actually a sixth person locked in the building with them, waiting silently in darkened restrooms. A 19-year-old named Nathan Dunlap. Earlier that year, Nathan had begun working there as a cook, dough master, before getting fired in July after a disagreement over his hours. Now,
no.
5 months later, he was back. At 10:05, he left the bathroom, pulled out a small caliber handgun, and proceeded to execute everyone in the building. First Sylvia, then Ben, then Colleen. Dunlap then moved to the kitchen, where he surprised Bobby Stevens. The bullet entered Bobby's jaw, sending him sprawling onto the ground. Then finally, Nathan moved to the back, the office, where Margaret opened the safe before Nathan shot her twice.
Yeah.
Proceeded to grab her bag.
I am
filling it with
aware of this
$1,600
story.
in
I actually
cash,
learned this
arcade
story
tokens,
when I first
and
watched this
keychains.
video
Spurred on by the
back.
building security footage, police were at his home.
I
a
want
few
to
hours
say
later,
before
where he was
FNaF
promptly
4.
arrested. Eventually, he was tried and sentenced to death, but his story re-entered the news just recently as his punishment has been postponed, leading people to debate whether
Oh,
he's
no.
able to sleep soundly, knowing that his execution has been delayed.
I don't
This
think
is a
he should
tragic
sleep
story, a
soundly.
disgusting waste of human life, and one that I won't joke about or make fun of in any way, but I
And yet you proceed to use it to tie in into a story about a mediocre pizza place. Never change, MatPat. Actually, please change. For the
want to
better.
address it because I have a strong suspicion that this story
Well,
is
I'm
the
glad
one
he
that
didn't really
inspired
do
Five
this
Nights at
stuff
Freddy's.
in
Let's
other
look at the
FNaF
facts.
videos.
First,
Just
I don't
this
think that there's
one.
any doubt that Freddy's is a parody of Chuck E. Cheese. From the singing animatronics to the alliterative naming of the characters, the parallels are just obvious. So
I mean, yeah, I think people can assume
the
that.
setting is certainly the same. Next, what year does Five Nights take place? The time is certainly kept vague, but there are clues that we can put together. For one, the Chuck E. Cheese franchise had a tremendous period of growth and success in the late 80s and early 90s, but started to decline along the same time as arcades, with at-home video game consoles taking center stage.
Yeah.
So that's one clue, but we can get even more detailed, specifically with your character's paycheck. Each night you're working a 6-hour shift, and you're spending 5 nights there. So that's 30 hours of total work time for $120. In total, $4 an hour. How can they do that? That's below minimum wage for 2014. But
You know, him mentioning 2014 made me realize that FNaF is going to soon be 10 years old, and I don't know how I'm going to feel about that.
1990, minimum wage was $3.80. In 1991, it was raised to $4.25, and by
Sonic.
1996, you were looking at about
Mario
$5 an hour.
64.
So the game seems to take place between 1991 and 1996. The Nathan Dunlap story took place in 1993.
Oh, so it's your fault that 1993 is actually a thing.
But let's move on to most
I mean, I
important
know
parts.
that, but
the
still.
victims. In the game, there were 5 child victims. In the real life story, there were also 5 victims. But we can get even more
Coincidence.
specific. Online theories about the game always tend to draw a parallel between the number of kids missing to the number of animatronics, saying that the children's bodies were stuffed in the various suits. And this
Yeah.
appears to be true. Bonnie and Chica both have moans and raspy breath sound effects, as though someone's trying to cling to the last threads of their lives stuffed inside the costumes. And other sounds made by the animatronics are just slowed down versions of children's laughs and screams. Additionally, as the news clipping mentions, the suits ooze blood and mucus and begin to stink, like decaying bodies or reanimated corpses. So 5 victims, 5 suits, seems like a slam dunk. But nowhere does it say that all 5 were murdered, only that they went missing and couldn't be found. Also,
And this is where this theory sort of falls apart.
so the trouble a lot of people have with this theory is Golden Freddy. Why is that guy so limp and lifeless? So unlike the others. It's weird, until you go back to
Because he's possessed by a vengeful spirit, and maybe another child.
the real life story. Yes, there were 5 people shot that night in Chuck E. Cheese, which matches the 5 victims in Freddy's story, but of those, 1 survived. Bobby, the one from the kitchen, miraculously survived the shot to his jaw after he was knocked to the
Yeah, this is the part that falls apart. If that kid was indeed missing, do you think there will be like newspapers showing that, hey, that kid is actually not dead? So, yeah, this
floor
is
by
where
the
this
bullet,
falls
he went
apart.
limp, played dead, to avoid the killer coming back.
I'm sorry if I'm pointing out holes. One of my favorite pastimes is like pointing out holes in theories. I'm sorry.
Finish the job. And
I'm
that
an
relates exactly
asshole.
to the advice you're given on night 3 by the phone guy. Again, let me reiterate that I'm not trying to make light of the real-life events by comparing them to bear costumes and animatronics, but I do want to point out that these similarities do exist. And what else is limp and appears to be a lifeless, empty suit in the game? Golden Freddy.
I was too late to make the joke.
Surviving the attack, Bobby was able to go to trial and be a damning piece of evidence in the case against Nathan.
What joke? I don't know.
ultimately
I actually
leading to
couldn't
his
think
death
of a
sentence.
joke.
Which animatronic surprises you by appearing randomly? The one you don't expect and has no clear pattern?
Bloom Boy from FNaF 2. He had no pattern.
Golden Freddy. It's also worth mentioning that of all the cameras in the restaurant, one is always black, preventing you from seeing what's going on. That camera is located in the kitchen, leading many to assume it's where Golden Freddy hides, which just so happens to be the place Bobby was able to survive the attack. So I ask, odd coincidence or source of inspiration?
The former.
In fact, if you think about it, the behavior of the animatronics really corresponds with key features
Mother
of each of
3
the real-life
music.
story's victims. We just covered Golden Freddy and Bobby, but the rest have strange parallels too. Bonnie goes into the utility closet filled with floor cleaning supplies, the most prominent ones being a mop and a broom. It's probably one of the most random rooms in the game, until you consider that Ben, the second victim, was vacuuming at the time of the attack. Fox
I mean, that is just a coincidence, and I don't think they
is
correlate.
kept sequestered in the back of the building, behind a curtain, more aggressive than all the rest. Similar to the way Margaret, the manager, was in the back office counting receipts at the time of the murder, and her role as manager would inherently make her more aggressive or
I mean, I could see it, but at the same time, I think it would have been make more sense if Margaret would be. Why am I even saying this? This is awful.
assertive. Sylvia was closest to the bathroom and was cleaning up the salad bar at the time of the attack. Chica walks past the bathroom and is associated with food. And Freddy, well, he doesn't have that strong of a parallel with Colleen, but he does
Yeah, this falls apart.
appear in the girls' restroom. Odd for what we would assume to be a male animatronic. Maybe it's a reference to Colleen being a girl, or a nod to Nathan's plan of hiding in the bathroom.
Or you can say that he could be directly possessed by a girl. I mean, it's not the case currently, but that is a theory back in the day that Freddy is possessed by a girl. I mean, yeah.
Until he was ready to attack. Alright, after doing all the research, reading every fan theory in existence, and putting all the clues together, what can this mean for the story of the game?
What fan theory existed before? When the hell was this video released? Actually, hold on. October 23rd, 2014.
I think the game is an
I mean, this
allegory
game
for
was
that
released
night
in
back
August 4th, so
1993.
there will
Here's my final
probably
interpretation.
be
You,
thin and out
Mike Schmidt,
theories.
are the murderer, former employee of Freddy's Pizzeria.
Yep. It's one of those, the main protagonist is actually the bad guy all along theories.
Like Nathan in the real story, you were fired for the reason stated in the Day 7 pink slip, tampering with animatronics, being unprofessional, odor. Maybe it was your tampering with the robots that caused the infamous bite of 87. Regardless, like Nathan, you were mad and wanted to get even. So you lured children to the back using a costume, killed them, stuffed their bodies into the animatronic suits, hoping to get the place shut down, then left. Notice that the newspaper clippings never say it's an employee of the company luring the children away, but we know it must have.
I mean, if you want to use the logic of, well, 5 kids. It never said the 5 kids were murdered. It was said that 5 kids went missing. But so why would it be Mike Schmidt specifically? It either could have been the guy on the phone, foreshadowing his key. It also could have been one of the owners. Again, foreshadowing his key. If I choose to go past, well, this video. Again, I'm only reacting to the theory portion of this video. And probably, I think I might stop around this area. Or maybe this area. And I may or may not be referring some theories I put out in a previous video.
Have been someone with access and knowledge of the employees only section of the building, and
Again, CEO or manager. Also, how would that kid, if we're assuming that kid wasn't actually murdered, escape? What, did you just play dead? Even want to argue that. I'm pretty sure Mike would notice that kid, well, quote unquote Mike, would notice that kid is not injured in any way. And even then, they will probably be stopped, so. I mean, yeah, we never see Golden Freddy here, but still. Also, this is creepy.
as the newspaper clippings clearly show, just like Nathan, you were caught almost immediately, captured on the security footage. You were arrested, tried, and convicted, forced now to live on death row. The Freddy's Pizzeria you work in now are just the nightmares that haunt you, taunting you every night with the phrase, "It's me, it's me, it is you. You are the killer." The nightmare is also why everything is so surreal. Posters switching at random, heads on the animatronics glitching, Golden Freddy appearing and disappearing at will, taunting you as the one that got away. It's also why you're only at the pizzeria from midnight to 6 a.m. every night. It's a nightmare. It's in your sleep. It's a place you created, a restaurant long closed as evidenced by the spider webs, and
Foreshadowing is key about the nightmare thing. And also, this is gonna tie into like a way later theory down the line. I think around uh this theory, like this theory. So, oh boy, we have like a lot of theories to go. I don't know if I'm gonna make this maybe I'll cut off like it by FNaF. I'm gonna probably maybe I will either end it here, or potentially, or who knows? Maybe I'll just watch them all.
Overrun with angry spirits out for revenge on you, and you alone as the one who took their lives, as evidenced by them completely ignoring the naked endoskeleton elsewhere in the building. It's also
I mean, this part I completely agree. Fungi is mentioning that the kids are, I mean, not kids, the animatronics going to the security guard to murder him is not because of the guard being the endoskeleton. It's because they're possessed by kids and think you're the killer. Problem is, they're targeting the wrong person.
a place you can't escape from. Why you find yourself back there night after night, even after you complete your 5 nights. See you back next week, the ending text goes. You're unable to leave this terror, the threat of death, the guilt, because it never ends. And in a delightfully ironic twist, your personal hell forces you to supervise the exact same security footage that led to your capture in the first place. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. Sweet dreams.
I don't really get nightmares from these videos, to be honest.
You know what October reminds me of? Traveling from door to door in
Earthbound
order to get
Sprite.
free snacks on Halloween. Look at this. With Nature Box, every
Oh, it's a sponsorship, okay. Okay. Second video. Oh yes, no ad!
Hello? Oh, hello, and welcome to the new and improved Five Nights at Freddy's 2 video. I'm here to answer any questions the game may have left unanswered. The game's developer, he's a pretty tricky guy. Don't worry, though, we'll get everything cleared up. Oh, and, watch out for the puppet.
Okay. Master System. You know, I don't think Game Theory ever covered a game from the Master System era of
promises not to include
Sega.
any more gratuitous jump scares, unless that's just what I want you to think, so I can lull you into a false sense of security and scare you again. But I wouldn't do that. I'll just let the uncertainty of whether a jump scare is going to happen or not drive you insane for the rest of this episode.
I mean, you already played a jump scare like at the beginning of the video, so we're gonna expect another jump scare. You're talking about a horror game.
Man, I love reverse psychology. You know what else I love? These
Funny physical
games! Not
gag.
because I'm freaked out by the rosy-cheeked, tingle-looking, emotionally dead animatronics. Okay, well, Balloon Kid is pretty
Balloon Kid.
messed up, but whatever.
You know, I wonder if there's like a fan game that's basically Balloon Trip from Balloon Fighter, but BB is over the Balloon Fighter.
No, what I appreciate about these games is the level of thought that went into every element of the story. When you create a game that has people rage debating about whether it's a sequel or a prequel, you've definitely
Okay, so for those who are probably confused, which I wonder how, I would want to know how. It's commonly accepted that FNaF 2 is a prequel, and we'll see why.
done something right. Unless that was never your intent, in which case you've done something horribly, horribly wrong. Anyway, the point is,
Yeah, kind of like my content.
Freddy's 2 looks to be everything you'd want in a sequel. More cameras, more danger, and more fan. Oh, the fan.
Map passing into the future about the FNaF fan base.
It also comes with more questions. Questions about the game's lore. And while others will provide you with the jump scares, I provide
Markiplier.
you with what everyone really wants, answers. Well, maybe not everyone. What an elite, educated subset of you
Dexter.
really want, answers. So grab yourselves a slice of Freddy Fazbear's signature pizza, because we're about to dig in. Ugh, tastes like cardboard. Let's get the big one out of the way first. Is the game a sequel or a prequel sequel? And what I mean by that is, contrary to popular belief, just because it has a big 2 slapped next to the name doesn't automatically mean the game comes after the first one in a timeline sense. It's a
I mean, yeah, that's sometimes the case. Tarzan 2 actually have a kid, Tarzan. Tarzan. I'm probably mispronouncing this name somehow. Or, my favorite example, Super Mario World 2, Yoshi's Island. Where, despite being called Super Mario World 2, probably because they think Yoshi can't really sell well, because it's fucking Yoshi, it's a prequel, because it has a baby version of Mario and a baby version of Luigi. Oh, and I guess there's a baby version of Bowser, who's often confused with Bowser Jr., who's also confused with Koopa Kid.
The sequel, yes, but it tells a prequel story. Take,
Yeah.
for instance, these all-time classics, Psycho 4, The Beginning, Lion King 1.5, and the actual all-time classic, Godfather Part 2. All of them sequels that just so happen to also be prequels. It's not mutually exclusive, so where's Five Nights at Freddy's 2 fit in? Knowing its place in the timeline is crucial for understanding its story. Well, to figure that out, let's focus on the paycheck you receive at the end of your 5th night. The date places the events of the game in 1987, a whole 6 years ahead of when we determined the first game took place in our first video. Sounds like a prequel, but we found that date in the first game by calculating Mike Schmidt's hourly pay and comparing that to the minimum wage of the 90s. If Scott Coffin, the game's developer, is just picking random numbers for the payments, this bit of evidence would be meaningless. Except that he's not. At the end of Five Nights 2, you get paid $100.50. Divide that by the 30 hours worked, and you get $3.35 an hour, the exact minimum wage for 1987. Which means that us using minimum wage calculations to identify the year of Five Nights 1 is a perfectly valid way to prove it, and shows that it takes place after the events of Five Nights 2. Still don't believe me? Players brave enough to survive the extra night 6
I mean, obviously it is a prequel. I mean, the phone guy is alive in this game.
are rewarded with a bonus check and a newspaper clipping that says the toy robots are getting scrapped, and that the old ones are going into storage for a new, smaller scale version of the restaurant. That would explain why the old models reappear in Five Nights 1 and the toy models don't. And notice how it mentions a smaller version of the restaurant. The building in Five Nights 1
Yeah.
is significantly smaller than the setting of Five Nights 2.
And it's also been commonly accepted that the FNaF 2 pizzeria is where the Bite of 87 took place in.
Need more evidence? What about the fact that on the first night in the office, the phone guy explains that the robots used to walk around during the day just like they do in Five Nights 2, but not anymore? Or the fact that phone guy dies in the first game, making it hard for him to also be the phone guy in Five Nights at Freddy's 2 if it takes place after. Call me the Phantom Menace, because every way to Sunday, this game is a prequel. So with that revelation out of the way, we're able to piece together the rest of the timeline and dig a little bit deeper. Posters everywhere in Five Nights 2 welcome you to this new location, implying that there was another Freddy Fazbear's Pizza somewhere before this one. Additionally, the phone guy makes reference to it on night 1, mentioning the old location and how it was left to rot. So we know that there was one Freddy Fazbear's Pizza for the first game, one for the second game, and one that came before both of them that we've never seen. But even before that, the phone guy also mentions an even older restaurant called Fredbear's Family Diner, which, aside from its confusingly different name, also had different owners. So let me recap. There's the restaurant from the first game, which is the last of the time.
And honestly, this kind of leads me to conclude that, okay, so in FNaF, we kind of accept the fact that Henry, Emily, and William Afton owned the pizzerias. But if there is a mention of a different owner, that means Henry can't really own it. Who knows? Maybe in one of the Tales books, he probably introduced someone that easily be a parallel to Henry, that could easily been the one that owns the FNaF 2 pizzeria. And I'm saying, and we could possibly be the owner of the FNaF 2 location. It could explain why there's a random endoskeleton running around. But it's just a neat headcanon.
Timeline. The one that you're currently working at in 1987 in Five Nights 2, an older location of Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria left to rot, and the original Fredbear's Diner.
I am certain this is a shot from Gravity Falls. Like, I am certain.
Jeez, I hope you're still with me, because this is more complicated than the Zelda timeline. Anyway, it's at this first
I mean, it kinda is.
location, the diner, where the whole story begins. Submitted for the approval of the Game Theorist Society, this is the true tale of Five Nights at Freddy's. When you die in Five Nights at Freddy's 2, before you've even gotten over the jump scare, you sometimes get a screen like this. Oh, turn it off, it's too horrifying. That, youngsters, was E.T. for the Atari, a console that came out before the NES. Yes, around the same time as the dinosaurs. It's widely considered to be the worst game of all time, hence me reacting in a horrified manner. See? Humor, folks. But seriously, you get these disturbing death minigames which, true to the 1987 setting, use Atari-esque graphics to depict various horrific events. All the while, a creepy robotic voice spells out letter by letter things like
Purple guy?
help them, save them, or save him.
I know I'm supposed to be like just watching these videos and reacting to them, but I'm just sprinkling in some humor.
These death minigames are the most important piece in figuring out the true story behind these games. Let's start with this one. This death minigame has you playing as Freddy, taking cake to screaming children at a birthday party.
Or Fredbear. Yeah, it's been debated whenever this is actually Freddy Fazbear or Fredbear. Don't worry about it too much.
Freddy rushes around trying to
Hey, Charlie.
party happy. A single sad child looks on from outside.
Aw.
Suddenly, you're powerless to do anything but look on in abject horror as a purple man pulls up in a car, murders the child, and drives off. It's my belief, loyal theorists, that this game takes place at Fredbear's Diner and is chronologically the first event that we see in this timeline. How do I know? Well, it's a small establishment and there's only one animatronic, Freddy, as opposed to all
Fredbear.
the other games which show other robots. But more importantly, this murdered
In fact, they had its own location, as we see in one of these death mini games also.
child is the one that sets everything into motion. One of the new tasks added to Five Nights at Freddy's 2 is winding a mysterious music box that we're told placates one of the animatronics. If you fail to wind the music box, what you're introduced to is this terrifying thing, the puppet. It looks like No-Face from Spirited Away. You know what else he looks like? Take a look at that murdered child again. See how his tear tracks remain visible on his face, even after he's dead? If we assume that they'll continue to stay with him into the afterlife, we can make a pretty good case that this kid's murdered spirit eventually found its way into the puppet animatronic. But that's not all. What jump scare happens after this Save Him minigame minigame? After seeing this tear-stained child's murder reenacted in 8-bit, the puppet jumps out of the screen and attacks you. Coincidence? I don't think so. That incident marks the first time the chain is ever associated with a violent act carried out against a child, and we can infer that it was this incident that caused the original owners of Fredbear's Diner to sell off to the company now known as Fazbear Entertainment. Now, I don't know about you, but if I was senselessly murdered and left to haunt a crappy pizza place for the rest of my life in the body of an awful-looking clown doll, I'd want to get my revenge as soon as possible. Unfortunately for our vengeful puppet, though, it doesn't quite turn out that way. Fast forward a few years to Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, the first location, the one that has yet to appear in a game. This new restaurant is the one we learned about in my earlier episode and throughout the first game, where our pal the murderer uses a golden Freddy suit to lure away and kill 5 children in the back room.
Before it was changed into the spring Bonnie suit in FNaF 3.
Articles on the wall, he gets caught the next day, but the bodies are never found, presumably because they've been stuffed into the animatronic suits. The restaurant stays open for a few months until the dead body stink starts to waft off the robots and causes the place to get shut down for health reasons. But how do we know this happened in the first pizzeria's location? Again, we turn to what the phone guy says. On night 2 of Five Nights 2, he mentions the smell coming from the old animatronics, the smell that got the original restaurant shut down. We also know that after the Golden Freddy incident, it took multiple months for the restaurant to get shut down. That couldn't have happened in the restaurant of Five Nights at Freddy's 2, which is shut down on night 6 and into the foreseeable future. But outside of these lore clues, it also makes logical sense. Before the Golden Freddy murders, there was one dead child whose tear-stained soul existed in the form of the puppet. But now there are 5 more dead children, and thanks to another of the death minigames, we find out exactly what happened to them. In the Help Them minigame, the puppet stuffs the dead children into the robotic suits, giving their souls new life, and preps them
puppet stuff! Take that, little stuffed believers!
Their eternal mission of vengeance. But MatPat, you say through your chattering teeth, there are only 4 dead children in that game.
I think.
Which I tell you,
It's been a while since the last played Jackson. Oh, it is
right
Jackson.
Before Golden Freddy's head jumps out and attacks, features the lost 5th dead child, and what's
Cassidy, or Andrew, or Bite Victim, or Michael Brooks, depending on who you are. Or who knows, maybe Golden Freddy has 4 spirits this entire time.
Started as a haunted puppet, has suddenly become an army of possessed animatronics out for revenge. Oh wait, that's not all we know. We also know the murder was committed by the same guy who killed the first child. How? Look at the Foxy death minigame. Twice, Foxy runs out
Foxy's on
to
location.
meet the kids. But the 3rd time, we see the tall purple man again, smiling. Foxy goes into the other
Sometimes foreshadowing is key.
room to find 5 dead children. The man in purple strikes again. Skip ahead to 1987, finally bringing us to the events of Five Nights at Freddy's 2. The old animatronics have been retired, and the cute new versions of all our favorite friends come equipped with facial recognition software that just so happens to be connected to a sex offender database. Seems like an oddly specific detail, right? Until you consider that the last restaurant was closed for having...
It's just safety precautions. After all, you're like, what, 6 children murdered at this point in time? Well, technically speaking, 7 if you want to go into FNaF 4, but we'll get there when we get
Children
there.
get kidnapped and killed by an employee. It's a safety measure. You see how it all ties together? So you have some animatronics possessed by vengeful spirits and another batch on the prowl for predators.
It may or may not be possessed.
But that doesn't stop our friend the Purple Man from continuing his life's work of murdering children at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. As we learn from the phone guy...
Purple Man just default dancing into Freddy Fazbear. Just to harm more kids.
Nights 4 through 6, the new restaurant is once again under investigation as... Well, I'll let him explain.
Hello. What on earth are you doing there? Didn't you get the memo? The place is closed down, at least for a while.
Foreshadowing.
We had a spare in the back, a yellow one. Someone used it. Now none of them are acting right.
The Golden Freddy killer struck again. The final death minigame also supports this. You, as Freddy, must walk through an exact replica of the building. Animatronics all in their proper places.
Yeah, I'm also going to be probably semi-debunking some of these theories.
And based on what Phone Guy says, it seems like the guilty party was the former night guard, the one who moved to day shift, and the one your character replaced. I mean, Phone Guy makes plenty of uncomfortable references to suddenly having an available position during the day.
When we get it all sorted out, we may move you to the day shift.
Yeah.
This one just became available. We don't have a replacement for your shift yet, but we're working on it.
But is the Purple Man really someone we've never met, and who's only worked there a week? Or is it...
Yes, he is presumably the J-Ship security guard. I thought this was... I mean, he literally has a security guard badge, and we don't know if... And Phone Guy, to our knowledge, isn't a security guard at this point in time in FNaF 2. Unless you want to say he's either Fritz Smith or Jeremy Fitzgerald. Which is kind of stupid. So, yeah.
That someone we trust, someone with a long history with these characters, someone no one would suspect, the head guard, the one forced to fill empty positions and teach new recruits by leaving them instructions over the phone, is the Purple Man.
Yep, that's why I said foreshadowing.
And the Phone Guy.
Nope, he's not. And FNaF 3 debunked it, but that didn't stop this guy, and you'll see what I mean once I get to FNaF 3.
Ask yourself this, what do we really know about Phone Guy?
Well, he works at Freddy Fazbear's. He was murdered by the hand of the animatronics. He's also happened to... be voiced by Scott Cawthon, the guy who created the games, because this was an indie game at the time. And he doesn't know what Fredbear's Family Diners is, or at least he doesn't remember it that well, so yeah, this could mean, they can't really be the same.
Guy. Let's look at what he says. First, he always speaks like an outsider looking in. He refers to the management of the company as they. So he's not a higher up like the CEO or even a manager. But he's also not a typical day worker, as he says things like the employees and the staff. So he works there, but isn't generally considered a regular member of the company. We also know that he's qualified to take the role of a night guard. As we learn, he plans to take over the position sometime after night 6, and is on his way out of the position by the time the first game starts.
Yeah,
For now, just make it through the night.
that part is kind
When
of
the place
true.
eventually opens again, I'll probably take a night shift myself. I actually worked in that office before you. I'm finishing up my last week now, as a matter of fact.
What else do we know? Well, we know that Phone Guy has a long history with the company, being with it at least since the first pizzeria that we haven't played in. He
Pretty
also
much.
openly admits that Foxy the Pirate was always his favorite, and that he has never liked the puppet because, as he says, it was always thinking.
I mean, yeah, but to be honest, many people love Foxy at this time. And to be honest, I mean, look at this. People will probably hate this puppet thing. So that alone, doesn't really, and I'll explain more for the Foxy point later on, and why I think that is like the worst, actually the second worst evidence.
I hope you wouldn't have any problems. Did Foxy ever return the hallway? Probably not. I was just curious. Like I said, he was always my favorite. I'll be honest, I never liked that puppet thing. It's always thinking, and it can go anywhere.
Okay, but what do we know about the purple guy, the Golden Freddy Killer? Well, let's look at the minigames again.
Ring
He has a
Bonnie.
long history with the franchise, killing since it was Fredbear Diner.
You know, I got reminded, like there was an old deer I think I saw from a Smike video that suggests that Purple Guy could be like a CEO or something. And I think that I kind of find that funny because if you read like the novels, you know that there's a character named William Acton. This is important because William Acton happens to be, well, the purple guy, the purple man.
We see him smiling as he watches Foxy perform.
I mean, he goes to be smiling because, okay,
Phone Guy's favorite, right before Foxy sees the room of dead children. We know that the puppet and the killer wouldn't get along, which would explain Phone Guy's discomfort around a creature that he describes as always thinking. And here's the bombshell. We know the killer is a security guard. How?
okay, so let me go over to Foxy and why I think this is like one of the worst evidence of all time. Okay, so first off, that sprite is flipped from another sprite, so yeah, that's like a problem I always had. But this is something I also kind of slowly thought of over time. And it's that he's smiling in every other minigame. Why would he not smile in this one? Like, he could be smiling the fact he murdered, well, those kids. If anything, he's probably murdering because of those kids. I don't think he give a crap about Foxy or not. I don't think he even cares about Foxy's existence. Foxy is just Foxy. Like I don't think he's gonna give a crap about Foxy's existence. Like I said. So again, this is a problem we've been having for a while. I don't care you say, oh, but he can still like Foxy. Yeah, but at the same time, I don't think him smiling in a Foxy minigame correlates the fact that he loves Foxy. I'm just thinking he's more so smiling the fact he murdered like, 5 kids.
On very rare occasions during the Save Them minigame,
Yeah.
while Freddy chases the puppet, the purple man appears and chases you. Look on his chest. It's an
I mean, again, this could also have him be the day shift security guard.
orange badge, the kind that would be given to a security guard. Now look at his eyes. Notice the white spots? An odd, seemingly innocuous detail. But now look at Golden Freddy. Look deep into his dead, vacant...
Think of this. This could just be representing the smiling sprite, and just have those features just to show that he's smiling, and it's just meant to be a shadowy representation. I don't think this correlates. Otherwise, you can argue he's an animatronic, and that itself has some problems.
eyes. What do you see? Two...
Like, you can argue that he's just a robot kid of William Afton, or adult robot William Afton, like we see in the fourth closet, and that's stupid.
White spots. Pinpricks, really. Barely visible. They're there. And now finally, what do we see in Purple Guy's hand? Well, the Atari graphics make it tough to discern. It's not like any gun or knife I've seen. No, that to me is very clearly a phone.
And this is the worst piece of evidence. Like, I don't care what you say. I know sometimes absurdity shouldn't be a way to debunk a theory, but, like, think about this at the time where things are semi-grounded. A phone should not be deactivating an animatronic. In fact, for the most part, a phone should be behaving like a phone. And look, you want to argue you cut out the wires, you could, but even then, I don't think by the time of FNaF 2, he will cut a phone. Now, I will believe it. Now, I would believe a phone could deactivate an animatronic nowadays because of, well, the book series Fazbear Frights. And there was a phone that connected to an animatronic, despite that phone being made later down the line, and the animatronic looking older than the character's parents in one of the books. Fetch. So I can see a phone deactivating in the modern lore, but this is a paradox because William Afton is the Purple Man, and guess what? William Afton is British. So, yeah. So both William Afton and Phone Guy have different voices. And again, I'm looking at this from the lens of in retrospect. And believe me, even in I'm not gonna say that alone debunked his theory because this was like made years ago. No. The next release of the game outright debunk it. And I'll get to it when I get to it.
The robotic voice is spelling out for you, save them, save them. But when Purple Guy, Phone Guy, catches you, the screen crashes and all you're left with is, you can't.
Probably one of the best moments of Purple Guy.
But that's not where it ends, Internet. As you and I both know, there's still Five Nights at Freddy's 1. If this game is last in line and the puppet is truly pulling the strings behind all of this, you might be asking yourself where he is in Five Nights 1. We know the other animatronics got scrapped, but this ghostly guy should still be around if this timeline I proposed is correct. And get this, the puppet is in the first game. Take a look at the East Hallway. It seems pretty normal, right? But every so often, the posters on the walls change to this, a crying child with two streaming lines down his face. Look familiar? It should. The Five Nights at Freddy's series is about vengeance. One child, 6 children, more, looking for revenge against a sick child killer, the Purple Guy, the guy who just so happens to be the first voice you hear when turning on these games. Save them. Save them. You can't. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. Make sure you wind that music box by clicking the subscribe button, otherwise the puppet might get you. Click it! Click it! I guess you were safe after all.
Wait, go after
break. You know what I like to do during this time of love and gladness? Catch up on my favorite TV shows, but...
Yeah, it's another advertising thing, I believe. So yeah, for the most part, I agree with most of this theory. And the funny thing is that Scott Cawthon himself stated that Mankind was mostly right about this theory. What the only one I'm probably thinking he's saying that false is Phone Guy and Purple Guy being the same entity. But that's just me. Although, oddly enough, there was actually another Purple Guy theory that exists that MadPat has the right idea, saying it's stupid. The fact that Purple Guy in the Foxy minigame and in the Cake minigame is a separate killer from the Purple Guy in the, well, Save the minigame. But that's, but yeah.
At this point, I don't have cable and should probably avoid pirating things.
Not bad. Everyone knows pirating is the morally correct thing. This is a joke, don't worry. I don't care if you guys pirate or not. If you pirate, that's not my problem. That's your problem. On to the next video, and oh my god. More ads. Okay, you know what? This is semi-fitting. It's a piece of place ad. Oddly enough, I actually had like the pizza earlier, so yeah. Wait, it's a skippable ad! Finally! The skippable ad! He will come back. He always does. I always come back. Scott Cawthon have been teasing that since the very beginning. Look, Calvin, I really like the opening. Why is it better than the FNaF 2 opening he did? Hello?
It's time.
Oh wait, I completely forgot I sped up the video.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory, where good things, or at least FNaF things, come to those who wait.
Yeah.
And man, when it comes to this game series, no one was waiting for anything. I mean, the second game came out 3 months after the first, the trailer for the third was 2 months later, and like 4 minutes after that, the game was available to download. So forgive me if I was caught with my pants down on that one. I just wasn't prepared for it. But even more impressive than that abbreviated timeline was your ability to rip that final game apart. Hours after the release of the game, people were discussing good versus bad endings, 8-bit Atari cake, glitching through walls, and punching a flipping code into cement bricks arranged like a telephone dial pad. In regards to that last one, I have 2 things to say. First off, well done to you guys for figuring it out so quickly, and secondly, Scott, seriously. Seriously, Scott? Oh look, here's a wall. Let me just dial in my—
Oh no! Oh no! The absurdity crap has been happening since the third game! Run!
my phone number. Beep, boop, boop, beep, boop, boop. What? When did we jump from a point-and-click horror game to magical fantasy? This thing is like platform 9 3/4. I expect Harry effing Potter to apparate into Pirate's Cove or something. Jeez, here I was thinking that you'd plug your numbers into, the one other place that you see numbers in this game, the bonus jump scare menu, or something, anything, but nope, dialing it into a wall makes so much more sense. Okay, sorry, just need to get that one off my chest. Moving on. Now, with 15 days at Freddy's under our belts and a few overtime hours clocked in for good—
Oh wait, hold on, let's see. Okay, so let me calculate this. Okay, so at the time of this, okay, so it'll be 15 days. Okay, so the overtime was there 2 nights in FNaF 1, so that would be 17. And 2 more, so that would be 19. And if you count the nightmare mode with cheats at any given time, and I think you, I'm just gonna say plus plus 1, 20 nights. I am not counting nightmare mode with cheats because you can have like different cheats on at any given time. So 20. No way, I think my map is wrong. Hold on, let's see here. Okay, 5 times 3 is 15. Okay, 2 nights plus 2 more nights plus 1 more night. Oh wait, it is 20. Okay, I got it right. Okay.
good measure, we have ourselves a completed video game trilogy with the third game—
Five Nights at Freddy's 0 is basically it's night 6 from FNaF 1, the custom night from FNaF 1, night 6 from FNaF 2, custom night from FNaF 2, and Nightmare Nights from FNaF 3. We solved the lore, people. We solved the lore.
giving us more jump scares, more phone guy, and more fan. But this
I like he shows the fans a Boo Boy jump scare. I think it's like the first time a BB has a jump scare.
game also contains the final clues we need to get some closure on this game's deviously vague story. Scotty C.
Closure. He says the series like, what? What? 5 more games came out.
It certainly didn't make things any easier for us, but at this point I think we finally have enough puzzle pieces scattered across the 3 games to assemble a fairly accurate picture of this franchise's lore. Since you guys had a, let's just say, above average
Again, he predicted the fan base.
interest in this theory, I wanted to create something that answered as many questions as possible.
What the timings of these games? What's up with Golden Freddy? What suit does the killer use? What's the deal with the shadow animatronics? What about the random naked endoskeleton? What happened with the Bice 87? Who is the purple guy? Why is anyone doing a movie about these games? I think it was announced that Scott Cawthon was making like a movie based off this game like some time ago, and I think around this time period, and we now have like the movie coming out soon. So, reading why is anyone doing a movie about these games is just funny to me. What if the deal with the Shadow Animatronics? I get 5 questions. Who are they? Oh crap! What if the Shadow Animatronics is Andrew and Jake? Shadow Freddy being Andrew, and Shadow Blind being Jake from Fast Fair Price. Oh no, that would be terrifying. What's up with the random naked skeleton? They're obviously the Mimic. Oh god, I can't believe I'm referencing the Mimic. What is the theme of these games? Well, we go with the FNaF 4 minigames, the Charlie's death. Then we go to Midnight Motorist, Then we get to the missing and killing incident mini games like Fruity Maze, and then we reach FNaF 2. Then we reach FNaF 1. Well, and maybe Baby's Piece of World mini game. Then we reach Sister Location. Then we reach FNaF 3, the FNaF 4 gameplay. Then FNaF 3. Then FNaF Pizzeria Simulator. Then FNaF Help Wanted. Then FNaF maybe AR. Then FNaF Security Breach. Then Ruined.
About this franchise. But beyond just the details, the question we all want an answer to is what exactly happened in the story throughout this series? It's a pretty fundamental question to not have an answer to, and yet, despite thousands of videos
Oh, shit. This is
in the
nostalgic.
story throughout this series, it's a pretty fundamental question to not have an answer to, and yet, despite
Oh my god. Oh, I remember this. And I remember some of this crap.
thousands of videos, forum entries, and Tumblr posts.
Oh no.
Oh, hey, put that away. You behave yourself. This game is already scary enough without you sticking your hook somewhere it
Oh,
doesn't belong,
no.
okay? Despite all those things, we still don't have a clear picture on the details. Yes, there's a child killer on the loose, the infamous purple guy, who's been using Fazbear pizzerias as his hunting ground of choice for years, but going into the third game, we still weren't sure about who this guy was or even how many victims he'd officially.
Well, so far, if you want to count Elizabeth, he takes like a dozen victims.
Then there are the animatronics. Sure, we generally understand that the killer's dead bodies have been stuffed into some of the suits, and that with the help of the puppet, the kids were able to find new life in those robotic bodies.
Yeah.
But then, what about Shadow Bonnie and Shadow Freddy, who randomly appeared in
You're checking Andrew.
FNaF 2, only become prominent figures throughout Part 3? How do they fit in? What about the ghostly Golden Freddy, someone we've been talking about since the first game, and yet we still don't really know anything about him? Well, now that we finally have all the facts, I think it's time we revisit my timeline I presented in the last episode to see what I got right, what I got wrong.
What you got wrong is purple guy.
Yes, you heard that. Wrong. No shame. I'm a big boy. Mommy, wow, I'm a big kid now.
If you were a big boy, you would not run with, well, you know, foreshadowing. I'm not going to spoil it yet.
And finally fill in the missing details to create what I believe to be my definitive Five Nights theory. And
Oh, definitive. Oh, that's the case. Then this video wouldn't exist. And these two videos wouldn't exist. And then these videos wouldn't exist. And then, hold on, let me keep going. Okay. And let me keep going. And these four videos wouldn't exist. Oh, oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hey,
boy,
hey, I'm allowed to laugh. I'm watching like, hold on, I'm watching over 80 videos of this crap. Oh, over 60 videos of this crap at least. Let me
howdy,
go.
it is a doozy. So strap in, theorists. You wanted it, you're about to get it. Overall, the timeline of the franchise I presented in the last video still holds strong. Decades before the name became a horror legend meriting its own theme park-style attraction, Freddy Fazbear got a start at Fredbear Family Diner. It's here where our story begins as
Oh, wait, there is Gravity Falls. What the actual hell?
Purple Guy takes his first victim, something we see in the Take Cake minigame from Five Nights at Freddy's 2.
Yeah.
What tells us that this is Fredbear's and first in the timeline? Well, as I said last
And again, Foxy also has his own location.
time, in addition to it being a small space, the only character we see is Freddy, whereas all other minigames feature multiple animatronics. He's also
Except for the Foxy Go Go minigame, which is Foxy's own location, according to MatPat's logic.
holding a cupcake, since that
That's a cake. And also, that should be Fredbear.
would later become Chica's signature item. The event depicted in this game must have come before she was created. Additionally, notice that the purple
And in later theories, I suggested Chica was actually part of a different franchise.
guy's murder takes place outside the building. This is the only time we see him murder someone outside the walls of a Fazbear building, which implies that this is likely his first victim. Serial killers often have what's known as a signature, a way of killing that's unique to him and him alone.
And let's ignore the female ones.
Purple guy, his signature is dressing in an animatronic costume, then luring children to the back of the pizzeria and killing them there. But this murder occurs before he developed this particular style, implying that it's the first. From there, we know that the puppet jump scare that always follows this minigame, combined with the tier design on both the dead child and the puppet's mask, implies
And yet there's like 500 children with these stairs.
that the soul of the first child now exists in the puppet. The event caused the original owners to sell the Fredbear name, who then rebranded and avoided the negative PR, becoming what we know today as Fazbear Entertainment. They then opened a new chain of restaurants, which we never saw in the games, until the release of Five Nights 3. This is not Fredbear Diner like many interpret, but rather the first location of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, predating the events of Five Nights at Freddy's 2. How do we know? Well, by paying close attention to the old recordings of Phone Guy dug up in FNaF 3, he introduces us to Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, not Diner, before explaining the functionality of the special spring lock suits.
Welcome to your new career as a performer/entertainer for Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Right now, we have 2 specially designed suits
And honestly, I kind of agree with his logic, to be honest.
that double as both animatronic and suit.
He also lets us know that the animatronics are still allowed to walk around freely during the day, meaning that this is happening before the bite of 87, in which an animatronic bites someone during business hours, removing their frontal lobe, and resulting in the animatronics being restricted to moving around only at night.
For ease of operation, the animatronics are set to turn and walk towards sound cues.
As Phone Guy informs us, and as we see in the Stage 01 minigame, there are 2 specialty suits, a Golden Bonnie suit and the origins of the infamous Golden Freddy. But the lifespan of these springlock suits is actually short-lived as we learn about their one fatal flaw.
After learning of an unfortunate incident at the sister location involving multiple and simultaneous spring lock failures, the company has deemed the suits temporarily unfit for employees. The classic suits are being retired to an appropriate location.
Now, let's pause here. 2 employees are killed by the failure of a Bonnie suit and a Freddy suit. Where else in the game do we see Bonnie and Freddy sharing a unique feature that no one else in the game possesses? Shadow Freddy and Shadow Bonnie. Could
It's so nostalgic seeing this old theory, to be honest. And to be honest, I kind of wish this was true. I mean, yeah, it means I can't really make jokes that this is that this one is Jake and this one is Andrew, but still, I can kind of see it, to be honest.
this be the origin of the paranormal Shadow suits? Yes, actually. Shadow Freddy and Shadow Bonnie are tied to the ghosts of the employees who died in the spring suits. Get this, the employees' bodies were taken out of the suits, which is why their appearance is more paranormal and why they can't possess them as well as the children can. Plus, having this as their origin would explain the in-game behavior of both suits. In FNaF 3, we see that Purple Guy hides in a secret safe room that has been built into every pizzeria, a room that's hidden to customers and invisible to the animatronics programming. During the minigames that occur between nights, we see Shadow Freddy lead the other animatronics to the secret room, only to cause them to glitch out and then get torn apart by Purple Guy. This supernatural
Andrew is leading the charge to make have the animatronics kill William Afton.
The origin story is how Shadow Freddy is able to enter the safe room when other animatronics can't. How he's able to lead you to that room in the first place when other animatronics wouldn't be able to see it based on their programming, and even why he leads you there, knowing that Purple Guy attacking you will eventually free your soul. That's also why there's no Purple Freddy suit when you do finally enter that room. It's not an alternate Purple Guy costume like many believe, it's an apparition. Suck on that, Harry Potter, I knew someone would apparate eventually. It also explains why Shadow Bonnie's minigame in FNaF 3 always starts on Stage 01, the spring suits, and why it's the one animatronic we control that has the ghostly ability to glitch, fly, and teleport. As we concluded last episode, this is also the point in the timeline of the first missing children's incident, the one we learn about via newspaper clippings in Five Nights 1. So, based on the newspaper clipping evidence we have, we know that the mauve murderer dressed in one of the suits lured children to a back room and killed them. He's starting to develop his signature. But one nagging detail FNaF theorists have been wondering is, what suit does he use for his disguise? The answer? Golden Bonnie. Why? Well, remember the phone guy saying the faulty suits were being retired to an appropriate location. There's a high likelihood they're being stored in one of the safe rooms in the restaurants. Plus, we hear in FNaF 2 that the purple guy has a habit of using a yellow suit.
We had a spare in the back, a yellow one. Someone used it.
But why not Golden Freddy? Phone Guy tells us so at the beginning of Night 5 in FNaF 3.
Management has also been made aware that the spring Bonnie animatronic has been noticeably moved.
My, what an oddly specific detail to include, Scott Cawthon. And remember, these tapes that play in FNaF 3 date all the way back to the first pizzeria location, which is why this detail is so important. It reflects Purple Guy starting to develop his signature killing pattern. From there, we know the rest of the story. Purple Guy kills the kids, stuffs the bodies into the suits to hide them, but as we read the paper, is caught on camera and arrested. Meanwhile, the puppet gives life to the children, and the angry spirits...
I'll be right back. I'm getting myself some water.
possess the robots. Or is that really how it goes? Let's go back to the give
I
gifts,
turned
give
that
life
fan on.
minigame. The children are lying there dead, and the puppet first tries to give them presents. Weird, right? Weird until you consider that his place is at the prize corner. Giving presents is the only thing he knows that can make children happy. It's a reflex.
Go
Remember,
back
this
to
is still a
puppet.
child spirit in this puppet. But when that doesn't work, the puppet goes around one more time and does the only other thing it can think of. Put the bodies into the suits. You heard that right. In trying to save the children, he's the one hiding them in the animatronic suits. Not the killer like we've been assuming.
Well, kind of. I mean, I kind of did thought that killer was stuffing them into the suits, but at the beginning. But over time, seeing that puppet mini game, that makes more sense. And since then, I'm kind of slowly leaning to, and I've been leaning to puppet stuff for a while.
But then what about the fifth child, as there's only 4 here? Well, as we pointed out last time, the fifth child is there too, appearing at the very end of the minigame and taking the role of Golden Freddy. But
I actually saw a Sire Squawks video, and I might link that in the comment section if I do release the squad somehow. And that suggests that William Afton could just stuff whoever the hell the fifth kid should be into the Fredbear suit, Golden Freddy, and they start in the spring to test out to see what happened if he kills a child via the spring lock.
remember, Golden Freddy is a decommissioned spring-lock suit at this point, deemed too unsafe to be functional. The reason he's slumped over and can't move like the rest is that his endoskeleton has been taken out. He's in suit mode, not free-roaming mode. He physically doesn't have the mechanisms in place to stand up and move. Possessed or no, a dead child's spirit just can't give a bone.
Aren't like the endoskeletons within the suit?
The
No,
suit, the ability to stand. This also explains the
since that's how William Afton died.
lone naked endoskeleton that appears occasionally in both Five Nights 2 and Five Nights 1.
I
An
can see it.
endoskeleton that once belonged to Golden Freddy. Whew, I know I made you wait for this one, so I knew I had to make it count. Heck, if there ain't a lot to cover. Still with me? Good, because we're ready for our next location. You see, since the puppet hid the bodies, no one knows they're in the suits until they start oozing and smelling, which, as we see in the papers, eventually gets the place shut down for health violations. The company tries to recover from, quote, the tragedy that took place there many years ago, but can't, and eventually is forced to shut its doors for good. This leads to the trailer for Five Nights at Freddy's 2. Finally, we're actually going to talk about a game in the series. Seriously, can you believe we've been going this whole time on locations that aren't even settings for the 3 main games? That is why this lore is so challenging, but also so interesting. Anyway,
I agree.
Forgotten, dismantled, deactivated. These are the words you see at the beginning of the trailer. Back when the debate about whether this game was a sequel or a prequel to the first game, these words made it seem like a follow-up, that everything had been shut down since the first game, but it wasn't. These words are a reference to the business being closed down after that first missing children's incident. That's why posters everywhere in Five Nights 2 are all about the brand new Fazbear Pizza. It's the grand reopening after years of being out of business. That's also why the new toy animatronics have built-in facial recognition software to a criminal database. They need to be careful to prevent another incident, but as we know, it doesn't work. As we see in the Save Them minigame, 5 more children get killed in this new location. We know it's the new location because the minigame map's layout perfectly matches this new Fazbear business. We also know it couldn't have happened earlier in the timeline as both the old animatronics and new toy robots are presented in the game. But this time, the puppet solution isn't saving the kids, it's stopping the killer. He enlists the help of Freddy to try and SAVETHEM, leading the bear to the killer's location. Except Purple Guy came prepared, equipped with not a phone, but rather something to help him tamper with the animatronic.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I've been thinking of.
He knows that something fishy is going on with these robots, because he's been watching, studying. The puppet wants Freddy to save them, to which the killer's answer is only this: you can't. So how did the purple guy manage it when he'd been caught years before? What about the bite of 87? How do FNaF 1 and 3 fit in? And most importantly of all, who is the purple guy? All that next week. Don't worry, I'll come back. I always do. In the meantime, it's all just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. Make sure you don't miss part 2 by clicking subscribe. Well, honestly, you still might miss it. The subscribe button is really just a glorified bookmark button. But still, it's the best you're gonna get, so might as well do it. And while you're at it, you know what else you should click on? The link in the description for some free food delivered straight to your door, courtesy of NatureBox. Honestly, I love this service.
I don't know if they're still alive or not. Oh, Simpsons.
The new one.
Another
is here.
one.
Now in all new colors, like gray.
The end. Love this custom opening.
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory. We may not have made FNaF, but I like to think we've at least made it a bit more interesting. So in part 1 of this long-awaited all questions answered
Kinda
FNaF theory, we
debatable.
covered everything from the origins of the shadow animatronics, to the reason for Golden Freddy's ghostly behavior, to proof of what suit the killer uses. We clarified the timeline and even went so far as to dispel the myth that the killer is the one shoving the bodies into the suits. Click here if you missed it to get caught up. Don't worry, I'll wait. This is a pausable video after all. But today we're covering the major questions from the franchise, the final bits of the timeline, the ending of the game, and most importantly of all, the identity of the purple guy. So enough intro.
William Afton.
Let's cut to the chase. When we left things off, there had been another round of murder done in Fazbear Pizza. Purple Guy had once again used a golden Bonnie suit to lure in another set of 5 kids and kill them, as depicted in the Save Them minigame from FNaF 2. The place gets closed for investigation a few days later, but the one thing that practically everyone overlooks in this location is that it gets reopened. In FNaF 2, the Night 1 phone call welcomes you to your new summer job at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
Oh boy, this
Hello
part.
and welcome to your new summer job at the new and improved Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
Only $5 Whopper.
Are you kidding me?
Summer job. And yet, the paycheck at the end of the week reads November. There is not a single place in the world where November is a summer month. Not one. Meaning that these tapes, all these tapes, are pre-recorded. And honestly, that shouldn't be a surprise. Phone Guy's calls are recordings in every game. In FNaF 1, before Phone Guy dies, he says he's glad he recorded these messages when he did.
I'm kind of glad that I recorded my messages for you.
And then in FNaF 3, they find the old training tapes the Phone Guy made.
First of all, we found some vintage audio.
I mean, yeah, at the same time, I think FNaF 2 is like the one that's happening live. Like, those murders are happening at that time. Anyways, so... Yeah, I really don't... Like, I don't think the FNaF 2 phone calls are recordings. I mean, yeah, Sir Jeremy don't talk, but again, he's a silent protagonist, so... Yeah, and not to mention, they did find someone for the night shift at Night 7 Anyway in Custom Night, Fred Smith, who is supposedly, so, yeah, so, in that case, this does mean, for the most part, that this is definitely happening live. So, I don't think that they're recording. And I think it's just because it's just an automatic thing. Like, okay, you can argue the first night phone call could be a recording, but every other one is not, in my opinion.
Training cassette.
I also think they're probably obligated to say summer for some reason. I don't know why. But
Dude, these are like prehistoric. I think they were like training tapes.
In short, all of Phone Guy's messages are unstuck in time, not recorded anytime near your tenure as security guard. That includes the ones in FNaF 2 talking about children going missing. The pizzeria isn't being shut down for an investigation of some missing children the week you happen to be working there. You're listening to old tapes meant for the night security guard
he mentioned an investigation.
from months ago. Need more proof? Night 6's call references a birthday party happening as the last event before the building closes. But what decorations do we see put up throughout the building for the entirety of the week you're working there? Happy birthday banners. Confusing? You betcha. Game-changing?
Not really confusing, because, I mean, come on, it's a pizzeria. There's gonna be a happy birthday any instance anyways. Not to mention, some people could be born, like, a day after another person, so there's that.
Absolutely. This means that both Jeremy and Fritz, the characters you play as throughout FNaF 2, aren't the killer purple guy at all. They were both working in November, after the yellow suit
I
investigation,
think there was a theory, oddly enough, that Fritz is the purple guy. I agree that Jeremy isn't.
and the killer getting charged. Which brings us to the other key point in the timeline, the bite of 87. Ever since we heard about this mysterious frontal lobe nibble on that first fateful night at Freddy's, we've wanted to know more about this bizarre attack, the one that ends up resulting in animatronics no longer being allowed to walk around during the day. But now, 3 games in, we do know more. We know it took place in the location of FNaF 2 based on the 1987 date on Jeremy's paycheck. And furthermore, the newspaper clipping that ends FNaF 2 gives us a clue that it's the bite which closes this version of the restaurant, not some serial killing. Quote, after being open a few short weeks, the restaurant is closing its doors, the article says, with the new animatronics being scrapped for possible malfunction. That's game designer Scott Cawthon telling us that one of the new toy animatronics bit someone during the day. Why else would the new robots be scrapped while the old ones get kept for possible reorganization? Well, outside of an obvious need to retcon why these new robots didn't appear in Five Nights 1, it's because the company considered them safer, relatively speaking. So, then who's the biter? Well, it's none other than the pile of scraps and parts, Mangle. The most obvious clue is the animatronic's unhinged jaw. The frontal lobe is the biggest part of the human brain, and the size and shape of the other toy robots' mouths just wouldn't be able to handle the size of the human head, especially when you compare it to the Mangle's narrow snout and wide open mouth. There's also Mangle's sharper teeth and potential angle of attack. As shown by its jump scare, Mangle goes for the top of the head. And who got bit? Well,
And I think someone had mentioned that Foxy did it, but at the same time, if Foxy did do it, wouldn't the old robots be scrapped?
Well, there isn't enough evidence to say definitively, but your most likely candidate would be fan favorite Jeremy Fitzgerald. Jeremy passes the test, and on his paycheck at the end of the week, he's welcomed into the family, presumably getting moved to day shift. Fritz gets hired to replace him on day 7, but then promptly gets fired for tampering with the animatronics. That means he's not likely the one to get bit, and instead the person who follows him on day shift is, leaving Jeremy as the most likely frontal lobeless candidate. But regardless of whether it's Jeremy or some other customer we've never met, someone gets bit, the restaurant closes for good, and as the newspaper clippings show, the old animatronics go into storage awaiting a smaller location with a lower budget. Fast forward to the 90s and FNaF 1. We know it's the 90s based on the hourly rate of the paycheck received by Mike Schmidt, security guard extraordinaire from the first game, something we proved in our first Five Nights video. And now we can breathe a sigh of relief, because this was the beautiful time long ago, last August, when the games weren't so complicated, when the biggest mysteries were a game-crashing gold bear and the words, "It's me." No death minigames, no puppets, no need to shoehorn in extra overcomplicated storylines. That all would come later when the first game became a smash hit and got itself some sequels. And boy, did those sequels make things complicated, as both featured 8-bit minigames revealing more details about this location from the original game. First things first, we know that the purple guy kills 5 children here. We see it in the Foxy Go 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 minigame from FNaF 2. Foxy runs past a grinning purple guy to see 5 dead bodies. Sorry, no fireworks this time, Foxy. And how do we know it's the FNaF 1 location? Well, it's the only time in the game when Foxy's stage, Pirate Cove, is located to the west of a dining area. See how he performs for the children by running to the right? That matches the map layout of the FNaF 1 pizzeria. We also know from the FNaF 3 minigames that this is where the purple guy dies inside a golden spring-lock Bonnie suit in a safe room near the back. One built so that it would never show up on camera, conveniently explaining why it never appeared in the first game. But hold on, weren't those safe rooms sealed up a long time ago? I mean, we touched on this last episode, but the older recordings of Phone Guy we listened to throughout FNaF 3 say that these rooms are being closed off, discontinued, and will never be mentioned again. Why would a location 20 years later possess a safe room unless it was the same building as the first Freddy Fazbear's Pizza location? That's why it's in such disrepair when we see it in the FNaF 3 minigames, boarded up with rats on the floor. It's been closed down for years, which also means the dead kids from the Foxy Go 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 minigame aren't another set of new victims, because seriously, at this point, the killer would have made his way through like a short bus full of pizza-hungry children. No, those kids are the first 5 dead kids, the ones who would eventually possess Old Bonnie, Chica, Freddy Foxy, and Golden Freddy. I mean, look, if the animatronics were possessed at this point, don't you think Foxy would be attacking Purple Guy rather than just running past him to perform for some dead kids? This also explains the random cutscene from FNaF 2 where the puppet's looking into Freddy's eyes. You can tell by the tables in the background and the design of both Bonnie and Chica that this is the FNaF 1 location with the old animatronics on stage. But it's not a flash forward to the game's next location, but rather a flash back to the moment the puppet brought these characters, these children, to life. Okay, but that's just tying together some loose ends in the story. We're interested in how this whole thing ends, and those FNaF 3 minigames give us the conclusion we're looking for. These flashback minigames show Purple Guy dismantling the animatronics from the security of the safe room one by one, but in doing so, he's unwittingly releasing the spirits of his former victims. Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy, Golden Freddy, when they're
We never see him dismantle Golden Freddy, though.
they are able to scare Purple Guy into the Golden Bonnie spring-lock suit, which fails, crushes him pretty much to the point of death, though notice we never actually see him die, and the spirits fade away. Golden Bonnie with Purple Guy inside, now known as Springtrap, rots away in the safe room.
I mean, even if we never really see him die, well, die in quotation marks, he died, but he possessed the suit anyways, much like how the children possessed the suit. So he's still alive, but he's alive in the possessing an animatronic sense. And not to mention the Phone Guy mentioned the spring locks would lead to death. Or at least, the way he mentioned it, it does, it's most likely going to lead to death.
For years until he's finally uncovered by the founders of Fazbear's Fright from the third game. With the discovery of Springtrap, this haunted house attraction, inspired by the years of mystery and murder of the pizzeria chain, finally has their first real animatronic, who then haunts the player for 5 nights and a nightmare night until the place burns down due to faulty wiring. The end. Take a bow. It's finally over. Well, kinda. We're still left with one final, seemingly impossible question to answer.
Yeah.
Who is the Purple Guy? After spending, I kid you not, full days plotting out all the details of this game franchise on whiteboards, talking it over with anyone who would stand to listen to me ramble on and on about fictional haunted robots, and just looking at it from every possible angle, all logic points to it being...
Oh yeah, I forgot about this part. Oh, sorry, that happened to you, 2015 map had. Okay. Skip. If it's another ad, it is another ad.
When the
I
track is
hate this
popping.
ad with a passion. Like, screw this cookie. Censor Squidward. SpongeBob horror game trailer. Is this a fan game or an actual game?
My name is Squidward, and I
my life. Nothing ever changes. I'm thinking of killing myself.
Oh, it's a fan game.
Korea chain finally has their first real animatronic, who then haunts the player for 5 nights and a nightmare night until the place burns down due to faulty wiring.
The end. Take a bow. It's finally over. Well, kinda. We're still left with one final, seemingly impossible question to answer. Who is the purple guy? After spending, I kid you not, full days plotting out fictional... The phone guy.
Pat, you're an idiot. Okay. Let's break this down, people. Yeah, yeah. He went with that. And I'm gonna point out some flaws of it, because I'm based, okay?
Guy. And no, not because I made a theory about it and refused to let it die. Honestly, I couldn't care less if that last video was wrong. At this point, I just care about the truth, and phone guy makes the most
Nah, you kinda ran with it.
logical sense. I know your complaints, and I promise you, if you stick with me, you'll be convinced. First, there's the circumstantial evidence I presented during my FNaF 2 theory. Phone guy's admitted love of Fox.
Again, and again. Smiling because he murdered kids, not because he likes Foxy. I don't think Purple Guy even give a crap about Foxy.
Being reflected by the smiling purple guy sprite during the Foxy Go 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 minigame. His distrust of the puppet, a creature haunted by his first victim that we see time and time again.
I mean, yeah, I kind of see that, but again, Phone Guy probably just hates the puppet because how creepy it looks. Like, any normal person would find the puppet creepy.
Trying to bring a stop to his killing spree. His admitted role as a security guard, and even the weird phone-like...
Okay, again, day shift security guard, and again, didn't you say this was a tampering device in the first half of the two-parter? And the fact they were meant to be the same half, they were meant to be the same video, just because of the copyright strike has to split it. That kind of makes this part way worse.
Object in his hand from the Save Them minigame, but there's even more evidence.
And again, prior to Fast Food Frights, and I guess you want to say sister location, Phone will not disable animatronics.
When we consider Five Nights 3, consider this. He's the only person in the game who knows about the safe rooms.
I mean, if you want to get technical, but the phone calls he left behind, any rando would know. I mean, hell, the owners would definitely know about the safe room. Like, presumably. Again, later on, he was confirmed to be the owner, William Afton, the purple guy. And again, the people who built the safe rooms would also know about the freaking safe rooms. Like, and the people who put up the fake wall, like, why aren't you considering that?
As we mentioned,
Like, it's like you're just brushing off the stuff that can that points out some of the problems with his theory.
before, all the safe rooms were sealed up back in the Springlock suit days, back in the first Freddy Fazbear's Pizza location, meaning every other employee coming afterward would have never even heard of these things.
I mean, again, tape recordings.
Phone Guy is the only character we meet who would have any knowledge of these rooms, and more importantly,
And again, owner, CEO, manager, the people who built the freaking place, the other employees at the time.
of how they operate, how they're invisible to the cameras, and more importantly, to the animatronics. And that's
Again, the people I
just the
mentioned.
beginning. He's also the only person who knows how to use the Springlock suit.
Again, owner, presumably, the CEO and manager, presumably, the employees listening to these tapes, presumably, the other employees, presumably, the people who made the freaking Springlock suits, presumably.
Suits. Again, once they were decommissioned, the suits were hidden away. Regardless of whether you believe that the killer used a golden Bonnie suit the whole time or you think he used a golden Freddy suit, either way, we know for a fact the killer was using one of the yellow Springlocked suits, and Phone Guy is the only character we know who had knowledge of A, where they were hidden, and B, how they were operated safely.
I mean, again, the people who probably placed the suit also.
Now, I know a lot of people have said that it couldn't have been Phone Guy because he knew better. He knew that they were dangerous and could kill him, so...
Or they probably could have been saying, they died. Oh, I'm going to save that
if he
once.
was indeed the purple guy, he wouldn't just hop into a Springtrap suit like we see depicted at the ending of FNaF 3. But there's one key detail that everyone has been overlooking and that Scott carefully included in this game. Listen.
I mean, yeah, it is raining. See? I pointed it out. See? Look, okay, not to toot my own horn, like, I know this isn't related, but I made a video about Midnight Mortars. One is just a general overview of what I think Midnight Mortars could be about, and one is about why I don't think William Afton is the guy responsible for those footprints in Midnight Mortars in the spring Bonnie costume. And that's because it was freaking raining in the freaking minigame. I don't care if I sound aggressive at this point. I just want to toot my own horn for once, okay? Listen, I'm listening.
You hear it? There's rain. There are puddles on the ground. It's dripping from the ceiling. The killer had been using these spring lock suits safely for years, but in his panic to escape the ghosts, he failed to notice the wetness of the building around him. The killer had never encountered this problem before because the building had always been in a decent state of repair, but now it's a wreck, torn apart by age. Rain is able to seep in, something he didn't realize when he was in such a hurry to run away from the ghosts. And if moist breath can loosen the locks, you can bet some rain would make those suckers ready to snap shut. And they do, killing our killer. I mean, all of that makes a pretty compelling argument, almost an open and shut case, if there wasn't one final major criticism to the phone guy theory since the release of FNaF 3. And it's a good one. The fact that phone guy seems to die during his night 4 phone call from the first game.
Hey, listen, I may not be around to send you a message tomorrow. It's been a bad night here for me. I'm kind of glad I recorded my messages for you.
Oh my god, or why are these cookie companies ruining my experience?
Yes, sir.
If phone guy was the killer, why would the robot still be active after his death and the ghosts disappear? It just wouldn't make sense unless you stop to consider the rest of FNaF 3's endings. The big twist in FNaF 3 is the inclusion of a good and bad ending.
Well, they died differently, and we don't know which one died first. That's the debate. Some say phone guy could died before purple guy because, well, okay, because the place is closed. Some think that phone guy died after purple guy, and that's due to the fact that Freddy and Bonnie happen to have buttons on them in that mini game. Again, that mini game does have Chica hat without her bib, so that's probably not the best evidence. And he did mention about the sealing of the safe rooms, despite the fact that the safe rooms shouldn't be sealed. Also,
in
hi.
the game, normally you get the bad ending, in which we see purple guy die in a flashback minigame, and the whole thing ends with 5 masks representing the 5 main animatronics with lights on behind their eyes. The good ending, meanwhile, requires using some not so subtly hidden clues to unlock minigames, then basically ignoring those games, glitching them out, and giving hidden dead kids cake to make them happy, obviously referring to the victims of purple guy. Beat the game this time, and the ending is largely the same, but with 1 fewer animatronic mask and no lights on. The obvious difference here is that in the good ending, the souls of the dead children have been put at peace. When they disappear for good. They don't go back to their animatronic bodies. But the bad ending, the lights on behind the eyes of all 5 masks mean that these guys are still active, angry, restless spirits still haunting the robots to this day. Because here's the thing, the good ending doesn't exist until you, as the player of the 3rd installment, give cake to those kids during FNaF 3's hidden minigames. What you play in FNaF 1, though, is the aftermath of the bad ending, where the animatronics have killed phone guy but are still out for vengeance. Yeah, you made it through those first 5 nights at Freddy's. You overheard the death of the purple guy recorded live on the phone, but it wasn't enough. You got the bad ending, even with the killer crippled in the back room in a spring lock suit.
I mean, okay, look. Okay, I should mention this. Purple guy died. Okay, you know what? 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 I'm just gonna play a section from my own video. And my problem with it. Yeah. Yeah, tell yourself that. Hold on, let me quickly go to one of my videos. Oh, dumb FNaF theories. I forgot I made this. I forgot I did this. Okay. The FNaF floor is. Hold on, I just gotta find it. Okay, I'm just gonna give this part a listen, okay? Let me just beat it up into speed, okay? Have like different depths. What the hell is this? Oh. Actually, wait. You won't be able to hear it well. Oh. Eh. Like I'm showing my own content. Oh, I got 7 views on this video. And yeah, MatPat still tries to pull the fact they're the same because, you know, he knows safe from his brand locks, despite the fact everyone else would know, even the freaking owners. So you at least know, yeah. I have to point it out.
The lights are still on in these animatronics. They're still roaming the halls, attacking anyone wearing that much hated security guard outfit. People like Mike Schmidt, an innocent guy just trying to do his job at a failing pizza restaurant. And as the final nail in the coffin,
Is it
what Phone Guy says
funny that
in his Night 4 recording perfectly foreshadows what we see in the games.
Maybe sometime you could check inside those suits in the back room. I'm gonna try to hold out until someone checks. Maybe it won't be so bad. I always wonder what was in all those empty heads back there.
Think about what Purple Guy does. He hides in a back room. The safe room hides in a
or he could be referring to the back room in FNaF 1, the one with those empty heads. You mentioned empty heads. The fact you didn't notice that makes you an idiot.
suit, and despite getting sprung trapped, actually does hold out until someone checks.
Or
Holds out
desperate to cling on to that dare.
long enough for the phone dude to find a hidden safe room, recover the animatronic, and set him free in Fazbear Fright. Exactly what the Phone Guy said he'd do in his final moments. And as Springtrap, he comes back in FNAF 3. Comes back like he always does. And with no real animatronics present at Fazbear's Fright, remember Springtrap is the only real one they found, with all the rest scattered, probably located in dumps, which is why their bodies and faces are decaying. All that the spirits can do is appear as phantoms, hallucinations. Well, all except one.
Well, what about Phantom Bonnie? He doesn't exist.
Who we see in his physical form roaming the hallways of Fazbear Fright. So real, in fact, that we see his reflection, visible in the pools of water.
Oh, yeah. I think he mentioned this oddly enough in his FNAF Ultimate Timeline video. Also, I'm pretty sure the floor is shining MatPat.
Under his feet, meaning he is there and unburnt. There's only one way to truly end this. End the murderous Purple Guy, burning the place to the ground. The puppet gave robots life, gave spirits peace, and finally gave the murderer, the Phone Guy, his long-deserved death, or at least tried to. And that is the end of the Five Nights at Freddy's story. No hat, no movie, no fourth installment.
I mean, we're getting a movie now. What do you know? Cat! No! The best part of the video!
No! Oh my gosh, what happened? What's wrong?
Look!
Oh no.
But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. Hey, if you enjoyed these theories, show your appreciation by subscribing to the channel. Seriously, I spent more blood, sweat, and tears on these scripts than I have on the entire 4
We should make them better.
years of this show. You know, hopefully you liked it. Hopefully
I think you did, kind of.
satisfied with the conclusions I reached, and hopefully you decide to subscribe as a result. Wouldn't mind it. Now then, welcome back to the Super Amazing End Card Tournament, where today I just have a simple question. Are you excited about a Five Nights at Freddy's movie? Click over here to say yes. Click over here to say no. And oh my gosh, it's Purple Guy! Watch out, he's gonna kill you!
I'm actually interested into the upcoming movie, to be honest. I'm really excited to see what they're gonna do with Mike Schmidt, though. Kinda curious. Well, at least there's no fake advertising.
The new one is
I am not
here.
into your phone crap, okay?
I'm tired of waiting for— Sorry, Scott Cawthon. I'm tired of waiting for you. This time you'll have to keep up with me. Oh, never mind. Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory, where instead of waiting for FNAF 4 to be released this time, we're getting out ahead of the game. Or at least that was the plan. Scott, I swear, you are the biggest internet troll out there. Oh, it's being released October 31st. Okay, let me plan my entire schedule around that. Never mind, it's now in August. Okay, fine, let me rework everything. Lols, here's the full version now. You, Scott Cawthon, are the reason I have an emotional dependence on Diet Coke. But today I'll be sipping that sweet, sweet Diet Coke in sweet, sweet victory. Because guess what? I win! Scott, in your rush to get the game out, to get out ahead of my theories and completely flim-flam the internet and shock everyone by releasing the game 3 months early, you missed a huge detail. Maybe before releasing the game, you should have spent a bit more time researching, because this game, as you presented it, is impossible. Let me explain. Basically, it's all but confirmed at this point that in FNAF 4, you play as the victim of
I want to know the music that he used during this
the blight
part.
of 87, and that this game is either his nightmare or what he's seeing in a coma as he recovers from his injuries. Let me run you through the evidence real quick so that we're all on the same page. First, in the months leading up to the release of the game, there were clues hidden in the source code for some of the teasers on Scott's website, with the numbers 8787 repeated over and over again. Two numbers that anyone who hasn't been living under a rock will recognize as a key date in the franchise's lore, the bite of 87. This is further supported by the text on the teaser images. All of the pictures released on the site basically ask the same question: was it me? Which seems to refer to the actual attacker of the bite itself. But there was one more word we saw repeated throughout the teasers: nightmare. Hidden over top of multiple teaser images was that exact word. That, combined with the Freddy Krueger-ish design of the animatronics with teeth and claws everywhere, something far different from how we've seen these things designed in the past, seemed to indicate that this would be the way a child would imagine these creatures if he had had a traumatic experience with them, making it seem like what we would be playing would be a dream. Couple that with some evidence from the trailer. The first words are, "What is it you think you see?" making us question the reality of the images in the game. But there was also something that everyone seemed to overlook about this trailer: the appearance of the number 4. Scott doesn't do things randomly, as I'm sure we're all aware by now. And notice the movement of the 4. It starts off in a horizontal plane, like it was laying down on something, say a bed, but then wakes up to stand vertically before the trailer ends. Even that remnant red rectangle is meant to symbolize the bed. Everything seems to be letting us know that what we're seeing isn't really real, it's a dream, or better yet, a nightmare. Now fast forward to the game's release, or I suppose casually meander to the game's release since it wasn't too long afterwards, and we see that this theory still holds. Flowers, an IV, and pills will occasionally show up next to your bed. Classical medical supplies that show us that this is a child in recovery. Foxy, who's hiding in a closet, will
I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say for the end of this particular video, because it's something I kind of want to suggest. And something that could, I think, was a theory, or at least some fanfic, back then, and way before Sister Location. And maybe FNaF World, I don't know.
Transform back to a plush toy if you hold the door closed on him long enough, making it seem like this was all a dream or hallucination. And of course, the biggest piece of evidence of all, the cutscene that ends Night 5, which, if you don't want a spoiler, click here to skip. All you skip now? Good. Actually shows the bite of 87 take place in the mouth of the Golden Fredbear. This is further supported by the quote-unquote boss of the game being that same Golden Fredbear, where in the final nights, he's the one who ends up stalking you. All the other animatronics disappear. You're being haunted by the suit that bit you. So yeah, that's it. All the evidence points to the victim of 87 being our protagonist, the character we're playing as in FNAF 4. Good job, Scott. You finally put together a game with a coherent plotline. Except, you didn't. Scott Cawthon, if all of us are right in our theory, then you, sir, are wrong. Just when it looked like you were making a game that actually adhered to its own lore, you also made a game that is completely impossible from a scientific perspective. Loyal theorists, it's time we give Scott's latest bag of tricks a little lesson in real-life science. While frontal lobe injuries aren't as uncommon as people think, actually they happen all the time in car accidents, playing football, falling down, etc., having your whole frontal lobe bitten off has a much more profound impact on mental and physical functions. It would come with a whole slew of symptoms from motor skill impairment to nervous system issues, but the side effects we're most concerned with today would all be psychological. Removal of the frontal lobe significantly impacts the victim's ability to process certain types of stimuli, specifically fear stimuli. Let me give you some backstory. In the middle 1940s and 50s, psychiatrists often thought the best way to cure problems with the brain were to cut pieces out. Feeling depressed? Well, let's slice that out. Overly aggressive? That chunk probably wasn't important. As such, there are extremely well-documented studies of patients without frontal lobes, and what's fascinating about them was what happened to their fear response. Patients without a frontal lobe become uninhibited because they no longer have a fear response. Way back in my Fallout episode, we looked in depth at the most famous accidental lobotomy in history, Phineas Gage, who literally had an iron rod shot straight through his head, completely destroying his left frontal lobe. One of the most striking differences between pre-pole Phineas and post-pole Phineas was his sense of inhibition, and by that I mean post-pole Phineas had none. He had no sense of caution, no sense of fear or self-consciousness. He was described to be impulsive to the point of being rude and vulgar in public. No fear, no anxiety, no social pressure anywhere. Going back to the game, one thing Scott does a
Oh, I need to get my frontal lobe bitten off.
great job of throughout the FNAF franchise is putting you in the eyes of Mike or Jeremy or whoever. We feel invested in our protagonist because we are that character. But in this case, that's scientifically impossible, specifically because of the bite of 87. If the main character of this game truly is little Timmy lost a lobe, he wouldn't wander around a house.
Oh, so Lapin was the one who started calling the grandchild Timmy. Oh, I completely forgot he called him Timmy in this video, actually. Timmy Apton, that's his canonical name. You cannot convince me otherwise.
Clicking a flashlight on and off. Why would he? He doesn't care, because tragically, he no longer has the capacity to care. His brain structure no longer allows it. As if this weren't enough, a frontal lobe injury also tampers with concentration and attention span. The main character in the game is still supposed to be concentrated over a long period of multiple hours. But the thing is, patients without frontal lobes don't have this ability. In fact, they can only stay focused on what they see immediately happening in front of them. A child missing a frontal lobe who repeatedly turned a flashlight on and off in a hallway without seeing anything would lose interest. They wouldn't have the mental wiring necessary to concentrate on self-preservation. They would literally just go back to bed. The game is impossible the way it's being presented, because it would literally be over before it began. But the final and biggest nail in the coffin for this one is how frontal lobe injuries affect the imagination. The frontal lobe controls a ton of mental processing abilities, including dreams. You might think that an uncontrollable imagination would lead to exactly the kind of nightmares or hallucinations
It's a joke of the YouTuber here.
you see in this game, but in fact, it's
You
the
guys come up
exact
with your own
opposite.
jokes.
Rigorous studies have been done on the imaginations and dream states of lobotomized patients. While patients without a frontal lobe can have dreams, one thing they can't have is nightmares. Patients missing a frontal lobe carry their lack of fear and inhibition straight into their dreams. And why not? It makes sense. If the mind isn't registering fear consciously, there's no reason to process it subconsciously in a dream. Studies show that lobotomized patients can dream about idyllic scenarios, money, fame, praise, but they can't dream about the monsters under the bed, or in this case, the foxy in the closet, making the nightmare state of metaphor impossible for the
You know, I feel like there was an easy joke, but I'm not going to say it.
victim of the bite of 87. In fact, going back to the dark days of psychiatry, some patients who experience the kind of recurring nightmare we see in FNAF 4 actually had their frontal lobes intentionally removed to stop these dreams from happening. One famous case describes a patient who was experiencing a recurring dream of being chased by ferocious animals. After the patient received the lobotomy in 1953, yes, he still had the dream, but would instead describe it as being a nice dream with some nice animals. His visions in the dream were no longer threatening. The animals were happy, he was happy, and he was no longer able to perceive any of the fear he once had prior to the surgery. So scientifically speaking, there is no single way the main character of FNAF 4 can be the bite of 87 victim, like Scott seems to have indicated. Sure, the game could be about another kid, I guess. That would be lame. No. Oh, this game is meant to be about the victim of the bite of 87. The poor kid who wasn't just attacked at the restaurant, but continues to be tortured through nightmarish visions, dreams, coma-induced hallucinations, whatever. I have zero doubt that that's what Scott intended. But the fact of the matter is, he just didn't do enough homework. A kid with those sorts of injuries wouldn't care about those things in the first place. He would have no fear, and there would be no animatronics, real or imaginary, that would be able to keep him up at night. Biologically speaking, nothing he would be experiencing would be any scarier than the fan. The fan. Sorry, Scott. Better luck in the movie. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching.
Okay, so I'm going to say that Mike, or Proto Mike, or if you want to call him, could be, or Foxy Bro, or Foxy Mask, could be the one having the nightmares. And this nightmares could be about him feeling guilty. Think about it. If Crying Child, or Bite Victim, or Timmy Afton, or whatever the hell you want to call him at this point in time, got in a coma the second he got bitten, or in a state where he can't really see in a coma, by the time you get to the hospital, he wouldn't see stuff like the flowers, the pills, and the IV drip. In fact, if anything, the person who would see that would be, well, Michael. Also, I don't know if coma patients have to have, like, pills after they get out of their coma. If they have to, I mean, okay, fair point, but if they don't, then the appeal could be argued for Michael having, or Foxy Bro, or Foxy Mask having PTSD from, you know, causing his brother to die from a prank. He was just doing a prank. He wasn't trying to kill the kid. Like, and this could also be him having guilt about it. Like, the nightmare trying going towards Michael just to going to the Foxy Mask just to torture him. Because again, he's guilty about it. But and that's just me. And honestly, I didn't really consider it at the time of this theory because I just assumed Crying Child is who we play as in FNaF 4. And yeah, but over time, I've grown to learn that a character being playable in a minigame does not mean they're playable in the nights, in the gameplay nights. If that makes sense.
So that's the science of FNaF 4, but I'm working on picking apart the lore now. It'll take a few weeks, so make sure you subscribe to get notified of when that comes out. And help you wait, click here to check out my all-new theory on how the characters in Dragon Ball Z pull off the famous Kamehameha waves. The science behind it all is actually incredibly cool. I mean, who hasn't wanted the ability to shoot energy beams out of their hands, right? So anyway, click there to check it out. Or if you're in the mood for more FNaF goodness, binge watch some more creepy theories on the franchise by jump scaring this box right here. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna go get a lobotomy so I don't have a fear response to that fan anymore. Oh, the fan. It's purple now? Forget purple man, purple fan? Ugh, my arch nemesis lives on. Oh, and by the way, get comfortable. The Steam page for this says it's the end of the original story. There are gonna be plenty more on the way. We have yet to leave Freddy Fazbear's.
For a while.
Serve up plant-based recipes from our registered dietitians, like Christine's Cajun butternut squash and lentil stew, and Emily's vegan mac and cheese. Find both of these recipes and many more at stopandshop.com.
This is your garbage trash browser, and this is Opera GX. You see this difference? Opera is 100% customizable. You can even set how much RAM and CPU usage it uses so it doesn't slow down your computer at all. Look at how much more efficient Opera is than Chrome. Do you see this? Opera has a massive variety of...
Oh wait, I forgot.
There's gotta be a code to open this. Bug of 87. New text? I must be close. Incident of 83. 1 movie, 11 animatronics, 11 kids, 1 cool guy, 1 killer, text code from purple backwards. Is that Markiplier?
Yes, MatPat, it was me. It was me the whole time, and that's no theory.
If I can ask Markiplier to do this probably... Oh, then I'm glad this got some intro back.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to the Five Nights at Freddy's podcast. Oh, sorry, I mean Game Theory. Game Theory, the show that covers theories on other games in the 2-week intervals between new installments of FNaF. But if I'm ever going to see requests for games other than FNaF 4 in my Twitter feed, this video needs to be made because I have a confession, Internet. I made a mistake in my last FNaF video. Not my research, my conclusion that this kid scientifically could not be the Bite of 87 victim was actually 100% right, both scientifically and, as you've been eager to point out, lore-wise. No, I was wrong in calling this the Bite of 87. I'm man enough to admit my mistakes. Hey, it's what they're called theories after all, right? Anyway, in this case, Scott was sure to let me know my error in his first comment on any of my videos on the franchise to my knowledge, which was really exciting, but it did leave me wondering, should I feel honored or trolled? And let me just say, because you were asking, I didn't delete that comment. I only delete comments from Game Theorist bots. No, I don't want your free PSN codes, okay? So I guess Scott must have deleted it himself. Maybe there was a typo. Or maybe a clue to FNaF 5.
Wait, hold on, I want to read that message. Stop with the freaking ads! I need to get an ad blocker.
Let's make some trees nearby.
Before we get that far ahead, let's... PSN codes, okay? So I guess Scott must have deleted it himself. Maybe there was a typo. Or maybe a clue to FNaF 5.
Give up now, MatPat. FNaF 5 is coming this week after you post this video. Oh no. Nah. It released sometime, almost a year, like, I think a year after FNaF 4. Don't worry, MatPat.
Before we get that far ahead, let's close the book on FNaF 4. First, let's set the record straight on where it takes place. It does not take place in Fredbear Family Diner, but rather the first location of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
Oh.
From the old Phone Guy tapes found in
Kinda like
FNaF 3.
the
The spring-lock yellow suits are the only ones there. I hear you typing. You're right, they obviously are. But remember, Phone Guy's tapes in FNaF 3 welcome you to Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, not Fredbear Diner, before he tells you about their, quote, specially designed suits.
Yeah.
Tape.
Welcome to your new career as a performer/entertainer for Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
Wait, I just had a thought. What if the Springlock suits, what if the retcon about the Springlock suits, what if the road retcon all this time was just that the Springlock suits were introduced in Fredbear's and not in Freddy Fazbear's Pizza? Imagine that being the retcon. That would be kind of funny, to be honest.
Right now, we have 2 specially designed suits that double as both animatronic and suit.
Specially designed.
I mean, hell, people were thinking that these suits were originally from Fredbear's long before the Scott's post on the retcon. So yeah, maybe that is the case.
not in existence during the Fredbear era. Plus, in that same set of phone calls,
You're
Phone Guy
welcome,
tells us the suits
boy.
had become decommissioned after an incident where there were, quote, multiple simultaneous spring lock failures. What do we see at the end of FNAF 4? An incident where multiple spring locks fail simultaneously and a child dies. And let me be clear, because the terminology is pretty confusing. In the game, the word spring lock is used to describe both the suit as a whole and the
Yeah.
individual locking mechanisms within that suit. A spring lock suit is made up of multiple spring locks. To have multiple simultaneous spring lock failures, like Phone Guy says, would either mean multiple suits going down at the same time, which is a bit coincidental and hard to believe, or that multiple locks within the same suit collapse at the same time, causing a catastrophic failure. Say, for instance, because a child is squirming to escape and his tears are moistening the locks. Crunch. Besides, don't you think it'd be weird for Fredbear's Diner to use these suits, have them kill a child, sell the company, and then Freddy Fazbear's Pizza starts using them again? It just wouldn't make a lot of sense. Long story long, Fredbear and Springtrap are the featured attractions at this restaurant. This is a Freddy Fazbear branded joint, one dating back to, as we see on the TV set, 1983. But enough about the timeline. I don't want to dwell on it in this episode. To me, having a general placement of the timeline is enough, because the most interesting part of this game is the ending and its overall meaning. Like I said in the other FNAF 4 video, if this was just a random kid who got bit, that would be really lame. So how does this particular kid fit into the overall lore? Why is this incident of 1983 so important to show? Who is the FNAF 4 kid, and what does the ending line of "I will put you back together" mean? Well, let me tell you, the evidence points to him being the puppet. Let's look at the evidence. First, many people the streaming tears down the kid's face, which mimic the tears down the puppet's mask. Okay, sure, that was good evidence when we first saw them in FNAF 2, but at this point, those nice pixelated streams are on nearly every chubby-cheeked kid who's ever entered these restaurants. So alone, it's not much to go on. But we can take it one step further. While the tears themselves may not be interesting, look at this. It's a screen from the Mangle minigame back in FNAF 3. This weird, crying giant silhouette was just kinda out of place in the last game, and all us FNAF theorists just kinda glossed over it in our analyses, since, seriously, what is it? I mean, it kinda looks like the puppet, right? With its overall fabric feel and its thin striped legs. I mean, that's what I thought at the time, but again, there was really
I think the current consensus now is that the crying child, is the kid in Happiest Day to put on that Golden Freddy mask. It's been really accepted that he is the Happiest Day kid, the bite victim. And FNAF World is also about him.
really no reason to bring it up since it just didn't fit anywhere. But now we have a new game and new information that might make this make sense. Look at its body position. Notice anything specific about it? It resembles a position we see our FNAF 4 kid in a lot throughout the game, including his final scene, kneeling down, 2 streaming tear tracks, and his face turned 2/3 toward the camera. You see the connection here? But not only that, look at what our kid wears, a black and gray striped shirt. And remember, this is in a world where all the other kids are generally wearing single color outfits. It's an oddly specific detail. Now I ask you, what's the signature look for the puppet? None other than black and white stripes. But besides those,
I mean, it's great, but it's decent evidence. But I'm pretty certain. But the 2 games FNAF 2 kind of debunked this theory already.
Design details, consider that there's no sign of the puppet anywhere in this game, and yet practically every other animatronic is present in some form, meaning that this game likely exists at a time when the puppet has yet to be created. Remember when he just kind of showed up in FNAF 2, which I should remind you takes place 4 years later than this game? He just kind of came out of nowhere. Well, this could be the puppet's origin story. This idea of kid as puppet also works really well with the locked box at the end. What's in there besides Markiplier's stunning face and buttery voice? A puppet. As we see
Or a Golden Freddy mask.
FNAF 2, he has a habit of coming out of boxes, and he's the only one who can bend and fold up into a space that small. But there's even more evidence when you look at the timeline. Now, I challenge you to ask yourself one question. What exactly is the child afraid of in this game? Why does he hate this restaurant so much? The easy answer would seem to be the animatronics, but that'd be wrong. It's important to note that at the time of the cutscene minigames, he's not scared of Freddy, Bonnie, and Chica.
Well, I think there should be a difference I should point out. There's a difference between being scared of the characters and being scared of the animatronics. Let me explain. You can like something like Mickey Mouse or something like that. You will not mind Mickey Mouse at all, the cartoon character. And that's because, for the most part, he's just a cartoon. But I think some people would be scared of... Hold on. Let me go to Google. Okay. Well, let me shoot this. Let me do this with an idea I kind of been thinking about. Okay, so for the most part, you will not find Mickey Mouse scary. If you find Mickey Mouse scary, I think he deserves to be bullied. I don't condone bullying, so I'm just joking around. You will not be scared of Mickey Mouse himself. For the most part, he doesn't look scary. However, if it's something like a costume, like a mascot costume, let me look for it, actually. I mean, you could probably find these mascot costumes to be kind of creepy. Okay, you probably don't. Well, let me do it the other angle. Actually, let me use another example, Chuck E. Cheese. Which, I mean, yeah. You will not find the 2D art of Chuck E. Cheese creepy. In fact, if anything, you'll find it endearing. I mean, I like the 2D art of Chuck E. Cheese, or this general art of Chuck E. Cheese in general. No, you will not find that scary. What you probably find scary is the animatronics. So, because they can look a bit creepy. So, I think this is what I'm trying to say is that you could be scared of the animatronics, but you be scared of the general characters themselves. Because they will just look cartoonish for the most part and just generally accept that. Like, if I'm being honest, if I see, like, an animatronic of Sonic, I would actually find that creepy. But just the 2D art Sonic, I don't find as creepy. I mean, some mascot suits can be made to be adorable, like the Pikachu and Eevee costumes. Like, these two are adorable, oddly enough. But if it's something like an animatronic, that would be creepy. Does that make sense, guys? I hope I'm making sense with this logic, with this thinking from a logical perspective. Like, the kid could still be scared of the animatronics. He just simply liked the characters.
When we walk over the pile of plushies in the corner, we see that he considers these characters as his friends. Foxy is kinda in that camp too, but to a slightly lesser degree because his brother started scaring him with the Foxy mask, hence the head being pulled off. Even the
I mean, him hating Foxy could be because of the Foxy bro. People, and you might think that's stupid, and yeah. But at the time, people hated FNaF because of the fan base, or some people.
weird psychic friend Fredbear isn't a scary presence for him. So clearly he's not scared of the characters. Is he scared of the people working at the restaurant? The purple guy? Maybe, but that's not quite the full answer either. Again, watch how he behaves. When trying to escape the worker in the Fredbear outfit, he can't muster the courage to run past the show stage with the yellow suits. He collapses in fear. And when the bullies drag him over to the stage, he's freaking out. Clearly, what he is specifically afraid of in this restaurant is the yellow Springtrap suits, whether in animatronic mode or suit mode, which begs one question. Why? Well, the answer lies in psychic friend Fredbear.
Well, he's actually, I think he's more, again, he's more sort of scared of the costumes, and this kind of falls apart.
Dialogue running through the kid's head. Hurry the other way and find someone who will help. You know what happens if he catches you. That line would be easy to write off as this just being a scared kid who believes the ghost stories he's heard from the dead-eyed girl he talks to on the way home. She's creepy. If it wasn't for one thing, this other line. No, don't you remember what you saw? This kid actually saw something, a crime, something terrible in these restaurants. It would seem to imply that he saw another child get shoved into one of these suits. This would also explain the strange brown pixels sticking out of the yellow body backstage. A tuft of hair, perhaps? All of these details also fit with the character I've been lovingly calling psychic friend Fredbear. He's here, he's there, he's everywhere.
I don't know.
Who are you gonna call? Psychic friend Fredbear. I mean, seriously.
To start the iconic gag.
Wait, what is this thing? Sometimes he's a bear, sometimes he's referencing it, and sometimes he's a flower? Okay.
Howdy, I'm Flowey. No, wait. Howdy, I'm Fredbear. Fredbear the bear flower. In this world, it's killed or be killed. No, wait. In this world, it's to stuff or be stuffed.
At first, it seemed like the creepy little toy was nothing but an imaginary friend. That was until the final moments, after the bite, when we see the bear's signature yellow text. But this time, instead of parroting back the kid's feelings like he usually does, he shows that he is clearly in possession of a mind of his own, saying all kinds of creepy things like, "You're broken. We're still your friends. Don't you believe that? And I'm still here. I will put you back together." This isn't just a split personality of the kid or anything. This is a separate entity. This is a spirit. This is someone who knows the danger of getting caught by the people wearing those suits. This is the victim that our FNaF 4 kid saw getting stuffed. This is Golden Freddy, Purple Guy's first victim. I know you're rushing to the comments now to say that this changes a lot of things and goes against stuff we've been saying for a while. Don't worry, we'll address it. Just get excited. We've pinpointed the identities of our two most mysterious animatronics. This is an awesome revelation from an evidence standpoint, but to be honest, it's a little disappointing from a storytelling standpoint. Here's why. We humans all have a proven psychological need to complete things. This need is called, unimaginatively, the completion principle. We want to fill in the blanks in the stuff around us so that the world makes sense and we feel in control.
Makes
the biggest psychological reason why you want to beat a game, or even just...
Yeah, you know what, that's a mood, to be honest. That's generally a mood.
An individual level. You know how you just can't stop and save in the middle of a level? You have to play until it's done. This is the reason why. Weirdly enough, it's even the reason why it's so hard to leave just one slice of cake outside of sheer deliciousness, or leave out the last two pieces of a puzzle. I mean, even just looking at it on the screen. Earl, just put the piece in. Just finish the last two. Just animate the pieces, move over into open slots. I beg you. Just finish the last... Thank you. This isn't just you being OMG, I'm so OCD. It's actually because the brain is wired to respond to knowing when you're done with the task. The brain can now take the mental energy it was using to focus on that activity and use it on something else. But what happens if you don't finish that piece of cake? Or if you walk away from a game right before beating the level? Your brain can't put that activity away because it's still not finished. You literally continue to spend mental energy on it in the background, even when you're doing other things. As long as there are unknowns, your brain can't feel in total control and can't let things go. And whether he knew this when creating the first FNaF game or not, Scott Kaufman has done an amazing and infuriating job of creating a story that looks like it goes one way, but also looks like it might go somewhere else. This keeps us thinking about...
Oh, wait, hold on. You know, I might make an edit of this in the later on once I'm done with the stream.
FNaF lore, talking about FNaF lore, pestering our favorite YouTube theorists for more FNaF lore for weeks, months. Watching every video released on everything from top 10 details you missed in the FNaF 4 teaser to top 10 facts about the cupcake. The cupcake! 10 facts about the cupcake. Seriously. Once we're into the lore, our brains literally cannot let the pieces go until there's some kind of resolution, a completed story. But Scott has done such a good job of keeping the game in flux that the pieces never quite feel like they fit in a way that feels satisfying. We never get that moment of ROLAIDS. That spells relief. So we want the pieces of the puzzle to fit together cleanly, and the problem with FNaF is that while there's plenty of evidence for the story to go one way, there's also evidence for it going somewhere else. Try this one on for size. Well, there's a lot of evidence for the kid in FNaF 4 being the puppet, and I bet my bottom dollar that that's the solution that Scott intended. From a storytelling standpoint, more pieces actually fit together if the FNaF 4 kid becomes Golden Freddy and not the puppet. This would make our first victim.
Honestly, I think that's also like a general accepted theory.
The one our FNaF 4 kids sees get killed, the puppet, like we've been hypothesizing since FNaF 2. Suddenly, you have a group of 5 kids celebrating a birthday, one kid associated with each animatronic, with the one representing Golden Freddy being the odd man out. And this scenario perfectly mimics the FNaF 3 good ending with the happiest day minigame, where 5 souls from 5 kids, each representing a different animatronic, reunite to celebrate a birthday that never really happened. It actually creates a beautifully bookended story of redemption and forgiveness, a reunion of brothers. And yet,
imagine that was the case before Dream Theory was before the whole Dream Theory crap. Oh, I kind of wish this was.
Yeah, I know the complaints. Don't get me started about the size of the kids being different. They're the spirits of dead children in an 8-bit minigame, okay? Literalizing the sizes seems to be a bit of a stretch. And it goes even further than that. In the FNaF 2 Give Gifts minigame, the puppet gives life to the dead children, with Golden Freddy as the odd man out who doesn't get a mask and does a ghostly jump scare at the end. That would reflect the 4 bullies getting killed in the pizzeria by Purple Guy in response to this incident, while the one, Golden Freddy, dies somewhere else, like a hospital bed. I mean, we do see the IV and pills and flowers, and as a result, that's why the puppet, the first victim, is able to reach those 4 kids.
And again, the brother could have seen that action.
Souls and save them, while Golden Freddy has to behave like a ghost. It also gels with the idea that the Take Cake minigame represents the first victim at the first location, and why the puppet is always the jump scare, because he's the kid we just watched get killed. So a lot of storytelling pieces fit together, but at the end of the day, that leaves us with too many questions about why Golden Freddy is talking to our FNaF 4 kid. A spirit needs to be inhabiting that bear for the story to make sense.
Yeah.
And Scott certainly put in plenty of evidence that leads us to believe that the FNaF 4 kid is the puppet. The FNaF 4 kid needs to have seen a tragic, scary incident to make him fear the restaurant, which means he can't have been the first kid to have been killed. In short, the challenge here is that you have a choice. There's more evidence for our FNaF 4 kid becoming the puppet, but the resulting story is more satisfying for him to become Golden Freddy. And either side leaves you wanting more, because not all the evidence works in either scenario. And that is the true secret to FNaF. The completion principle demands that we get answers, that the scraps of evidence across the 4 games come together cleanly. But if and when they do,
I agree with
we'll
this,
just
to
be
be
able to move on and
honest.
forget about it, making it just another game that we played and is collecting dust on our shelf, or taking up memory space in our Steam account, I guess. In the meantime, good on Scott for making sure FNaF is always on our minds. He didn't do it by giving us endless levels or a whole bunch of stuff to complete. He did it just by making sure the pieces that are there are never quite enough. So GG, Scott. GG. And GG to all of you too, theorists. All of us. For trying to complete the story and solve the mysteries. I may complain about it, but honestly, I've been having a blast. It's like the Gravity Falls of video games. It's been my honor to work with all of you on this quest over the last year, and I look forward to trying to continue the quest in the year to come. In fact, since this has been a video many of you have been waiting for a long time, now that it's finally out this Thursday at 4 o'clock p.m. Pacific time, I'll be live streaming right here on the Game Theorist channel, answering all the remaining questions you have about the FNaF franchise, touching on things I didn't get to cover in this episode, like the presence of Mangle in FNaF 4, while also looking at some of the theories that you've been submitting to me over the last year. So if you have a question you want to answer or a theory you want addressed between now and Thursday at 4 o'clock p.m. PST, tweet me at MattPatGT with the hashtag GTLive. It just helps me sort things. I'll be reading your burning questions and answering them to the best of my ability. And who knows, we may even be able to get a special guest or two in here. So remember, that's right here on the Game Theorist channel, Thursday at 4 o'clock p.m. Pacific time. And to get you ready, welcome back to the Super Amazing Tournament, where I want to know, do you think the FNaF 4 kid is the puppet or Golden Freddy? Simple as that. You've heard the arguments for both sides. Click on one to choose. I'll let you know which side won on Thursday's live stream.
Okay, so this is something I want to point out. And it's something that kind of bothered me ever since this theory came out, to be honest. Ever since I first seen this theory. And that would be... Okay, so the MCI mentioned 5 kids getting murdered. Or at least went missing, but they're presumably dead. Whew. So logically, that would mean that, and with the 5 animatronics being Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy, and Golden Freddy, as we've seen, like, Give Life minigame, that would mean Golden Freddy's already possessed, so it can't be the crying child. But at the same time, the puppet also would be possessed at this point, so I don't think crying child would be that. MatPat made a later, there is a theory going around that's kind of been accepted and kind of not, that's kind of been debated. And that would be Golden Duel, which suggests that both Golden Freddy is possessed by 2 spirits, being Cassidy and the bite victim. And honestly, I kind of believe this theory. I think it could possess like the Fredbear plush or something. Assuming that he died with the Fredbear plush, maybe it moved around somehow. Like, it is a possibility. Or maybe someone brought it in and somehow gone to like the Fredbear thing, but I don't know. Either way, I don't agree with these two theory. Well, at fair least, I semi agree with this, but but that is under Golden Duel. I generally don't believe either. Okay. Yeah.
And it'll all be our way of letting Scott know how we want this story to take shape. But remember, that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. He's here, he's there, he's everywhere. Who you gonna call? Psychic friend Fredbear. I like switch keys at the end. It's weird. Psychic friend Fred. Psychic friend.
Okay, skip this. Oh my god, I don't care.
The new
Oh,
four-course
another
calzone
pizza
from Little
ad.
Caesars is a 4-meat pizza with a different meat in each calzone crust. It's
Today, we end the horror. Today, we solve FNaF.
Oh, yay. Dream Gary.
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, where, after months of intensive therapy, I'm back to finally put the original FNaF tetralogy to rest. It's done. No more Halloween updates, no more FNaF 5 rumors, and no more fan. Suck on that, you multi-bladed propeller of air. So shortly after my last Freddy Theory, I arranged a live stream with some fellow FNAFers to close the book on the series, and what happened was something that none of us expected.
We have it, and we're back.
No, not the stream issues. Scott started talking to us. Well, kinda. He kept updating his site, scottgames.com, with cryptic messages as to the true meaning of the game. What is seen in shadows is easily misunderstood in the mind of a child. In the FNAF 4 minigame,
And yeah, this is the problem I had with Life Victim Run Away, but I'll get to that later.
why would tiny toy Chica be missing her beak? And finally, 4 games, 1 story. It was incredible! After a year of taking shots in the dark, finally we were, in a way, hearing back from the man who knew all the answers. Scott Cawthon, the creator, was reaching out from the shadows to give us, for pretty much the first time ever, concrete leads as to where to look. But what did these cryptic clues mean? In the moment, the best I could do was this.
Is it possible that FNAF 2 didn't actually happen?
But in the days that followed, those 3 clues led theorists on Reddit, Steam, and YouTube to completely throw out everything that they knew about the franchise. What if we were looking at the franchise all wrong? Instead of counting animatronic toes, calculating minimum wage rates, and tracking Purple Guy's work history, maybe we needed to take a step back. What if everything in FNAF was just a dream? That's right, a FNAF dream.
Oh, Dream Gary. Let's write this out.
Theory that everything we play through these games was created in the mind of the FNAF 4's crying child. It sounds like a cop-out, right? It's like a lazy storytelling cliche. Maybe.
You know what? That's how I feel with any coma Dream Garies. You're lazy. I said it.
Stay with me. Even if you think you've heard parts of the story before, you'll want to
even in Cyrus Quack's video about the topic Dream Theory, I still agree Dream Theory sucked so bad.
Stick around. I've unearthed the clues that finally put our year
It might be direct con, but who knows?
and a half of FNAF speculating to rest. Of the 3 clues Scott gave us that day, the most damning one was the last one. Why would tiny toy Chica be missing her beak? What? In the FNAF 4 minigame, you can talk to a small girl on the playground with toy versions of Bonnie, Freddy, and Chica, but her beak is missing? During the stream, we were all like, Scott, please. But when we looked, sure enough, there it was. A few orange pixels laying on the ground.
Yeah.
What? Seriously? This was the crucial detail all of us had missed. And yet, for as absurd as it may sound, those 5 pixels changed everything, upending a year worth of theorizing, because that missing beak directly parallels FNAF 2's new version of Chica, who loses her beak when she goes on the attack. It was something we all had written off as a graphical glitch or a design choice, not as a clue to the meaning of the entire series, and yet here it was from the creator's mouth. And that is when it started to click. FNAF 2's shiny new animatronics. What are they called? Toy animatronics. And that's not just a cute name the community came up with, like Freddles. It's right there in the custom night menu. It's canon. That's a strange name for a bunch of robots, right? Unless it's meant to be taken literally, and then they're all just a bunch of oh my god. What if they are toys, and this is all just a dream scenario inspired by these little guys? Well, let's keep going with this toy clue. I mean, obviously, the toy animatronics are shiny, plastic-looking fake, just like a small plastic action figure would be. But it explains a bigger question about FNAF 2, the look and design of Mangle. I mean, seriously, the story we're told to believe in this game is pretty absurd. That kids just rip it apart and put it back together again, and so the employees just leave it as a mangled collection of parts for small children to play with. What parent would ever be comfortable letting little Timmy touch that thing? Oh, and here's a cute thing for you to play with. Oh my gosh, who could have seen that coming? But if we assume FNAF 2 is in the mind of a child who has seen all these toys, Mangle makes a whole lot more sense. He's just a dismantled toy. Think about Sid from Toy Story, who fuses various toys together to create hideous abominations. This explains Mangle's 2 heads. I don't care how much you redesign Foxy, no one planned him to have 2 heads. In fact, note that Mangle appears in a girl's room. An insignificant detail? I don't think so. The Chica Beak shows that this girl's toys fall apart, just like Mangle, the tear-apart, put back together toy. And toys explain FNAF 1 too. The crying child of FNAF 4 has 4 plushies in his room. The crew from FNAF 1, plushies, as in soft, stuffed animals. What are the original 4 animatronics made out of? Soft materials, fur and fabric, not plastic like the toys.
Yeah.
So much so that the one thing that we hear about them throughout the series is that these old animatronics collect odors and never get washed, just like an overused and overloved stuffed animal. But the parallels don't stop there. Why is Foxy out of order in FNAF 1? Well, the plushie he's based on is missing its head. How about Foxy's jump scare popping in abruptly from behind a wall? It's awfully similar to the way the brother scares the crying child throughout FNAF 4, in his Foxy mask, no less. And how's Golden Freddy fit into this? Well, in the hidden FNAF 4 Easter egg, we see on the TV that the show Fredbear and Friends features the Golden Fredbear alongside the core 4 of Foxy, Freddy, Bonnie, and Chica. That's your cast from the first game. The dream of FNAF 1 was inspired by this show and the plushies, hence it not containing any of the other animatronics. Even the fact that the child doesn't have a Golden Freddy plush, and that instead he has his imaginary friend, the psychic friend Fredbear, who appears and disappears at will, directly references Golden Freddy's ghostly behavior in FNAF 1 and 2. In fact, every game, design detail, and animatronic can be explained under this theory. The recurring elements of the phone and the fan, right there from some of his favorite toys. The fact that no one in their right mind would work in a place like this? Dream. Firing an employee for something like odor? It's a child's imagination of what employment is like. How about the weird metaphysical hoops that you have to jump through to access FNAF 3's minigames? Well, dreams have weird rules where dialing codes into cinder blocks makes perfect sense. FNAF 3's Springtrap is directly inspired by the girl in her golden body finger puppet that pinches and traps her finger. The idea that animatronics stuff you into suits comes from this girl spreading the urban legend that if you die, they hide your body and never tell. The naked endoskeletons come from his time trapped in the supply room. Balloon Boy is the dream version of this kid, excited to go to the birthday party. They even have a single balloon each. Even the oddballs of Shadow Freddy and Shadow Bonnie fit under this theory. They're the product of the crying child being freaked out by the shadows that Golden Freddy and Bonnie cast onto the wall. And while we're on the subject of shadows, Dream Theory even rolls up the purple guy. Let's pull in Scott's second clue. What is seen in shadows is easily misunderstood in the mind of a child. Yes, he could be referencing the shadow animatronics, which are literal shadows. What he's more likely referencing is Purple Guy helping a fellow employee put on the yellow suit. They're in a dark, shadowy room, and what the kid sees, or what he thinks he sees, is someone getting violently stuffed into a suit when it's just a mascot putting on.
That part is something I kind of agree with. This is like the misunderstanding why he's scared of the animatronics. Probably.
On its head. Think about how traumatic it'd be if you were a kid and you were at Disneyland and then saw Mickey Mouse suddenly take off its head. It would blow your mind. But we all know that there's no murder happening. It's just employees going about the daily grind. In fact, that's why Purple Guy is purple. In the Atari-style games, shadows are represented not with black, but with purple, as indicated by the shadows cast by the animatronics on stage. That's why Shadow Freddy, Shadow Bonnie, and even the innocent employee in the dark back room, the shadowy purple guy, are such an unusual color. Still skeptical? So was I. Sure, it answers a lot and smooths out the timeline. There was still one piece of the puzzle that was missing. One thing that was nagging me. It still felt like a convenient explanation, but not an intentional one. Not something that Scott had planned for the series. All I needed was just that one detail that made everything fit together. But then, while writing the script, it finally dawned on me. The nail in the coffin. The one piece of evidence that no one can deny, and that's
the nail of the coffin. Stop me, please.
No one has talked about in the months of theorizing. The detail that convinced me this theory has to be true. Are you ready to have your mind blown? Listen to the sound that you hear at the end of every night of the first 3 games. A grandfather clock, chiming the same song every time. Why would the end of my shift in an office be signaled by a grandfather clock chime? It wouldn't, unless I was asleep, dreaming in my house with a grandfather clock right outside my room, just like the layout of the crying child's house we see in the FNaF 4 minigames. 6 o'clock a.m., time to get up. But now let's look at FNaF 4. How does each night end there? A beeping alarm clock. Why? Because we're no longer in the crying child's house. We're in a hospital, trying to recover from being bitten. Hence the pills, IV, and flower Easter eggs. No hospital has a grandfather clock, but they're all equipped with a generic digital alarm clock. This, to me, was the missing link, the piece of evidence that took this theory from convenient explanation for a lot of the game's weirdness to definitive proof that this is what Scott intended. My heart is racing right now. I'm so excited about sharing this with you. It feels like finding the Rosetta Stone, the one detail that unlocks everything else in this huge mystery we've been trying to solve. But at the same time, it's bittersweet, right? Remember what I said at the beginning of the episode? It sounds like a cop-out, right? It's like a lazy storytelling cliche. How many of you
It's more of a lazy theorizing cliche.
agreed with that? If you're honest with yourself, I bet a lot of you. You'll notice across my videos I don't cover dream and coma theories very often for exactly that reason. They're too easy, too flexible. Because it's all dream, weird stuff can be written off, logical errors overlooked simply because it's not actually real. In the theory world, they're OP. They're hard to argue against and can be molded to fit any random collection of details. And for a game like FNaF, where us theorists have spent thousands of hours combing through all the details, making and remaking timelines, bending over backwards to make every last piece of information fit together across the 4 games, it was just a dream reveal invalidates all of that work. It says that none of it really mattered since none of it really happened. And Scott knows this. Let's look at a quote from Scott in his update on Steam regarding the Halloween DLC for FNaF 4. Quote, "The story remains completely hidden. I guess most people assume that I filled the game with random Easter eggs this time. I didn't. What's in the box? It's the pieces put together. But the bigger question is, would the community accept it that way? The fact that the pieces have remained elusive this time strikes me as incredible and special. A fitting conclusion in some ways, and because of that, I've decided that maybe some things are best left forgotten forever." End quote. To me, the key phrase here is, would the community accept it that way? He knows that it's all a dream explanation would fail to live up to our astronomical expectations. It's underwhelming. What about the puppet? What about the oddly specific detail of the paychecks? How about Scott confirming on Steam that my FNaF 2 theory was almost 100% correct? It's this will the community accept it quote that makes me think Scott intended the dream theory to be official, but also understands that ever revealing it would be a huge mistake. Hence him keeping it locked in the box. I mean, you can already see it in the comment threads discussing earlier versions of the dream theory. People enraged by the sheer mention of this thing. Heck, you'll probably see it in this comment section. But it doesn't have to be that way. Sure, the nights themselves may be a series of dreams, but the lore contained within those dreams doesn't have to be meaningless. In fact, it's not. Think about it. The urban legends the kids are sharing had to start somewhere. That crying child clearly saw something that made him scared of these restaurants. And then how do the Atari games fit in? Are they just dreams within dreams? They're not. In researching this episode, I not only found the clues that solidify the dream theory, but also the missing links that we've all been overlooking in putting the FNaF timeline together. Scott's final clue about 4 games, 1 story may be a reference to a crying child's nightmares and eventual death in the hospital, but it can also be referencing the story of the game's primary struggle, the puppet and the purple guy. And next week, we're covering that on an all-new game theory Saturday the 19th at 3 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time, 12 o'clock p.m. Pacific Time. That's noon for all of you currently trying to figure out whether that's midnight or noon. I know, I get confused all the time too. Why am I telling you the time it'll be published and uploaded? Well, we're covering that story, followed up immediately by a live stream discussion where I and hopefully a few other theorists will be able to answer your questions as we close out the year with the definitive answers to this incredibly mysterious series. And I want you guys to be there so you can ask your questions and talk about all this together with us live. So remember, that's Saturday the 19th at 3 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time, noon Pacific Time for that episode, followed immediately by live discussion with you guys. I cannot wait to share all of this with you guys. And in the meantime, remember, that's
the
just
most
a
useless
theory.
feature in YouTube, the dislike button. Y'all want to hear a joke? Yeah. You want to hear a joke, guys? The dislike button is a useful feature for the comment.
Nope, you're not dreaming. It is possible to put together the pieces of FNaF. It's just a nightmare trying to do it.
Yeah. FNaF 4. The gameplay is actually Matt Pat trying to solve the lore.
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, where it's another day, another FNaF timeline. Don't worry, though, I promise this will be my final stab at putting it all together, at least until FNaF World. Maybe that means I can finally do Undertale. You guys want that one, right? Seems like a popular choice. Let me know in the comments. Now, let me start.
Yeah, and then he never talked about Undertale often. For reasons. For both the Pope, Sans' Nest, the other one, the caster stuff, and he never touched Undertale again. And he did Deltarune, but yeah.
Start this episode by making it very clear. I think the dream theory is indeed what Scott intended, where the minigames featuring the crying child from FNaF 4 are real, i.e. there's really a birthday party and he really gets bitten, and the events of each night at Freddy's across 4 games where a security guard is attacked by robots.
Why is there a bit of a yellow tint?
Taking place in his mind. Like I said last episode, the clock sounds coupled with Scott's own statements
This is another ad.
During the live stream and on Steam, sold me 100% on that theory. That said, I, like a lot of you, aren't 100% satisfied with that explanation. Sure, the core gameplay sequences with you as the security guard might all be in the mind of a child, but the underlying story here about a serial killer stalking the halls of the restaurant are just too detailed and too well fleshed out to just be a wash. Here, to me, are the big issues that the dream theory doesn't address. One, the crying child is afraid of those yellow suits for a reason. Remember what you saw. You know what will happen if he catches you. These are lines that his imaginary friend Fredbear repeats over and over. It feels a lot more sinister and real than just, oh, this kid saw something scary and misunderstood it in the shadows. Two, the puppet doesn't have a good explanation under dream theory. Clearly, the puppet is one of the most important forces in this game, but he doesn't fit into the dream model cleanly. A lot of other theorists have said it's symbolic of the boy's actions in his own dreams, but later this episode I'll prove that that's not true. If anything,
I mean, Science Quest also made a theory that the puppet could, more so go over in his Ultimate Dream Theory video that the puppet could be the kid's sister.
The boy would be the security guard in these dreams, helpless and scared, not the puppet. I'm not buying it. 3, Scott confirmed the bulk of my FNaF 2 theory. This would be a strange move for him to go out of his way to say that a chain of events was correct if it was truly meaningless. And finally, number 4, the Atari minigames. Under dream theory, what, they're just dreams within dreams? What is this, Five Nights at Inception?
YouTube Premium is ad
Hey YouTube, you want to hear a joke? Your existence of premium.
And exclusive.
And I don't care how many times you shove this in my face, I'm not getting it.
All things
And then there are plenty of little issues too, like a young child's dreams being so detailed as to include concepts that even most adults don't know, like sister locations and accurate minimum wage rates. So I combed over everything over the past year of theorizing to come up with the most well-supported, interesting, but also logical timeline of events telling the story of the rise and fall of Freddy Fazbear's. Admittedly, there are still gaps and logical leaps, which I'll be sure to call out. But right or wrong, this is the flow of events I believe creates the most satisfying narrative to the series. So this one is dedicated to all you guys on Reddit, YouTube, Twitter, and in the comments who have been sending me theories for months. Think of this as my end-of-the-year present for you. Right or wrong, this box is getting open. The story begins at Fredbear Family Diner, the first location as revealed to us by Phone Guy in FNaF 2, and confirmed indirectly by Scott when he approved my FNaF 2 theory. I don't honestly think that there's much to debate here anymore. A child is murdered outside the establishment by a mysterious figure, the purple guy, who escapes unnoticed. The victim's restless soul goes on to inhabit a puppet, which would then haunt the halls of the pizzeria. Boom, done. No need to dwell on that. In the wake of the tragedy, the owners sell the name of Fredbear and the character's likeness to a larger company that will soon be known as Fazbear Entertainment. From there, the timeline picks up in 1983, as seen on the Crying Child's television set. Since buying the franchise, Fazbear Entertainment has distanced themselves from the last restaurant by redesigning Fredbear into a golden singer with a yellow rabbit partner. They've also rolled out a popular TV series, Fredbear and Friends, as well as a line of merchandise that includes both plastic toys and plushies of all the characters. But perhaps the biggest addition has been a sister location of restaurants where Fredbear's
back then before sister location and Matt Pat's timeline theory, this was the ultimate timeline theory for us.
friends are headlining Freddy, Foxy, Chica, and Bonnie, known as Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. And that is our first major revelation, that FNaF 4's Fredbear themed restaurant and FNaF 1's Freddy Fazbear's Pizza location are open at...
Ironically, he's using Freddy for Fredbear.
At the same time. We know this thanks to the Phone Guy tapes uncovered in FNaF 3. For those of you who haven't listened to those enough times to have them memorized, I am so jealous of your life. But secondly, let me refresh your memories. The tapes welcome you to Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, and then mention a tragic incident at a sister location which results in the yellow spring-lock suits being decommissioned. So let me translate that for you. For all of us unfamiliar with corporate buzzwords, a sister location is defined as another company owned by the same parent company. For example, KFC, Pizza Hut, and Taco Bell are all sister companies.
Fun fact, it was this video that I learned that these three are owned by the same company.
With the parent company that holds them all together being Yum Brands. Yum is right. I could totally go for some Pizza Hut right now. Pizza Hut Lunch Buffet, you are the best. Hashtag not sponsored. In this case, FNaF 4's Fredbear's is the sister location of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, with the parent company being Fazbear Entertainment. Corporate structure for the win. What all this means is that the unfortunate incident that Phone Guy mentions in the FNaF 3 tapes is the crying child getting chomped, which in turn is the inciting event that causes the two recently delivered yellow suits to the FNaF 1 location, the Golden Freddy and Golden Bonnie suit Phone Guy talks about, to be stored away in the location's safe room. At this point, the timeline's still open and hidden in the back of the restaurant. Enter Purple Guy. Shortly after the yellow suits get decommissioned, more FNaF 3 tapes reveal Phone Guy warning employees to not bring customers back to the safe room and to stop moving the yellow Bonnie suits. In the following days, the safe room gets sealed with a request to, quote, not tell family, friends, or insurance representatives. Now, Phone Guy may be unaware of what's happening here, but we're not. This is June 26, 1983, the date of the missing children incident we learn about through the news.
And then changed to 1985. I'm gonna cry. The fact. Anyway, I'm not gonna watch the whole 2 hours of this thing. I'm just here for the fact this is the most replayed one is concerning. I'm just doing this up until the ending.
Newspaper clippings on the walls of FNaF 1, where in the middle of the day, an employee dresses in a costume, lures 5 children to the back, kills them, and then stuffs their bodies into the suits. Although he's caught and taken in custody, the fact that all of this takes place in the restaurant's safe room, which remember are invisible to animatronics and security cameras, means that the actual murders aren't on camera. As such, the bodies of the children remain missing, hidden in the suits, and the killer can't be charged due to a lack of evidence. This is all represented in the game by the Foxy Go 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 minigame, where the layout of the game parallels the layout of the FNaF 1 location. Hybrid Cove, to the right, a dining area. And as we see in the Give Gifts, Give Life minigame from FNaF 2, the puppet saves the kids by giving them life inside the animatronic suits. So now at this point in the timeline, we have Freddy, Foxy, Chica, Bonnie, Golden Freddy, and the puppet alive and well. Well, not alive, dead, and then reborn. You get the idea. Also, the company closes up the safe rooms to avoid all liability for the murders, and eventually the pizzeria is closed and the old animatronics retired in the health conditions of the restaurant. As we see once again in the newspaper clippings from FNaF 1, the smell of rotting bodies inside the machines starts stinking up the place. So now let's pause there for a second. Up to now, everything's been pretty well substantiated with evidence, but before we get too much further, let's take a minute back with the crying child. Remember, one of my biggest concerns about Dream Theory is that the crying child is scared of the yellow suits, but there's no real good explanation as to why. So what if the reason the crying child is scared of the yellow suits is because he saw the missing children's incident? What if he saw the employee dressed up as a yellow animatronic luring the children away? Yes, this would mean that the missing children's incident would happen before the yellow suits are retired and before the kid gets bitten, but it's a theory that works for a lot of different reasons. First, he's always at the pizzerias, especially towards the end of the day, so he'd definitely be in a position to see something like this. Second, it explains his irrational fear of the yellow suits because he's saw people get taken to the back and never return. Third, the lines of remember what you saw and you know what will happen if he catches you that psychic friend Fredbear keeps repeating makes a whole lot more sense now. And finally, and perhaps most importantly, look at this line. These are my friends. If this were indeed true, this line takes on a whole new meaning. I always thought that line was weird. Like, what, they're your imaginary friends? I suppose, but then why would his collection of plushies just be with him when he dies? Why is that such an important detail that Scott chose to include? It wouldn't be, really. But what if they were literally his friends? That he
I don't really disagree with the idea that the crying child is friends with the MCI victims, being Gabriel, Jeremy, Susie, Fritz, and Cassidy, but I don't know. I think the MCI happened long after, well, crying child's death.
Knew the kids who went missing and got stuffed, and the plushies being there in the final scene represented not his plushies, but the spirit of his friends, the ones possessing the suits, being there with him as he dies. Now that gives you a reason to be scared of this restaurant. So we can take it one step.
And again, my also problem is the fact that, again, the MCI had 5 victims, and so it's kind of random.
Further, there's one more issue with the crying child we've yet to cover. What happens to him when he dies at the end of FNaF 4? My original theory put him in the puppet because of design details, but in retrospect, that was wrong. Reddit user 3IEYIJ.
I actually agree. I agree with the idea that the puppet and crying child being the same character is wrong.
3IEJ. Reddit user 3IEJ did an analysis of the color of the text during the ending sequence. All of the final lines aren't in the yellow used for psychic friend Fredbear, but rather a mysterious new off-white color for the final lines of "You're broken, I will put you back together." It's a subtle detail, but it's very clear that this is an intention.
I mean, if we want to put the MCI after the events of FNaF 1, I mean, not FNaF 1, after the events of the minigames of FNaF 4, you could just say that some kid, maybe Cassidy, died in the Fredbear plush, and Fredbear is actually Cassidy speaking to the crying child. I think that's one way to do it.
Intentional difference that Scott included in the games. So who's speaking? Well, who else but the one figure we know gives life to children dying in events around the Fazbear Entertainment franchise? It's the puppet, promising to right the wrongs of the pizzeria by bringing peace to the crying child's spirits. How does he plan to do this? Well, look at what he says. We are still your friends. It's not I am still your friend. The puppet using the plural.
I mean, it still bothered me. It bothered me when this theory came out, but I kind of just accept it because, again, it's just, I don't know, it was like the only answer. One of the few answers we had at the time.
Here means that there would be multiple spirits present in this final scene that consider themselves friends to the crying child, but we also see this. I am still here. The others are gone now, stuffed, leaving only the one with the ability to transcend the animatronic suits, the puppet. This makes a lot of sense if we again assume the crying child knew the kids who got stuffed during the missing children's incidents. And look at the last line the puppet says. I will put you back together. We've all been assuming his you is referring to the crying child, but consider for a minute that the puppet is instead playing the pronoun game, and steal a phrase from CinemaSins, and is instead referring to the plural you. You 5 are broken, and I will put you 5 back together. He's planning on reuniting the spirits of these 5 friends. What makes me so sure? Well, we see it happen. It's the conclusion to the whole story. In FNaF 3's The Happiest Day minigame, we see the crying child's birthday one more time. 5 kids in masks representing the same 5 animatronics, with the birthday boy representing Golden Fredbear. You can even compare the locations. Both are long corridors with 3 tables, and the 4th one slightly off to the side. The balloons are also the same colors: red, green, purple, yellow, and blue. Even the exit is where the Fredbear stage is, an exit that, if used, results in the bad ending because the souls don't get peace. It's where the child was chomped. And who's the one we see in this minigame putting everyone back together again? The puppet. Just like he promised the boy he would do on his deathbed. And here's the best part. How do you get to this minigame? Well, by playing through a bunch of others, including the Stage 01 game, which you access by typing the numbers 395248 into the wall.
I'm just noticing that the black could be green.
Why are those numbers important? It's the hexadecimal code for the color of purple guy, only it's backwards. It's Scott's way of showing that the puppet is actively trying to reverse the work of the purple guy and the atrocities committed inside the walls of Fazbear Entertainment pizza places. From here, the rest of the story is surprisingly straightforward. The pizza chain reopens during the summer of 1987 in FNaF 2's bigger location. Fazbear Entertainment rolls out the toy animatronics based on the character models of their merchandise, allows them to free roam, and even equips them with facial recognition software as added protection against child murderers. I mean, there's definitely a pattern being established here, so good on them for taking preventative measures. However, as we all know, it's not enough. As we hear about from the phone guy and see in the Save Them minigame, the purple guy, now the daytime security guard, kills 5 more kids within the walls of this restaurant. When the puppet enlists the help of the possessed Freddy animatronic to save the kids, the purple guy responds, "You can't," because it's true. They're already dead. That said, a case can be made that the puppet successfully gets these 5 souls into animatronics too. Notice that before this, 6 characters were possessed, but now there are 5 new animatronics in this location: Toy Bonnie, Toy Freddy, Toy Chica, Mangle, and Balloon Boy. 5
This is something that okay, so I kind of agree with this concept, to be honest. We've never seen the puppet do it, but I really like the idea that the toys are also possessed. That way, we can give these victims a role, and maybe their spirits are free by the fire of FNaF 3.
Spirits for 5 robots? Quite coincidence, don't you think? Additionally, we hear from Phone Guy that around this time, the toy animatronics inexplicably become more aggressive towards adults, but stay friendly towards kids. The only explanation here is that the 5 new child spirits are given life in the new toy suits by the puppets, but these spirits are angry. The pizzeria is going to close, but not before one final birthday party, where angry and eager for revenge against their killer, these newly created possessed toy animatronics lash out at their murderer, the Purple Guy, who they know as the daytime security guard. Except, bad news, Purple Guy is long gone. He did his business and got out. In his place is Jeremy, night security guard moved to the day shift, wrongfully attacked by a vengeful toy animatronic the day of the birthday, losing his frontal lobe and
I still agree Jeremy Fitzgerald is Bite of 87 victim.
Bite of 87 moniker in the process. This causes the location to be shut down and the toys to be scrapped. Animatronics from here on out are no longer allowed to walk around, and with Jeremy out of commission, Phone Guy volunteers to take over the position of Night Guard. Which brings us to our conclusion. The story comes to a final head in 1993. We know it's that year because of the minimum wage rate at the time, as well as the 11/12 date on the check. It doesn't matter if you're working night or day shift, all workers get paid on Fridays, and November 12th, 1993 landed on a Friday. Just fits. So Fazbear Entertainment tries to reopen the FNaF 1 location with the original animatronics and Phone Guy as security night guard. With the restaurant reopened one final time, we see this scene, where the party is waking up the spirits inside the animatronics one final time. It's time to get their revenge on Purple Guy at last. Phone Guy gets killed, and as we see in the final news article on the wall, no one comes to the restaurant because of its dark, tragic history, with the franchise closing at the end of the year. Sometime after, Purple Guy returns to the building, dismantles the suits, but in doing so, unwittingly unleashes the spirits of the dead children, who attack and kill him, and if they're reunited by the puppet at Happiest Day, finally receive their peace. Well, that is until Fazbear Fright opens and unearths spring travel. With all the other animatronics at peace, the puppet must get his hands dirty one final time, returning to burn down the building and finish Purple Guy off for good. Or not, like any good horror story ends. So what about the Phantom animatronics, Shadow Freddy, and all that? Stay tuned, we're gonna talk about those during the live stream immediately after this episode. The video's getting really long at this point, so I want to kind of close out here. But as we close out here, I have to ask you this. Was that answer satisfying? You see that?
I mean, it's more satisfying than the dream theory, but I find any theory more satisfying than... Okay, I find 99.9% of theories more satisfying than the dream, coma, imagination, dead theories.
That's the beauty of the dream theory and the frustration of anything else. There's so much lore, so many puzzle pieces to fit together that in order to account for everything, the story can't get much simpler than that. Dream theory in this instance is so satisfying here because it explains all the messiness of the lore in broad, easy to understand strokes without you needing a PhD in FNAFology to understand what's going on. Sure, it is possible to fit the details together cleanly, but it's not an easy to follow story. It's almost like you need a full-length book to truly put all the pieces together. Okay, I get it. Scrap everything I just said. Scott's got a book, another FNAF video made mood by a Scott Cawthon announcement. Or not. This is...
Yeah, okay. We're going to the next video, because this is just the live stream crap, and I don't generally care about it. Now to the prediction theory.
There's nothing more powerful.
Okay, I'm just gonna mute this. I don't know if I could get copyrighted during the stream.
It's been half a year, so let's do... It's been half a year, so let's do this. Let's solve the secrets of FNAF's sister location months before the game comes out.
But that way, I can do what I was planning to do with FNAF 4.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game
Theory, where today the goal is to solve the biggest gaming mystery of 2016 before it even exists. For once, I'm gonna get the jump on you, Scott Cawthon. Here's how I'm gonna do it. We all know that Scott loves dropping little teaser hints on his sites, but this time, he's tipped his hand a bit too far. Enough for me to get a solid theory going on a lot of key elements we'll see hidden throughout his newest installment, Sister Location. And while some clues come from the teaser images and trailers themselves, the biggest revelations this time have come from the source code on Scott's website. So get ready for a comprehensive preview of what Scotty has in store, because by the end, we'll have looked at every, and I mean every element of this franchise, from the original series of games, to the novel, to FNAF World, to the ever-evolving source code on scottgames.com.
And eventually, maybe the movie.
Our attempt to expose the facts behind the next trip to Freddy's. Now, Scott hiding hints in the coding of his site is nothing new. It was the source code that started the whole Bite of 83 versus 87 debate back during FNAF 4. But this time, it's a bit more than just a mere hint of what's to come. It is a fully fledged story. So let's take this line by line. This first big chunk at the beginning starts off like a collection of letters and punctuation, but upon further inspection, you can make out repeated numbering patterns and letter combinations representing days of the week. When pieced together, it becomes a schedule looking like this, listing out the days when certain animatronics are either available, booked, needed for a private party, or mat, either in maintenance or needed for a matinee show. It's unclear which. It's also worth mentioning that...
Wait, I just got a ding that... Okay, so I pointed this out earlier, but one of the stuff I'm thinking about the retcon other than Dream Theory could be that... Boy, I don't understand what you're trying to say, boy. But anyways, what I'm trying to say is that, what if the okay, so earlier I mentioned that one of the retcons that could be is the idea that the Springlock suits originally was originated in FNAF in Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria, but got retconned into Fredbear's Family Diner. And I think that's because since people were already saying it was even before that post got made about the Red One retcon, imagine that being the retcon. That would be kind of funny. And maybe out of service like that Springlock suit we had to do in, well, in one of the nights in FNAF's sister location. I think it's night 4.
4 animatronics are specifically called out here. BBY for Baby, BAL for Ballora, and FTF for both Funtime Freddy and Funtime Foxy. Now, for those of you who don't follow every scrap of information about these games, let me explain. Reddit discovered that Scott had gone and copyrighted various names, presumably for these new animatronics, and here we see it being confirmed. More on
oh
guys
no!
The thing I want to call out first is
names can't be copyrighted. Bond, the person. I was going to reference Bonder Sprocket, but I don't think any of you guys even know who that is.
Clearly a 5th animatronic in the schedule, 0500S, out of service. But who could this be? In the trailer, we only see 4 animatronics. Well, that's where this teaser image comes in. A few weeks ago, this image was up on Scott Games. A mask with a logo, a tangle of wires, almost like tentacles, made by this text. Quote, there's a little bit of me in
You're this asshole.
Everybody, end quote. Notice the grammar here. It's not everybody, but everybody. This is our fifth animatronic, our out-of-service animatronic. I mean, look at it. This guy ain't being booked at any children's parties.
You know, oh don't.
Only $5
Don't.
for Junior times
Is this
two.
an ad?
Double the Junior.
Is this an ad? Wait. You know, what I was gonna say is, you know, knowing what happened with who entered this, his prediction makes it really
That's not
sad
all
in
you can learn about him. The
retrospect.
text indicates that a piece of him, his soul, his mechanisms, whatever, is in every other animatronic body. This could have two
Wait,
possible
actually, that's
explanations.
right.
Either he's possessed the other animatronics and is controlling them, which would explain the "don't hold it against us" line from the teaser trailer we hear over and over again. Or, more likely, he's the reason the other animatronics have life in the first place. This pile of wires is kind of like the puppet from the original series, giving gifts, giving life. Or maybe this is the puppet, a new and rebooted version of the puppet. Now stay with me here. One thing that we've largely forgotten about since his first appearance back in FNaF 2 is how the puppet character just didn't fit in with the FNaF world. Sure, as it kept making appearances in game after game, we just kinda accepted its role, but seriously, think about it. FNaF 1 through 4 were all about animatronics with big, bulky bodies and an animal theme, but then
Or maybe a child.
insert the puppet, thin and with a human face, complete with red cheeks, crying eyes, and red lips. Features that we haven't seen on anything else until now. Fast forward to Sister
Toy Freddy, Toy Bonnie, Toy Chica, Mango, and Bloom Boy has rosy cheeks. I want to point that out.
Location, and we see humanoid faces everywhere. Ballora and Baby, rosy cheeks, lipstick. And now look at Day of the Tentacle over here. Notice that the ears can detach, separate itself from the
But Enter doesn't have rosy cheeks.
main mask part of the face. It's the exact same silhouette that our puppet's face has had since the second game. Additionally, if you look at the trailer for Sister Location very, very closely, you discover what may be a very cool Easter egg. In the reflection of Funtime Foxy's cheek.
I should also point out, Funtime Freddy and Funtime Foxy are there, and yet they're animals. By this logic, the puppet could fit with the FNaF 2 game.
We see something. For all the other animatronics, it's a part of their body. For Ballora the ballerina, we see the
I know what the puppet is, technically speaking, but I'm just saying this in retrospect, before, you know, Pizzeria Simulator came out.
verse of her arm and earrings. For Baby, it's her finger and bow. But Foxy here is reflecting something that has a bright red dot besides two colored streaks, aka a bright red sheep, and two streaming tear tracks. It's like the time we covered reflection mapping to find Super Smash Bros. Hidden location. Could that be the puppet's face reflection mapped onto the model of Foxy's skull? Regardless though, if you ask me, we haven't seen the last of the puppet in whatever form he comes in. And based on the designs of these characters, Sister Location might finally be giving us the origin story we've long been waiting for. Now hopping back to the source code, the next section shows us that there seems
Okay, yeah, one day.
to be 3 file directories for various clients. The first is for a place called Chica's Party World, the second for private birthday parties, and the third for CRMN Institute. I can only assume Carmen Institute or Criminal Institute. This starts to tell us a lot about the setting and universe of Sister Location. First,
Wait, what is
speculated that the industrial feeling setting shown during the trailer for the game is a for the robots. I think we can get a bit more specific. Considering the availability schedule that we just covered and the client folders with various needs for birthday party supplies, it feels like this new setting will be a storage facility and distribution center for the animatronics, responsible for shipping them out to various gigs across the Fazbear locations. The reference to Chica's Party World builds out the lore of the universe, showing another spin-off location to the restaurants, but also strikes me as just that, a reference, a fun Easter egg, referencing the one animatronic who won't be appearing in this new game. So far, we've seen versions of Freddy, Foxy, and a Bonnie hand puppet, but Chica has been noticeably absent. And honestly, I think it's going to remain that way. For some reason, it just feels like it doesn't fit in this new world. And so the mention of Chica's Party World is a fun way.
Again, in a game with Funtime Freddy and Funtime Chica. And we later, not Funtime Chica, Funtime Foxy. And we later on got Funtime Chica, so.
Thinking a nod to a character that will be sorely missed. But to me, of all this section, the most crucial client is the last one, the CRMN Institute. Notice when you look at it that it has a subfolder called Project. This, to me, is incredibly important since every teaser image Scott has posted on the site related to Sister Location has been labeled project.jpg. Seems like a generic naming convention, right? Wrong. I went to an Internet Archive database and dug through the source code of all the past teaser images from all of Scott's past games, only to find that his labeling system has been very consistent. His FNaF World images were all labeled FNAFworld.jpg. Images about the book were labeled FNaF the Novel.jpg. Even FNaF 4 teasers shared the titling of simply 4.jpg. The fact that Sister Location's images are all labeled Project and that there's a client directory hinting at some mysterious institute and a secret project going on there says to me that if we're not headed to a distribution center, then we're going to a place where these guys are getting experimented on, which ties in with the trailer quote of
I mean,
these guys are.
I mean, yeah. Oh, why would you say that? I mean, it's funny, but still. Poor Bonnie being relegated to Funtime Freddy's ass fracture. Anyways, you don't know. You know, that part is true. They're being experimented on. That I agree with.
Are being experimented on, a project at some mysterious institute, and you can bet that they're not happy about it. But perhaps the most crucial
Why are you
detail
showing
in
the
the source
nightmare
code is the
eyes?
last line, a line that blows the door wide open on the story for this new game. Service log, maintenance, CO, or care of, AFTN Robotics. Afton Robotics.
Oh no, not the Afton Robotics. Oh, this game's fault for introducing. Oh no. I forgot. This is like the first game to introduce the name of Afton, and the book is the name to introduce the name of William Afton. I actually own the Silver Eyes book.
What the heck is that? It's a good question. If you're like 99% of the fan base and only know the games, this might not ring a bell. But if you happen to buy and then make it through all 500 pages of the Five Nights at Freddy's...
Well, I have the book, but I haven't really made it through yet. Also, this cover looks way better than the one I have. What the frick?
Silver Eyes novel, then that name sets off all sorts of alarms. You see, in the book, the Fredbear and Fazbear restaurants were founded by 2 men. The first is named Henry. He's the father of the main character and the creative half of the company, the one responsible for designing and building the robots that we all know and love.
And probably ditch a buy in 1987 with a new owner. If phone guys calls are to be believed.
The other co-owner was, ready for this? William Afton, and he was in charge of the business side of the restaurants. Paperwork, taxes, things like that. So to see Afton Robotics in the source code teasing Sister Location is huge, because it means that the stories of Sister Location and Silver Eyes are linked. But get ready for this, here's the bigger twist. By the end of the book, it's revealed that William Afton is what we fans of the game would know as the Purple Guy. Yeah, in the book, Purple Guy is revealed. Afton is the one who kidnaps
Scott Cawthon, the only person that we know of to be the type to introduce the villain's name in a spin-off book.
Kills children while wearing Fredbear-themed suits. His first victim is Henry's son Sammy, followed by 4 other kids whose souls eventually possess the infamous suits. So, through these source code teasers, not only has Scott confirmed that this new game will be tied to the lore of the book, but we'll be dealing with a robotics company founded by and named after the child-killing Purple Guy. Now that's already a huge mind blow, and I'm about to go further, but before I do, let's address the elephant in the room, the canonicity of the book. The internet, by and large, dismissed Silver Eyes under the assumption that Scott said it's not canon to the first.
I don't know. Okay, someone's coming in upstairs.
First 4 games, but that's not entirely true. If you read his entire...
Okay, the general consensus that usually when it comes to video games having external media, the story of those external media are considered non-canon.
Your statement, and I understand that it's hard for you, internet, since it's 3 whole paragraphs that aren't summarized with a TLDR line. He actually says, quote, sometimes the lore of something can become so crowded that you can't tell the original story anymore. The first 4 games and the books should be considered to be separate continuities.
I mean, yeah, they're separate continuities, separate timelines, for lack of a better term.
Even if they do share many familiar elements, the book is canon just as the games are. That doesn't mean that they're intended to fit together like 2 puzzle pieces. The book is a reimagining of the Five Nights at Freddy's story, end quote. And this makes sense, right? The first 4 games were crushed under their own convoluted lore and fan base dedicated to making every new toe added to Foxy mean something. No, not saying it's a bad thing to have people enthusiastic about your story, but it does become limiting when you make continuity errors or want to do something new with these characters. And with the Five Nights at Freddy's movie coming ever closer, it becomes even more important. There needed to be room to insert actual characters into this story. You can't make a movie out of some pre-taped phone tutorials and silent furry monsters. Thus, enter Silver Eyes, which builds out new characters, new faces, and new stories that can be told in the setting of these games. So yeah, the separate canonicity of the book makes sense, but as Scott said, it's a reimagining. And obviously there's gonna be a lot of crossover. And based on that Afton clue we just saw, Sister Location is gonna be bridging the line more and more. So does any of this matter? Yeah, actually a whole lot. Because if we take the Silver Eyes Sister Location connection to its logical conclusion, huge pieces start to fall in place. Let's start by working backwards. Based on the trailers and teasers, Sister Location's main animatronic is this clown girl, Baby. But the teaser trailer isn't the first time she appears. She's introduced at the end of the FNaF World Update 1.2, something we discovered in our playthrough of the game over on the GT Live channel. Once you collect all the characters and beat Chica's Magic Rainbow, long story not worth explaining, you're immediately taken to a cutscene where a mysterious figure at a desk apologizes to you for creating a robot.
Oh no, it's Desk Guy. This guy is the indie dev. He's Phone Dude now, or maybe Phone Dude.
That cannot be deactivated. The bot's name, Baby. We then see a pair of eyes light up, telling everyone to take their seat.
5 years later. Well, how long was this? 7 years ago. Oh wait, this year was released 7 years ago. Huh.
Before cutting back to the room to see the Desk Guy lying there dead, presumably killed by Baby. Now, many people assume that Desk Guy was Scott Cawthon since he's the creator of the animatronics and the minigames that you play in FNaF World. However, it'd be weird for Scott to kill himself. Plus,
Will be weird if Scott to kill himself. In the game, we had to defeat Scott Cawthon. Twice.
Dialogue from the FNaF in Space minigame, yes, again, FNaF World is a weird game, seems to imply that Scott is a separate entity from this Desk Guy creator figure. So if Desk Guy isn't Scott Cawthon, then who else could he be? Well, now that we know that Baby and Sister Location both have ties to Silver Eyes, we can actually identify who this mysterious creator of FNaF World is. He's Henry, co-founder of Fredbear's and Purple Guy's business partner. How do we know? Well, not only is he the creator of the games and animatronics, his death also lines up with the way he dies.
No. Yeah, makes me feel old too. How do you think I feel?
In the book, stricken with grief over the death of his son, Henry commits suicide in the living room by letting one of his animatronics kill him. One that remains nameless in the book, but is
This is really just a silhouette version of that pigtail girl spray.
Clearly not any of the core 6 of Freddy, Foxy, Chica, Bonnie, Golden Freddy, and Golden Bonnie. In other words, Henry the creator is killed in his home by a mysterious...
Yeah, no, it's just the endoskeleton. It's a joke that endoskeleton that killed Henry is the mimic.
New animatronic, just like we see happen to Desk Guy in FNaF World. The events just line up. Now that's all the stuff that I feel really confident about. But now let's have some fun and take it even further. Admittedly, I don't think that
Oh no! He's time traveling in the ball pit!
Location is headed, but there is enough of an evidence thread to take us to some awesome extremes. So let's have a little bit of fun with this, shall we? First, notice how Baby is introduced to us at the end of FNaF World as 2 yellow eyes in the dark. And what's the first image we see in that game? 2 yellow eyes in the dark, along with the iconic ending line from FNaF 4, I will put you back together. It's also the last thing that we see in the true ending to the game. 2 yellow eyes saying, I will put you back together. Now, I know what you're thinking. There's no way that those are Baby's eyes. 1, why would she say that when she wasn't even in FNaF 4? And 2, we all know that that line and those eyes belong to the imaginary friend, psychic friend Fredbear. He's here.
And also, Baby's eyes are green and blue. Okay, so apparently Baby has the unexplainable ability to change eye color.
He's there, he's everywhere. Who are you gonna call? Psychic friend Fredbear.
That's part of theory.
Remind you of something. In the FNaF 4 cutscenes, each
now we can stream.
The specific color for their dialogue. Number 787878 for the brother, FFFFF for crying child, 57C0FF for the brother's friend, etc. Psychic friend Fredbear's dialogue for all of his lines is always the FFFF57 shade of yellow. And yet for the final...
He's been hinting Freddy in Space 57 this entire time.
Lines of "You're broken, we're still your friends, I will put you back together." It's a different shade of yellow. FFFFA0. Similar, yes, but definitely different from Fredbear. So very intentionally, Scott made this a different character, but in a strange twist, it's actually a color of dialogue shared with one other character we see in FNAF 4, Pigtail Girl.
This could be an error, probably. But it's most likely an error, though, for the text colors.
YouTube Premium is...
Time to walk away. Wait, this is skip ad.
The one who knows that the animatronics come to life and get stuffed with dead bodies. Coincidence? Yeah, or at least we all thought so last year. But look at her design, dressed in a skirt with reddish pigtails and big green eyes.
Oh no, oh god, this theory.
Just like the design of Baby. Hear that? The collective sound of minds being blown across the internet. So if the glowing eyes, shared dialogue colors, similar designs, and repeated line of "I will put you back together" didn't convince you, it doesn't stop there. Remember the biggest lingering question from FNAF 4? The girls' room? No one had an explanation for it. I didn't have an explanation for it. And yet Scott felt it was important enough to the lore of the story to show us. And now we might actually know why. What if the girl is a part of the crying child's family? First, it would explain why we would see her color of dialogue reappearing in his final moments. As a family member, she would be there in the hospital with the boy as he tries to recover. And if she shares a connection with Baby, it would also tie together the random presence of Mangle in the room. One of the other key animatronics we see in Sister Location trailer is Funtime Foxy.
Oh god. Funtime Foxy being Mangle. That's a stupid idea.
Which we can confidently say is an intact
Why would the lamest version of Foxy be Mangle?
Model of what will eventually become Mangle. Again, we're looking at the major details. Yes, some things may or may not be there. Notice the lipstick, the red cheeks, and painted fingernails on Funtime Foxy, all of which reappear on Mangle.
Mangle has 4 fingers and Funtime Foxy has 5. There, I debunked the theory.
So in the 2 games, we would have Baby
Can we
and
go
Foxy
home now?
linked. Is it a stretch? Absolutely. But then again, this is Scott we're talking about. To me, though, the coolest part about this connection would be in the name of the game. This whole time we've been...
Wait, hold on.
Is it a stretch? Absolutely. But then again, this is Scott we're talking about. To me, though, the coolest part about this...
This is literally just an edit of the Funtime Foxy sprite from FNAF World. Wait, I mean, I get it. The game wasn't out yet, so yeah.
Would be in the name of the game. This whole time we've been assuming that Sister Location was referencing some other spin-off chain of restaurants, or like I said earlier, a storage and distribution center for the robots. But if the Pigtail Girl's soul is trapped in Baby, and she was indeed the sibling of Crying Child, the phrase Sister Location takes on a whole new meaning. This is her game. A game about one sister's soul trapped in the baby animatronic.
I mean, it's true. It is about a sister. Just maybe not this girl.
Getting revenge for her brother's death. Just don't hold it against her. You don't know what she's been through. Or maybe...
So she's gonna... Oh, so he's been hinting that we play as Michael Afton / Foxy Bro this entire time.
Now you do. But hey, that's just a theory.
Okay, that's funny.
Game theory. The ball's in your court, Scott.
Oh god.
You just subscribe for more episodes of Game Theory. You should subscribe.
Okay, I'll unsubscribe. Okay. Oh god. Okay. I did ask a joke. Don't worry. No, I don't know if Philip Map is just watching the stream. I don't think he is. Oh, this ad. Oh yeah. I should mention Multiverse Hero that apparently Matt actually used the name Timmy a long time ago.
When it gets dark, they will awaken. The children's spirits will rise. They will kill you. They'll just walk out in the morning, stepping over your corpses one by one. You are intruders. None of you will survive the night. And what makes you think they won't kill you? Because I am one of them.
Okay. So you're furry.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory. Still available to consult on the FNAF movie storyline. Seriously, Scott, I'll be waiting by the phone because I can practically guarantee I put more collective hours of thought into counting animatronic pose, tracking eye colors, listing out the differences between pizzerias, diners, and rental services, parsing out your phone guy calls, and counting and recounting again the number of dead child carcasses left in your story's wake than literally anyone else out there. I mean, I've even gone so far as to do the unthinkable for these Sister Location videos. That's right, I reread The Silver Eyes. In an ironic twist, it took longer than the actual game. Now, here I am piecing together this script after, I kid you not, a weekend spent doing nothing but thinking about these games, writing and rewriting timeline after timeline to account for all the nonsensical Easter eggs shoved into this 4-hour experience. And you know the conclusion that I've reached? That your version of events isn't satisfying. That any theory I come
things are bad when the fan said that the creator's version is unsatisfying.
Up with that attempts to bend over backwards and cobble together every line of dialogue, design detail, and character motivation will be overcomplicated at best and inherently flawed at worst. And that's not me admitting defeat. It's a fundamental problem with the series right now. This one just tried too hard to do too many things. You got elements of the past 4 games mixed in with FNAF World, mixed in with the book, all of which at this point have questionable canonicities, conflicting storylines, and competing dates. Couple that with characters that mimic other characters that lie to you, and characters that may not even exist across the different story threads of the franchise. And it's
Oh, he does exist. He is the one that solves the lore. He is Henry Emily is Sans.
Clear if this is a continuation of the books, if it's a continuation of the games, or just an outright reboot of some kind. The best analogy I can think of is that it's like the giant human glob you turn into at the end of Inside. A massive limbs all struggling to work together to move in one direction.
Oh, that's my brain half the time.
action, but all just flailing out randomly. And honestly, it could have been easy. With Scott saying that the original story was completed with FNaF 4, you could have just said that Sister Location was aligned with the book and FNaF World to start paving the way for the movie. But then you couldn't help yourself, Scott. You just had to throw in those FNaF 4 Easter eggs, huh? And those put everything into chaos. And it's not just me feeling it. Based on what I'm reading online, a lot of FNaF theorists sense that the lore contained in Sister Location is a game changer, but then they don't exactly know why or what to do with it. Struggling under the weight of explaining away Ennards and babies, Mikes and Williams, casual bongos and exotic butters. What's an Easter egg, what's a tongue-in-cheek reference, and what is actual canon? So understandably, there's some confusion about what's actually going on in this game. And that is what I'm out to solve in these videos.
I forgot there was a theory that's... I forgot... Oh wait, this is the theory that suggests we're playing as good old William, Dave Miller, Steve Racklin, Afton.
To definitively put together which details matter and why this is such a monumental game for the franchise's lore. So go ahead, keep your plots vague and convoluted, Scotty boy. I'm here to translate your madness to the world. First off, who are we playing as? Historically,
we're playing as Michael Afton. There, I solved your video. We can end the video. I don't know how long we can go for. I guess until I... okay, we're gonna... Oh wait, actually, I do want to watch this video. This will be the one science theory I'll watch.
Protagonists of Freddy's games have had a varying degree of importance. There are those like Mike and Fritz who, for all we can tell, were just names with the sole purpose of filling out the 2 line on a paycheck. Sure, they may have been retconned into some importance now, but they were never really intended to be that way. Then there were the crying child...
Retconned. Oh, I mean... the fact you point out Mike and Fritz being retconned to someone important, and there's a theory that those who are Michael Afton. It's just so funny to me.
FNaF 4, hospitalized and trapped in a waking nightmare. Slightly more important, I would hazard to say. And the game recognizes this as, during your first encounter with a new animatronic baby, she calls out,
"It's a strange thing to want to do, to come here. I'm curious what events would lead a person to want to spend their nights in a place like..."
I'm curious as to why you're... Okay. My channel or Matt Pat's channel? Or Game Theory?
This, willingly. Maybe curiosity. Maybe ignorance.
Answering the question of who you play as in Sister Location is more important than any of the rest of the games in the franchise, since it practically dictates every other element of this story. Why you're there, what the endings mean, what this location stands for, how this fits into the overall timeline. It's a big deal. Now personally, based on the silhouette in the mirror, my first guess is to say that we're playing as Rick Astley. It's gotta just...
Oh, I love the silhouette, to be honest.
Elaborate Rick roll in history. I mean, just look at that hair. It's an exact match. Let's face it, Scott has proven that he's not above trolling us. Assuming he has a little bit more respect for the fanbase than that, there can only be one possible conclusion here. In Sister Location, we play as William Afton, Purple Guy himself. And no, I'm not just saying that because the eyes in the ending are purple, like literally everyone else on the internet's been saying. Sure, it's a nice detail that may hint at Scott's intentions, but it's not proof.
I don't know.
Begin by turning to the in-game dialogue. On your quest to unlock the game's fake ending, the animatronics taunt you with these robots.
And the DLC elaborates this, clarifies.
Is this why you came here? To be with her again?
So we know that whoever the player is has some sort of connection to this mysterious young girl. But who is she? Well, throughout the game,
Elizabeth.
Wait,
hold on. Elizabeth. Emily. Clifford. Susie's dog is the key to solve the lore.
Letter play with baby, saying things like,
"Oh, I'm not monetized."
She's so pretty and shiny. Didn't you make her just for me?"
From that small snippet, we can not only tell that our character is her father, but that he's also in some way the creator, or has some level of control over the animatronics. This in turn narrows the field down by quite a bit to 2 men, William Afton and Henry, no last name given, the 2 co-founders of Fazbear Entertainment as introduced in FNaF Silver Eyes. By the way,
okay, theory time. Henry is Henry from Bendy. That will make Bendy and your machine more enjoyable.
Blow Scott, forcing people to read in order to have any sort of clue as to what's going on in the
Nah, that's a chat move, Scott.
Now, seriously, without reading the book, you have no clue the importance of William Afton. Oh well, that's what I'm here for. I read it so you don't have to. Kind of like nostalgia critic. Anyway, based on the girl's accent and William Afton's similar dialect at the beginning of the game,
She can dance. She can sing. She's equipped with built-in helium tech, translating balloons right at her fingertips.
it would seem as though we have ourselves a match.
You are the father.
Let's not be too hasty there, Maury. We can be even more sure. In the game's real ending, you get yourself tricked, becoming animatronic fodder as machines scoop out your internal organs and replace them with endoskeleton cords. Now, this really bothers me. It's like the antithesis of what we expect from our stories when we beat the game. Here I am wanting to finish my night and return home to my basket of exotic butter, but no, that's reserved for the fake ending. Becoming a flesh suit is somehow canon to the series. I wanted to write it off as jumping the shark, like, hey, we're getting a little bit too absurd right now, but then I realized that this is a franchise built on haunted animatronics chasing you through a pizza restaurant after they've been killed by a serial killer hiding in a mascot suit filled with killer springs. So, crossing the line of absurdity, yeah, I think we're long past it at this point. Becoming a flesh suit is an oddly specific event to be integral to the lore, and yet there it is. So we're left with 2 options. Scott's either completely lost it at this point, or he has some other plans for this character. And indeed, he does. As the novel once again shows us why this odd story turn is so important. In its pages, we're treated to all sorts of lines that make it clear Mr. Afton is the one who gets himself stuffed. Page 4.
Yeah, exactly.
Charlie, there's something different about it. It was as if the guard, the man they had met, had been stripped away, and what sat before them was nothing but a blank canvas. And
Charlie.
and again, 2 pages later.
Snoopy is Snoopy. Susie's dog is the key to solve the lore.
Quote, Dave is the fake name for William Afton in the novel. He's hiding out in another identity. Long story. Anyway, just go with it. Dave's body moved upward, straightening, but the movement was too smooth. He seemed
What's up, old sport?
And exert no energy. Dave's eyes opened steadily, glassy, and without emotion, like the robots on the stage outside. End quote. And there you have it. That totally just spelled out for us, didn't it? Like the robots on the stage outside. In fact, the book makes a huge deal about Afton's eyes over and over again, like when the character John describes seeing Afton kidnap his friends on pages 120 to 122.
I mean, of course I will pay attention to his eyes. The book is called The Silver Eyes.
Quote, the eyes. They were all I could see. They were dead, just dull and flat. Like they still moved and blinked and saw, but whatever was behind them had died a long
Yeah, sounds like me every time I wake up.
time ago. End quote. long time ago, you say. Like, perhaps in an underground murder bunker, doubling as a robotic distribution center, perhaps. Now, real quick, let's pause here and have some real talk to Ennard, Baby, and the gang. Guys, we're gonna have a bit of an intervention here. If your goal is to blend in with the outside world and look like us, look like any other human, choosing to go with the purple eyes is not gonna be helping your cause all that much. Artificial intelligence, more like artificial idiots. Do your homework. Humans don't tend to have purple eyes. I mean, seriously, you have a blue-eyed animatronic just waiting to go. Look, there's Foxy. He has brown/orange eyes. Great. Anyway, I digress. Who am I to judge? Maybe we're all just left to assume that Afton walks around in those cool colored contacts. Anyway, it's not just the eyes that give away Afton as the animatronic's neat puppet. His overall physicality has undergone a drastic change over the years as well. On page 418, we hear that Afton started off robust and lively, a hefty man who had the ruddy geniality of a financially shrewd Santa Claus.
Why is this book filled with stupid crap?
Financially shrewd Santa Claus, huh? No one said the writing of this book was any good. There's clearly a reason why only 500 people made it all the way through this book. And I say that because on Amazon Kindle they actually show you the most popular highlighted sections, and like they all drop off by midway through the book. So I can only assume that I'm the only person who made it all the way through. The things I do for you. Anyway, soon after, our financially shrewd Santa Claus is accused of murder. He's released due to no bodies being found, and then he skips town. However, when he comes back, he's a changed person. Quote, Afton had been fat and affable. The man in the picture was sallow and thin, his skin sagging, and his expression of...
Oh no, William! Oh, Dave is a character. Dave is the, and now is a nickname. It's the fake identity of William Afton. Okay. Oh no, William Afton. He went from being Wario to being Waluigi. That's the worst downgrade ever.
Unpleasant, as if he had forgotten how to smile. He looked like a poor facsimile of himself. End quote. So when he comes back to town, he's not only lost a ton of weight, but he looks like a poor copy of himself. So that's us reading the subtext of these lines. But you don't even have to read between those lines. Afton tells us directly in the quote I used at the top of this episode. Quote, and what makes you think they won't kill you? John said again. Because I'm one of them, he said. I mean, let's face it is hard to argue with that one. He is outright...
Of course he's one of them. He's a furry.
Saying he is an animatronic. Reading the book the first time, you all assume it's like, oh, he has a kindred spirit with these animatronics because he loves them so much and he dresses as one and this and that. But oh no, after playing Sister Location...
No, that is the case. He is a furry. He has a fursona.
It takes on a whole new meaning. Now, there are two major complaints against Afton theory. One, that Baby's first lines are...
I don't recognize you. You are new.
And two, that none of it makes sense.
Well, to quote Michael, they didn't recognize me at first, but then they thought I was you.
Afton bleeds out in Springtrap in FNaF 3, but there's an easy answer for both of these situations. First...
No, the second one is a flaw.
Back to the FNaF world ending, where Desk Guy, who in our last episode we established as Henry No Last Name Given, William Afton's partner in the Freddy Fazbear's franchise, confesses to building Baby. He's the creator.
I mean, Debbie speaking, he definitely created Charlie. Well, not Charlie, Baby, and that's because in the fourth closet, that's just happened to be an adult version of Charlie as a robot, and he just used the robot to make babies. For like William to make baby. So William still made baby, or have the idea to make baby. He just used what Henry made because he's because he's an ass. That's pretty much it. That's how it always works.
Most familiar with and not necessarily Afton. So Baby not recognizing Afton isn't all that much of a stretch. And regarding purple...
Okay, you know what? I might as well do it. Oh no. Oh no. This is gonna offend Waluigi fans, but I don't care. I might as well make the comment.
Guy's death, we see in the book that William is covered in scars. Scars left over from surviving one major round of Springtrap failures. Quote, David had been shirtless under the costume, and now his bare chest was clearly visible. His skin was horribly scarred, with raised white lines that scored his flesh in a symmetrical pattern, each side of his body mirroring the other. He raised his arms and turned slowly in a circle, giving Carlton ample time to see that the scars were everywhere. Also note that we never actually see Springtrap die in FNaF 3, just collect...
I mean, yeah, but then again, Phone Guy mentioned you may or may not die, or will bleed out. And I'm assuming that the loss of blood would kill you. And also, again, FNaF 3 happened, Matt Pat. FNaF 3 happened.
Collapse into his own pool of blood and shiver there. The light never drains from his eyes. And Silver Eye shows that it's not only possible, but that William has indeed survived a Springlock failure in the past. So could the FNaF 3 incident be the reason he has all those scars in the book? Absolutely. Also, according to the timelines the events line up, all of the events of Silver Eyes take place in 1995, placing it long after any events that we've seen in the games thus far, with the exception of Fazbear's Sprite, which may have been a hallucinogenic dream sequence anyway. So all in
No, it's not a dream. It happened. Thanks to Golden Freddy mode in Sister Location's custom night.
Oh, cool story, bro. We play as Purple Guy in Sister Location.
Thank you for selecting Casual Bongos.
But why? What does this mean for the plot of the game? It actually explains a lot, but from here it also tends to get really complicated. Because now we're getting into the FNaF 4 surveillance footage, FNaF 4 locations being tied to Sister Location, child experimentation, and the identities of Baby and Ennard. So instead of rushing my way through it to get it all done in time, I'm going to pause right here and hold all those explanations for the next episode. Now that we know who is playing the game, we need to know why and how it affects the rest of the series as we know it. So click that basket of exotic butter to subscribe and be informed of when the next half of this theory comes out. And in the meantime, listen to these Casual Bongos and do me a favor and vote. Sister Location, yay or nay? Was this the game that you were waiting for, or did it end up under-delivering? Click on one to choose and I'll...
I have not yet to play it, but I do know what happened. So yeah. Skip.
Isn't this why you came here to be with her again?
Exotic butters.
Hey.
Hello, Internet.
Hello. Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory.
Welcome to Game Theory, 7 million theorists strong. And a lot of that is thanks to this franchise. More often than not, when I talk to people about their favorite episodes of the series, it's these. Young, old, it doesn't matter. The FNaF series was their first introduction. So I always feel a lot of pressure on these videos to deliver in a big way. You know, looking back, they're some of my personal favorites. Not only am I proud of the final product, but I'm proud of what they represent. As the FNaF series has been a true team effort, branching out across every person who has ever touched this channel, spanning every editor who's ever worked on an episode of game theory, getting you loyal theorists involved with pitching theories, and covering every style of theory that I personally write, from more IRL episodes to more lore-based ones. We've used everything from books to spin-off titles, real-world math and science to source code analysis, teaser images, trailer hints, and even US trademark data. Looking across this series, it's incredible the breadth that we've gone to. And to think I almost never covered this series to begin with. It was going to be Slender. And you guys, you loyal theorists, encouraged me to look into it. All based on a simple Twitter poll. You guys made it happen, and the rest is history. I let go sometimes. Anyway,
so it's Twitter's fault, like usual.
I feel a lot of responsibility with these episodes. I think today is my favorite of the whole series, because now we finally have all the pieces necessary to tell a coherent plot. It's not just some corpse kids and silent puppets and mob murderers who don't say anything. We have personalities now, actual character, and most importantly of all, motivation. Motivations for why a serial killer would create a place like Sister Location. And believe it or not, the answer is actually quite sad. So the question of the day is, can a game make you feel sympathy for a child murderer?
I am not gonna answer that.
Because once you have the complete story, you might just see Purple Guy in a whole new light. One line across.
I still see him as an abusive prick.
This entire franchise answers everything. I will put you back together, but before we get to all of that, let's back up a bit. Last time we established that William Afton, Purple Guy himself, is who you play as in Sister Location, and the one who eventually gets himself scooped. We also established that he once had a daughter who got herself killed at the hands, or should I say, at the metal claw grip.
Oh hey, Elizabeth.
Of baby. There is so much more hidden in this game than that. By playing through the game and unlocking Sister Location's secret private room, players get treated to a shocking Easter egg. By typing the date 1983 into the keypad besides the monitors, the static blazes to life, revealing blurry footage of the FNaF 4 house, plush trap hallway, Foxy's closet, and creepiest of all, the crying child's bed. We also get a clue as to how this is being done. Sitting there on the desk is none other than our good old friend, Psychic Friend Fredbear. He's there, he's everywhere. Who you gonna call? Psychic Friend Fredbear. A little less psychic this time and a little more plush, cradling what appears to be a remote control. Now many have said that this is a walkie-talkie, but it is in fact a camera control. Notice the buttons on top. Those are switchers, allowing you to switch between the different cameras you have placed in the environment. The wheel on the bottom presumably allows you to turn the cameras or potentially focus them. The Fredbears from FNaF 4 are just that. Fredbear plush is equipped with hidden security cameras, something mothers are using all the time these days to monitor their children, and also getting themselves hacked while doing it. See all.
And still somehow failing to raise their kids.
Also, the Watch Dogs episode, creepy stuff. That begs the question, why would anyone have remote monitoring of a child's bedroom programmed to run into a secret room in an underground animatronic storage facility? And also, why that house? Well, it's important to note that it's not just any house, it's a house that's connected to Circus Baby's Rentals. You heard that right. Sister Location is under the FNaF 4 house. During the Freddy Breaker Room Challenge, we're presented with a map of the facility. We see the entrance elevator, main hub area, and the various holding rooms branching out all around it. But what we also see, more faintly, are 3 other areas. Maps that should look pretty familiar to fans of this series. The plush trap hallway, the path to Fredbear's, and the crying child's bedroom.
But how does it connect?
From FNaF 4. No joke. Just like the vent system maps from previous games, the faded diagram would imply that all of this is located on a different level than Sister Location, i.e. above it. And as we can see, not just above it, but connected to it. In fact, while we were too busy freaking out over the ever-nearing Funtime Freddy, most gamers overlooked that as a part of that minigame, we were responsible for returning power to those areas of the map. They were even labeled Observation 1 and Observation 2. Observation? Observing what? Just gets creepier and creepier. Now, before you go saying that an underground facility attached to a house is far-fetched, it's actually something supported by the book in details I guarantee everyone overlooked while reading it. Page 118, our main character Charlie is outside her childhood home, which is also home to Henry, co-founder of Freddy's. While exploring her father's animatronic workshop, we get the following quote. She knelt again and put her hand on the ground, fishing around until she found a small screw in the bare dirt. She palmed it, then looked closer. There were small holes in the ground.
Somewhat.
She moved the loose dirt. Charlie ran her fingers over them. Thoughtful. End quote. Tiny holes hidden under the dirt of the animatronic workshop. It's an oddly specific detail that never gets mentioned again and never goes anywhere. It's one of those things that gets the nearest mind to take it. When I hear mysterious holes in the ground in someone's private workshop, I think trapdoor, hidden trapdoor, or more accurately, secret entrances. Let this be a hint as to a secret entrance in Henry's animatronic workshop into Sister Location. In fact, we can prove using more details from the book that it is still being used by Afton. Earlier in that same chapter, Scott makes sure to drop a few more hints that seemingly never go anywhere. We all know Scott better than that, right? And now that we have Sister Location reference, these little details start to make a whole lot more sense. Quote, benches were there where her father had assembled and tweaked his inventions, but the materials, the blueprints, and half-finished robots that were once crammed onto every surface had disappeared. Where are they? End quote. So we have missing blueprints and partially finished pods that have just disappeared, but it continues. Quote, Charlie, John said from across the workshop, he was in the dark corner. The skeleton had been there, he could have reached out to touch him, but it's not there. Notice the italics here. This isn't something that we're doing for effect in the video, this is actually straight from the book. Time and time again, Scott and the team working on this book are emphasizing these lines, as though they're pointing to a greater mystery, that someone has stolen these materials and are using them for their own devices, that they're hidden somewhere in this world. But it's a mystery that never gets solved within the pages of the book. But perhaps most importantly of all is a paragraph a few sentences later that pulls all these clues together and may finally give us an answer as to what is in the box. You know, the box. Quote, John was standing beside her father's toolbox.
One of the most iconic boxes in gaming. Not to be confused with the other iconic boxes in the gaming. You guys debate that.
So he stepped away as she came over, giving her space. Charlie knelt down before it. It looked as if it had just been polished. It was made of dark, stained wood, glossy. All the tools were polished and clean. They looked as though they had just been used that morning, wiped down and put away meticulously, like someone still cared for them. End quote. Stolen blueprints, missing robots, pristine tools, despite supposedly going unused for 10 years. Hints at a trapdoor and William Afton lingering around the town in disguise. Quite simply, the pieces here add up. But again, that's hints that we can glean from the book. The bigger question here is why would Afton be spying on the FNaF 4 house in the games? Well, because it's his. As we established last episode, you play as Purple Guy, and each night you go back to your retro-themed house. At first, these cutscenes seem like they should just be absurd breaks from the spoopy action of the main game.
Clara, the baby isn't mine.
But look closer, notice the baby isn't mine. In particular, a very ugly lamp. A very ugly, very familiar lamp. One that we saw in, you guessed it, FNaF 4. In other words, this is Afton's house. From his underground private room, he's observing his kids. Crying child, older brother, and the girl who eventually
I think there's I do think there might be like the golden Freddy mask. Like how Michael Afton and the other 3 bullies have the mask.
As I suspected in my prediction video for this game, this truly is a sister location, a sister's location. And from there, all the parts start to fit together. So let's retell this story from the beginning now that we have all the pieces. Remember what will happen if he catches you. It's a line we hear repeated over and over again throughout FNaF 4, and now we know why. Crying child has seen Golden Bonnie abduct children multiple times in the past. This moment in the back room that we all debated about whether or not it was a murder is in fact a child kidnapping. Silver Eyes proves it as it shows that Purple Guy kills by trapping the kids in spring-lock suits.
Yeah.
Quote, Carlton was wedged inside the heavy barrel-shaped torso of a mascot costume, the headless top half of some kind of animal. His arms were trapped inside the torso section, pinned to his sides in an unnatural position. He could feel pieces of metal that pressed against his back and poked him. Dave said to Carlton, if you trigger those spring locks, two things will happen. First, all the locks will snap right into you, making deep cuts all over your body. And a split-second later, all the animatronic parts they've been holding back will instantly be driven into your body. You'll die, but it will be slow. Having witnessed a scene similar to this, the boy is justifiably terrified, trying to avoid the pizzeria at all costs. But it's kinda hard when your father is one of the owners. Meanwhile, William Afton knows that he's been found out, hence the observation monitors and security Fredbears. He needs to be sure of his son's movements, even when he's at work, be it above ground or below. I mean, the guy may be a killer, but it's not like he could just kill his son, even if he was the
You should.
witness to a gruesome murder at the restaurant. But Afton's problem gets solved prematurely with the fatal chomp of 83. His son William Love killed by the very animatronics he also loved, leading us to one fateful promise. I will put you back together. We've analyzed
I'll put you back together.
this line a lot in past theories because it's not only the final lines of FNaF 4 and FNaF World, thereby making it super important to this franchise, but because it's also presented to us in a different color than Fredbear's yellow. Someone else is talking here. And now we can finally pinpoint who said it and more importantly why. It was Afton. I will put you back together. A promise to fix his son, a broken son, in the only way that he knows how. Animatronics. Enter sister location in the Funtime animatronics, not built for entertainment or for being worn, but built to help Purple Guy save his son. Built for capture. Although no one has yet found how to unlock them in the game, if you dig through the sister location files, you find a set of blueprints for various animatronics, outlining their size and special features. Not only are they enormous, topping 7 feet
And I
in
might point these out later, maybe in this stream or the next one.
Is certainly bigger than a small child, but they're also equipped with things like 360-degree tracking, parental voice mimicking, and storage tanks. Look closer at the wireframes and you see that the storage tank isn't quite empty. Yeah, that's a child in there, curled up, hidden in Fredbear's stomach.
MatPat, don't say these stuff. That will... MatPat out context stuff.
Captured, alive, ready to be experimented on. Because Purple Guy is no longer killing to satisfy himself. He's doing it to recover his son, to figure out the secret of fusing souls into animatronics. You heard me. Afton wants to unlock the mystery of giving gifts, giving life. And if that seems like a stretch, just look at the number of sentient, independent, and fully aware robots in Sister Location. You not only have the core set, but there's also the baby babies and the mini Rinas. Tens of sentient animatronics moving against their programming. And unlike past games where we received explanations like anti-criminal systems, dying guys, and murder,
they're also possessed.
pursuits are the products of a nightmare. Here, they just kinda exist. Why? Well, Baby tells us over and over in the trailer for Sister Location.
Well, I will hold it. Well, people were gonna hold it against you, but forcing you to play night 4 of Sister Location.
Before the game's release, we had no idea, but now we do know what they've been through. Experiments and controlled shocks. Dozens. And I mean dozens of children captured as the Funtime animatronics executed on the programming that told them to collect. Also that Afton could learn the secret to reawakening lost souls. As we see in Silver Eyes, he knows it's possible as he's not shocked at all when the animatronics come to life at night. Quote, they're home with me. Dave's voice was hoarse, and the large mascot head slid forward and tilted as he spoke. Their happiest day. All they know is that you're here, trying to take away their happiest day. You are intruders, end quote. And as evidenced by the animatronics crawling throughout Sister Location, he succeeds in his goal. But in doing so, he pays the ultimate price, losing the second of his children, his daughter, when she ignores his warnings to stay away from the robots. A daughter whose soul goes on to possess Baby, as evidenced by the eye color shift from blue in the minigame to green in all the other times that we ever get to see Baby. Now flash forward to the beginning of Sister Location.
You know, I'm gonna save the joke for later.
Place where, as we're told in the trailer, memories sleep, anger is restless, and secrets don't keep. The children's spirits are mad and eager to get out, but how does a ragtag group of sentient robots escape? Even if they made it to the surface, giant endoskeletons roaming around would be like the coming of Terminator 2, and humans don't take kindly to that sort of thing. And so they've been forced to concoct a sneakier plan to escape. They put together their individual abilities Afton programmed into them, like Freddy's voice mimic and Balora's misdirection tactics, to create a new entity, the collective consciousness known as Ennard, a tangle of wires and eyeballs that...
Or Nerd. Ennard. The loser.
Serve as their final hope. And we know it's all animatronics together because it refers to itself as we.
There's nowhere to go when we look like this.
As the teaser said, there was a part of him in every body. After all, throughout the 5 nights, Ennard uses those various skills and pretends in order to gain our trust, using the voice mimic to sound like Baby, be sympathetic, adopting the voice of the little green-eyed girl to make us compelled to move forward and save her. But it's all a trick. And by night 5, they've cleared out all the evidence, killing the other technicians so that no one can speak of the haunted animatronics. But note that those guys haven't been scooped. They've saved that honor specifically for you, the Purple Guy. The reason they're stuck there in the first place. Using Baby's voice, they push you into the scooping room, remove your skeleton, and inhabit your body. And as we see in the final scene, their escape is successful. The Purple Guy, the serial killer father trying to put his son back together, is killed by the exact monsters he first created, but not in an unhappy way. He achieved what he wanted, being reunited with his children. Page 4.
Well, except for Foxy Bro. And Foxy Bro is just left alone. I mean, he ignored Foxy Bro. Foxy Bro was just left alone. Not being like, for real, he's just left alone. Poor Foxy Bro. RIP.
11 of Silver Eyes, quote, the voice of the rabbit was smooth and rich, almost musical. Dave cocked his head to the side so that only one of his bulbous eyes could peer through the sockets. We both wanted to love, he said in those melodious tones. Your father loved, and now I have loved, end quote. But hey, that's just a theory.
He releases the location custom night.
Game theory. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to the Super Amazing Card Tournament. Where last time...
I don't really care for the end card tournament. I'm just gonna skip.
Father, it's me, Michael. I found it. It was right where you said it would be. There is only one thing left for me to do now. I'm going to come find you.
Nope, no, not touching it. No, sorry, Bob. No way. You can mechanically wheeze all you want. Michael Eggs, Benedict, Afton, Purple Guy, Jingleheimer, Schmidt, but I am not. I am not spending another 20 minutes trying to piece together whether you're Springtrap, whether you're Purple Guy, whether you're a second Purple Guy, and whether all of this requires yet another rewrite of the timeline. I am not doing it. At least not until the next book comes out in June.
MatPat, you gotta do it. This is a threat.
Nope, no siree, doggo. Today, the series that prompted lore-based theories to flood this channel is getting the old school game theory treatment. That's right. Today, I'm tackling the science of Five Nights at Freddy's.
First, there's
You know what? I'll be right back. I got. Back.
And then there's sweet Sour Patch Kids.
In Albion, no matter where you go or what
I
you
don't
do,
care.
your mount will accompany
Spider
you on your
products.
journey. Perhaps you'll pick the ox, a merchant's best.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory, where today's
Hi. Welcome to Game Theory.
Freddy theory is going to be a bit different. No source code deep dives, no rooting around for obscure hidden Easter eggs, only hardcore, real-life research. Oh, but speaking of the source code, something really fascinating is going on right now. Scott Cawthon's two websites are having a conversation. Scott Games is saying things like, "You're crowding us. You can't tell us what to do anymore. We outnumber you." And the FNaF World website is replying with, "Be quiet. Yes, I can. You will do everything that I tell you to do." Which makes it
Oh, baby and the other fun times are arguing.
seem like FNaF 6, Sins of the Father, it's my title, feel free to use it, Scotty C. It's gonna be like an all-out animatronic Civil War style battle against the OG creator William, aka Springtrap Afton. How awesome would that be? Title, gameplay, boom, done. Feel free to use that idea as well. Meanwhile, another FNaF update, since a lot of you have been asking me on Twitter about my thoughts on this, the movie got itself canceled and then found itself a new production partner, Blumhouse Productions, the same guys who did Paranormal Activity, Oculus, The Purge, Get Out. Honestly, I think it's great news. Blumhouse has made a name for themselves by doing awesome movies on really teeny tiny budgets, and FNaF as an indie franchise needs that cheaply made indie vibe to really make it scary. It doesn't need a big studio like Warner Brothers, where it used to be going in and meddling and trying to make it more family friendly so they can go in and sell more FNaF toys and it becomes the next Minions or something. Low budget is the way to go because it forces you to get creative. So this news actively made me excited for the movie. A video game movie based on FNaF. Seriously, all the subs to film theorists better get themselves ready for a heaping help of Freddy when that movie rolls around. Anyway,
Yeah, that was also released. I might touch on that theory down the line. Why are you making the money jokes?
Twitter on the episode. This week I'm covering a topic I've wanted to do since the release of FNaF 4 back in 2015 and never had the opportunity to because I was always so busy trying to piece together the damn lore, and that is
Lord, and my arch nemesis keep adding crap.
can an animatronic actually kill you? Since, you know, this series has a lot of animatronics and a whole lot of death at the hands of animatronics. But more specifically, I want to focus on...
Well, technically speaking, 2 deaths by animatronics. 3, I guess. I guess maybe 4. Well, technically 5.
the bite. You know what I'm talking about. Whether or not you believe this moment to be the bite of 83 or the bite of 87, whether or not the date really even matters anymore. One thing is clear. This is the moment that set in motion everything else in these games. Based on the evidence coming from 6 games and a silverized book, William Afton, creator of the animatronics, suffers this tragedy where his son's head gets crushed in a childhood bullying incident. A few days later, the son dies of his wounds in his hospital bed, setting in motion Afton's quest to, quote, put him back together. Cut to scooping, sister locations, a dead daughter, and more missing children that you can shake a basket of exotic butters at, and all because of this one moment. The bite is treated as a freak accident, something that couldn't have been helped. The horrific ending of an innocent childhood prank gone wrong. A series filled with haunted puppets and reincarnated skin suits starts with this. Just a random tragic incident that nobody could have stopped. A simple mechanical failure. Remember, this is before any of the suits are haunted. It's still just a regular old animatronic. But is that really true? Does a regular old animatronic actually have the ability to crush a child's skull? Or is there something a bit more sinister going on here? Let me just say this. I will never look at my last sister location theories the same way again. And it's all thanks to the results of this episode's research. To begin to piece together the real danger these Disney rejects pose, we need to understand what makes them so dangerous in the first place. Sure, it might be easy to assume that Golden Red Bear and Golden Bonnie here are so deadly because they're spring lock suits, but as we hear about in FNaF 3's phone calls, the locks are only used to hold back the sharp pointy innards so they can be worn in suit mode.
Change the animatronics to suit mode, insert and turn firmly the hand crank provided by the manufacturer. Turning the crank will recoil and compress the animatronic parts around the sides of the suit, providing room to climb inside. Please make sure the spring locks are fastened tight to ensure the animatronic devices remain fixed.
It's also something that we witness up close and personal during Night 4 of FNAF's sister location. The spring locks hold back the robotic innards, and them unsnapping and releasing the mechanism is what makes them so deadly. But during FNAF 4's Night, Golden Freddy is already in robot mode. There would be no spring locks activated. They would not be snapping shut. To put it simply, the robot is operating like any normal animatronic would be, meaning that the danger is coming not from some weird, unique detail of FNAF verse-style robots, but rather from the same mechanisms that exist in any animatronic, be it in a fictional...
Hold on. Oh, hey, Carol. Hi, Carol. Sorry.
Pizzeria to the creepy remnants of Big Bear Jamboree heads looking down at you from the Pooh ride in Disneyland. Go ahead, look it up. There's some nightmare fuel for you. Or better yet, if you're at Disneyland leaving the Heffalump and Woozle section of the ride, look behind you and look up. Oh, prepare for a surprise. Anyway, all things considered, to truly unwrap this theory, we need to know how normal animatronics actually work. Enter a man named Burton Grainer, an engineer who used to build robots for Chuck E. Cheese. Turns out, how these things are built is actually a closely guarded trade secret, because I can pronounce my always. But in an article he did for Nuts and Bolts magazine back in 2009, he confirmed that almost every entertainment robot on the planet is built from one...
Oh god, Gravity Falls.
Core technology, pneumatic actuators. What are those? Well, yo, listen up then. You homies know that when all the sickest ballers want to pimp out their banging rides, yo, they install hydraulic lifts in their...
Pat, never do this again, please. This is cringe.
From the Cars movie? Well, where hydraulics use oil and...
It's more cringe to my content.
Fluid dynamics to do that sweet lifting, yo. Pneumatics use air pressure. You build up a bunch of air pressure and then release it. That release moves whatever you want. A piston, a pulley, the deadly grin of a lifeless singing bear. They're used in everything from robots to build cars to the jaws of, well, Jaws at Universal Studios. Now, Grainer doesn't specify how powerful pneumatic actuators in a Chuck E. Cheese style robot's mouth would be, but we can go ahead and calculate rough estimates. Whereas other actuators in the body and legs would have to be more powerful since they're moving larger, heavier chunks of robot, the ones in the mouth are smaller, more delicate. They only have to move a couple of ounces of plastic and metal for the jaws, teeth, and sheets. The pneumatic tubes themselves are also only a couple inches long, meaning that they can only build up so much air pressure. All things considered, you're only going to need about 40 psi of air pressure max to do all of that. That's not a whole lot. It's like the pressure created from a strong breeze. So how the heck do a handful of small pistons powered by air create enough force to crack a child's skull wide open?
It shouldn't.
You can't. You see, crushing a human skull ain't easy. The 22 bones of a human skull are there to protect the most important organ in our body from damage. And the whole thing has got a rounded structure to help disperse any forces applied to it. The strongest boxer in the world could punch you in the head at full force and it barely cracked. But this perfectly normal Chuck E. Cheese wannabe not only cracks the child's head, but breaks through hard enough to cause severe trauma to the brain. How much force is needed to do that? Well, it's actually a tricky question. First, we gotta ask, how old is the victim? When you're first born, the skull is softer, moldable, since, you know, it has to pass through narrow lady bits. Once it's made that journey, it has to be able to accommodate for your growing brain. So it has these soft spots called fontanelles to give the skull flexibility. So I immediately thought our crying child birthday boy might be a bit easier of a nut to crack considering how young he is, but the research didn't pan out that way. The soft spots disappear or ossify by the time that you're 9 to 18 months old. And I don't care how heartless of a you are, purple guy, you ain't letting your 1-year-old hobble his way home after a day of sitting terrified in a broom closet.
He's old enough to walk.
To answer the question, I had to ask, what parts of the skull are we talking about? Because different sections have different thicknesses and, as a result, different strengths. According to research done by Tobias Matei, who studied children's bike helmets and how they protect the skull, the thinnest region of the skull bone is about where your temples are. Lo and behold, that's exactly where our crying child is seeing most of the damage done. When he's placed in Golden Fredbear's mouth by the bullies, he's facing outward towards us, mostly facing the camera, meaning that the weaker sides of his skull are the ones that are having to deal with the crushing forces of the teeth. So I looked it up. To fracture the skull there would require the equivalent of a 1,100-pound man or 500-kilogram woman, equal opportunity not being sexist here, to step on the head in that exact spot. But then again, that's just to have the thing fracture. We're talking about a catastrophic head failure that impacts the brain. So we have to get a bit more specific and a bit harder of a bite. Luckily, I found a study looking into exactly that. Testing over 300 samples, some scientific madmen determined that human skull bone, when put under various kinds of stress, had a failure pressure of 1900 psi.
You know, I want to know how these researchers actually study that. They just find random skeletons in caskets or in a grave and just take it. I know they probably got the rights to do it, but it's funny to think about.
13 megapascals. 13 megapascals means that for every square meter of surface area, it takes 13 million newtons of force to break a skull open. Now, obviously, that number is hard to imagine without me giving you a real-world example of what it feels like. The challenge, though, is to accurately represent that pressure, we need to know how that pressure is being delivered. If I'm delivering a lot of pressure onto a small point, it's going to do a lot more damage than if I deliver that same amount of pressure across a wider surface area. Think of it like the difference of stepping onto a single nail versus laying on a bed of nails. One's a bloody good party trick, the other is just bloody. So think about it this way. 1 megapascal of pressure is about the pressure of an average human bite. We're talking 13 times that. That is a lot of pressure. In our case, that pressure is being delivered by small animatronic teeth clamping down on either side of the crying child's head. So a whole lot more like that single nail example than the bed of nails. But to find out just how powerful and deadly these teeth are, we're gonna need one thing: pixel measurements. We need to know the surface area of Freddy's teeth so that we can figure out how much force minimum those teeth are delivering. Now, obviously, we're gonna have to approximate a bit since the game contains no real measurements to go off of. So instead, I started with Freddy's face. It's an Easter egg I never really addressed in the theories, but way back in vanilla FNaF 1, lots of theorists were talking about a oddly shaped smudge on Freddy's face. This smudge is in the shape of a handprint. Now, granted, it isn't a golden suit, but as we see in that game, the two are comparable in size. Given that the average human hand is about 18.89 centimeters long, we can use this handprint to scale everything else. Freddy's head then is 32 centimeters wide, or about twice as wide as an adult human's head, which makes a lot of sense. You need something big enough to serve as a costume. Now, using a combination of images from different angles, we can use this to determine the dimensions of one tooth, which comes to 1.4 square centimeters. It looks like he was bitten with 8 teeth, 4 on the top and 4 on the bottom. This gives us a total surface area of 11.26 square centimeters. So, using the power of math, we can use this figure to determine how much force each tooth is biting down with. And that number is bone-chilling. 14,758 newtons. Why is that a bone-chilling number? Because that's the strength that a full-grown crocodile bites with. It's almost the strength of a great white shark bites. In order to deliver that amount of force, you would need 2 high-end industrial-strength pneumatic actuators. These things are as long as your arm and they need their own dedicated compressors pumping out 100 pounds per square inch. I mean, your own teeth would crack if you bit down with that kind of force. And it is most certainly way overkill for moving the mouth of some cheap mascot at a sad sack-themed restaurant. It's almost like someone built these things to intentionally be deadly. And there, ladies and gentlemen, is our smoking gun. When we last covered the lore of this series, myself, as well as other FNaF theorists like Treacicle and Dawko, concluded that William Afton was driven to his murderous rampage by tragic circumstances. His son was killed in the jaws of that machine, and so he dedicated his life to twisted experimentation on other children to bring his son back. Sure, it doesn't mean that William Afton kidnapping and killing tons of kids is okay, but it does make us sympathize with him a little. He was driven to madness by his immense sadness. But if all this science today is truly correct, it proves that he was a madman all along. Yeah, in the earliest days of Red Bear's family diner, William was making suits designed to kill, with mechanisms way overpowered for what they were meant to do. Any normal animatronic would have left the crying child with a few scratches, maybe some psychological scars, but that's about it. He'd be
maybe the fear of animatronics in general. Well, he already has that fear, but maybe he gets more scared of these suits. Maybe he'll get scared of furries and cosplayers.
But Afton, being the psychopath that he is, had other intentions. Not only did he create a deadly system with the spring locks, but even the basic robotics of his mascots were built to kill, something that he would continue to do throughout his career, particularly with the Funtime series. We all thought it was a freak accident that killed Afton's son, but at the end of the day, this death was completely avoidable. It was all Afton's fault. He only has his own
it's most likely a freak accident.
First his son, and eventually his daughter too. Man, I gotta say, that really bites. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. 6 whole months since a FNaF theory? Wow, time flies. It's actually really nice to cover the series again with fresh eyes. I even figured out some new lore bits while working on this one. Stuff that I'm sure will show up in the next FNaF theory coming this summer. So if you haven't done it yet, make sure that you bite down.
Yeah, okay. Well, I don't care. Load.
YouTube Premium is ad-free YouTube.
Yay, the most useless feature to ever exist, other than the dislike button on comments. And I guess now on videos.
I am Springtrap. A horde of the Balloon Boys emerged from the cave, shaking back and forth on unsteady feet, their pointed teeth chattering loudly as they wobbled forward with staring eyes. Not again! I hate these things! Jessica cried. You and me both, sister! You and me both! Up top! Can I five me up top because you're a fictional character? Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, where...
Hi, MatPat. It's me, BB.
Oh, hi. Oh, hey, Austin.
Hey, I'm BB. I'm here to give you guys mental torture. I am forcing MatPat to make this video. So, have fun!
Yes, that's right, ladies and gentlemen. FNaF 6 is canceled.
No, it's not.
Looks like I had more staying power than you.
Oh, poor MatPat. Wait for his hope to get shot. Oh, great. Now I want to say, oh, God. Now I have the image in my mind about the balloon horde. Oh, no. Now I have the image in my mind of Plants vs. Zombies versus Army of Balloon Boys.
Sky, see, let's be honest though, it's gonna be more delayed than canceled, really. And there's still the movie, the merch, a second book just released, a third book coming soon, and a fourth one on the way. So just like the anime.
And more books, and more books, and more books, and more games, and more books, and maybe a TV show.
The series itself keeps getting reborn in new forms with increasingly absurd names. Withered Freddy, Nightmare Chica, Not So Funtime franchise. Speaking of ridiculous new names for the same old cast of animals, let's talk about the latest addition to the roster, the Twisted Animatronics. Stars of the new FNaF book that came out at the end of June. Now, I'm gonna be honest, this book was definitely a step up from the first. It had 200 less pages. Oh, Sigmurdo, you need a calendar, man! I mean, don't take that as too high of a compliment. In 200 pages, you still had a college robotics major going to the scene of a murder and then touching the victim, getting blood all up on her hands, and no one on the police force even batted an eye over the blatant crime scene tampering that was happening. Then there's the fact that And in the book, multiple balloon boys, including BB, JJ, and whatever other ridiculous combination of letters you can come up with, are canon too. But you know what? I still
Oh,
appreciate lines
no.
like page 183. You never know when a corpse may wander out of the shadows wearing a rabbit suit. Even the books have become self-aware of their own absurdity at this point. Now, at this point, Scott's made it clear that the books and the games are separate canons. And while that may be true, both are still shambling their way out of Scott's mind brain. We all know that Scott leaves plenty of holes in his stories, details or events that are left purposefully vague, so
Pretty
we
much.
can theorize to fill in those gaps. But what's interesting is
I mean,
that
I
these
would
different
watch
holes
the
in each
FNaF
series,
animated
and looking at the two
series.
series in tandem, those
Whenever it will be based off like the actual events in the games, or it's just a cartoon within the world of FNaF, I'm fine with either way.
holes start to fill themselves in with events from the sister series, the sister location. No, just no. Anyway, reading
No,
Twisted
you should
Ones was like
continue,
reading
Matt
crib
Pat.
notes for sister location, because a lot, and I mean a lot of that game's weirdness became more and more clear as I turned more and more pages. So FNAF 6 may be dead, but we're gonna go back to beat the dead horse animatronic that is sister location. Can we name it Horsey? Horsey the dead horse animatronic.
And we never see Horsey again.
We just beat it every time we do an episode about one of these games. Great. Dead Horse Animatronic Horsey one final time because thanks to the Twisted Ones, we have all the information we need to help that game make just a little bit more sense. First, how do we know that this book is anywhere closer related to Sister Location? Well, it's easy. The answer's in the title, The Twisted Ones. The recurring threat in the book are these so-called twisted animatronics. But even though we're supposed to think that this is a new breed of killer robot, they're not. Not at all, in fact. We've seen them before in Sister Location. Check out this description and let me know if it sounds familiar. Page 90. The creature had no fur and its face was smooth. It had a short muzzle and oval ears sticking out from the side of its head. It had the general appearance of an animal's head, though much larger than the animatronic animals from Freddy's. Running down the center of its face was a straight split, exposing wires and a line of metal frame. A thick plastic material was stuck to the face in large patches. So the twisted animatronics have a plastic-like covering and a face that splits open. It certainly sounds like the aesthetic of the Funtime animatronics, but it doesn't stop there. These guys were built to be big because their mission is to capture children, like Pokeballs, out for revenge. Page 140. Freddy's face fell across the bed like a python. His head lost its shape as it folded outward, taking hold of her feet and beginning to swallow, moving slowly upward as she fought not to His cheeks and chin dislocating further. It no longer resembled a living thing. Before she could struggle further, her arms were pinned to her side, trapped inside the thing, only her head remained free. She gasped for her last breath, then was violently scooped up, consumed by the creature. She done got scooped. Then, a few pages later, she was inside a cavity made for a human being, but the suit was made with complete armor. In case you've forgotten, this is exactly what we see in Sister Location's hidden animatronic blueprints. Oversized robots with special containment features to lure in and trap small children. Even the description for how people get scooped into the animatronics is reminiscent of Sister Location's horrific ice cream game with baby. Page 19,
yeah, I still have like a good chunk of these theories.
Gaping pit where sharp spikes and spring locks
kill me.
were just barely visible. It was a trap, waiting to be triggered. She beat against its bent and damaged arm, but the other arm steadily forced her closer to the chest cavity. So why does any of this, and the Twisted Ones as a whole book, matter in the context of the FNAF games? Well, in the opening sequence of Sister Location, we hear that the Funtime animatronics were built by William Afton.
With all due respect, those are the design choices we were curious about, Mr. Afton.
A guy who, up to that point in the series, had only been named in the first book, Silver Eyes. By the end of the book, we learned that William is Purple Guy, the killer who kidnaps kids while wearing a golden bodysuit. But Silver Eyes also introduced us to other important characters for the FNAF series as a whole, including Henry, the last name given, William's partner and the more creative half of the company, the one who actually created the animatronics. So after reading Silver Eyes, we were left with William, the business guy who doesn't create robots but does kill children, and Henry, the creator who does create robots but doesn't kill children. Got all that? Good. Now, in my FNAF 5 decoded video, I drew parallels between Henry and a mysterious figure that we saw during a secret cutscene of FNAF World.
Oh, poor Bonnie.
Long story short, in the game, he ends his own life because he created Baby, a robot that he's ashamed of. In the book, why Henry kills himself is still a big part of the mystery. Now, if you want more information about the parallels between these characters, click the highlight icon in the upper right-hand corner of the screen.
Hold on, there's something to help for review. Okay, no, I don't want to start arguments in the channel, so I'm just gonna hide it for now.
Because I go more in depth there. But after that video, it seemed like a lot. We finally had some solid leads as to who these key players in the games were, and the clues were coming from Silver Eyes. But then that opening cinematic from Sister Location played the first time we all booted up the game. Afton acknowledged that he was the one who created the new robots. And everyone, including myself, was like, well, there with that theory. Afton was supposed to be the business guy, not the creator. So if he's the one who builds animatronics in the game, then Henry must not exist in this universe. Scott had pulled the wool over my eyes, or at least retconned huge parts of his story to keep me off the scent once again. Except not. The theory was right the first time. The Twisted Ones book confirms that both Henry and William Afton create animatronics, with the originals built by Henry and the Twisted Funtime style animatronics being Afton's. On page 92 of the Twisted Ones, we see the main character Charlie, daughter of Henry, talking about one of these new animatronics. Whoa, the hardware, the joints. It's older technology. Maybe he made them earlier? I don't know. I recognize some of this as my dad's work, but then a lot of it's foreign to me. Someone else may have had a hand in it. I'm not sure if my dad made it or not, but I have a feeling he's the one who buried this. Oh yeah, by the way, in the book, the Twisted animatronics bury themselves during the day and come out at night to nab people. Animatronic zombies. Why not? It is probably one of the things that makes more sense in the book, honestly. Anyway, it's continually hinted at throughout the book that these animatronics weren't built by Henry. My father wouldn't have used
How different you fuck to say. I don't know what they mean. I think their English needs work.
He always put stops so that the joints couldn't do things humans can't do. Then again, on page 113, the bear was frightening, misshapen, an imitation of Freddy created by someone else. It was a strange variation, in which her father had never breathed life, but William Afton, Dave, did. And then finally, William Dave, maybe Purple Guy, Springtrap Afton confirms it on page 186. Did you think my robots would be as poorly designed as your father's? So there you go. The original theory still stands. Henry and William can both be active players in the game universe because both build animatronics. And if you need even more evidence, then think about it this way. At the end of FNAF World, Henry admits that he created Baby, and then he kills himself ashamed of his creation.
I mean, yeah, but, well, quote-unquote Henry.
At the beginning of Sister Location, we see that Afton is still alive, he's claiming creation rights, and he's obviously proud of his new robots. Then, at the end of the game, his son Michael Afton says that he's gonna come find his father.
Father, it's me, Michael. I'm going to come find you.
Thus, William is still alive, Henry is dead, but both must be a part of these games. And that's an important detail to solidify because the book also confirms something that FNAF theorists have been speculating about since the release of Sister Location. One of the weirdest details from that game was hidden in Funtime Freddy's roof, where a map of FNAF 4's house was above and directly connected to the map of the Sister Location.
How would you do
It was
that?
also something that was hinted at throughout the Silver Eyes novel. Again, something that I covered in a previous theory, linked via those iCards in the upper right-hand corner. But Twisted Ones not only confirms this underground bunker for Sister Location exists, it also confirms whose house it's built under. Henry's. In the novel, we see the twisted animatronics capture the main character Charlie, again, Henry's daughter, and drop her off in some remixed version of the FNaF 2 pizzeria. I say remix because, like a lot of this book, it's a weird hybridization of the things that happen in games and other stuff. It's got the carousel and balloon boys from the FNaF 2 location, but then there's a cave and a waterfall for some reason. Because why not? FNaF 7, Under the Sea! Earlier in the book, Charlie and her boyfriend John, who admittedly has to be the most patient and loving boyfriend in the history of the universe, like Charlie shows him no sense of affection, and he is there just like a sad puppy dog. It is tragic. Anyway, those two go to visit Charlie's childhood home.
No one cares about John.
Storm, and what they find is that the storm has broken down a wall to reveal a new room, a secret
From
room
FNaF,
in the house that
I
Charlie
should
had never known
clarify.
about. Whoa, that's not even part of the house. I've never seen this room before. The walls were made of dark concrete, and the room was small and windowless. A box jammed into the house and sealed away beneath the rooms. Whoever's out there killing people came from there. When the storm broke the wall, a section of the house was sealed until the storm broke through. What's really important here is what's revealed when Charlie and the gang escape from that underground pizzeria I mentioned. On page 194, we're out! We're okay! Don't you see where we are? She whispered. Slowly she walked the length of the room, gesturing to 4 enormous pits and floor, one of which contained a headless
Why were you 800 gigabytes of
images? In Henry's house. So slowly the pieces start to fit together. Henry in the book buries and tries to seal off the twisted animatronics and then commits suicide out of guilt for helping William to build these things in the first place, just like we see him do in FNaF world, and just like we see the underground bunker underneath a normal everyday home in Sister Location. And I'm just getting started, because while all this other information is certainly interesting, Twisted Ones exposed a detail from Sister Location so tiny and so minute that we all overlooked it in our excitement over decoding underground storage facilities and tracking animatronic eye color. And yet, much like that infamous Chica Beak clue from FNaF 2 and 4.
And the clocks. The clocks are the key to the lore.
Or this small detail is so monumentally earth-shattering to the franchise as we know it that I can't not talk about it here. On Sister Location's Night 3, Michael Afton's big task is to remove a power module from Funtime Freddy. After following the narrator's instructions on which buttons to press and what order to press them in, Freddy's chest pops open and the power module reveals itself. And it's this little blinking black dot, oddly unconnected to literally anything else in the animatronic, and in a pretty unusual place, just kinda stuck on, slightly off to the side. I remember thinking at the time that this was not a design choice for something that was supposedly powering the whole animatronic, but how would I know? No one, and I mean no one, called this thing out, considering Night 3 in general was just kind of forgettable, overshadowed by the misery that was the Spring Lock Challenge on Night 4, and the fascinating map Easter eggs hidden on Night 2. But of course, this is FNaF, and no detail is too small in this series, and Twisted Ones blew the lid off this disc's true purpose. It's a little mystery being so important that it's the reason they're called the Twisted Ones in the first place. Stick with me now, because I'm not
twisted.
making any of this up. That little device from Sister Location is actually a mind control disc.
How long have I been streaming?
Eye rolls. I don't blame either of those reactions. Let me explain. Throughout the book, anytime the twisted animatronics show up, people start to feel weird side effects. Page 91 and 92. As her hand touched the creature, a wave of nausea hit her, but it lasted only a split second. Something else about it had transformed at the same time. Its artificial skin found a luminescence, and its movements were fluid and sure. Its
I am going insane. I have nothing to say.
Now, after destroying one of these twisted animatronics, Charlie and Boy Toy John discover a weird object embedded in the machine. Whoa, it was a flat disc.
This is more of a book theory trying to connect to the games than the game theory.
She held it up to her ear. Wow, that's really high pitched. I can barely hear it. The sound is why you feel sick. It emits some kind of signal. It changes what those things look like. It changes our perception of what they look like. Charlie corrected. Freddy's image flickered like static on a television screen. The color faded from his.
He went from Freddy to Nightmare.
And everything that made him Freddy.
Nightmare is the key to solve the lore.
Figure in his place. It looked like the rest of the animals in the room, a blank mannequin stripped of its characteristics. These aren't made out of fur and fabric. They're made by us, by twisting our minds. You shot the chip, you killed the illusion. Twisting our minds, you say. Roll credits!
Okay, so far. Freddy, Bruce Willis, Springtrap, James Mick, MC Avery, Charlie, Charles Beckham Day, John, Kit Harrington, William Afton, David Tennant, Michael Afton, Benedict Cumberbatch, G. Afton. G. Afton. There's a fifth. There's another Afton. Baby Crow Afton. Samuel L. Jackson. Pink Guy. Non-existent. Sans.
Now, for as ridiculous as a small disc that emits sounds that gets your brain to change the way it perceives the world around you sounds, it's actually kind of based in scientific fact. The brain is constantly having to process tons of information, so it is always looking for shortcuts. For instance, if I show you this text, you're probably going to be able to read it really quickly, right? It's because the brain isn't reading text by individual letters, but rather by the context of the other words around it, the way it expects the sentence to go, and making guesses off the most frequent short words that it sees on a day-to-day basis. The same is generally true in visual perception. Without going into detail here, it's how optical illusions work, and there's been plenty of research how the brain fills in visual gaps that it experiences. So the idea that a disc is shooting out sounds that distract you and thus cause your perception of reality to change to stuff that you're actually more familiar with isn't as far-fetched as it might seem. At least not as far-fetched as robots haunted by dead children getting into an all-out rumble against other animatronics built to vor unsuspecting
Oh, there's a joke.
victims, which is literally a thing that happens in climax of this book, not to spoil it or anything. And of course, it probably goes without saying, but these little mind control discs were created by
Hold on.
dear old dad, William Afton.
What's wrong with the window?
Along one edge. She had to bring the piece of plastic close to her face to make the letters out. They were tiny and written in an old-fashioned flowing script. They read Afton Robotics, LLC. Charlie dropped the disc immediately. Afton? William Afton. That's my father's old partner. That's Dave's real name, John finished. I thought he was just a business partner for Freddy's, she said slowly. I guess he did a bit more than that. So why and how does this matter in the context of the games? I actually think it has the potential to explain a lot. First, from book. So the animatronics aren't changing shape. We're just being distracted. What's the purpose of that, though? To earn our trust. To look more friendly. To look more to lure kids closer. And that's something we definitely see at play throughout Sister Location. It was even in the hidden animatronic blueprints that we discovered. Weird technology put in place to lure and trap kids. Now, this is speculation, but remember Sister Location's secret control room that allowed us to observe crying child's bedroom, as well as other key locations from FNaF 4? On the map, they were labeled as observation
I'll fix it later. I don't want to fix it now.
On children. Could FNaF 4 not have been a dream, a nightmare, a hospital hallucination, whatever, but rather the twisted dreams generated by these distraction discs? But even beyond that, I think these discs explain a topic that I have actively avoided throughout all my theories on this series. The Phantom animatronics from FNaF 3. Remember way back to FNaF?
It's the Phantoms. They're the key to the lore.
When this was supposed to be the final boss battle, there was only one real animatronic out to get you, Springtrap. All the other main jump scares were hallucinations, in a building that had a high-pitched whining noise the whole time. And especially when it came to the
Pretty
part
much.
attacking you. Weird, these hallucinations are happening around a time when there's high-pitched noises around, like these discs emanate. And notice that the ventilation in the game would only tend to drop after you had been scared, not before. It's as though these hallucinations aren't coming from a lack of oxygen, like Phone Dune says, but rather from some other source. A disc. A disc is specifically designed to manipulate your mind and bring forward all the horrific memories that you have buried in it. And regardless of whether you think Springtrap is Michael Afton or William Afton, which is honestly a theory for a whole nother day, one
It's William Afton. It's obvious at this point.
thing you can't deny is that these discs, Springtrap, and the Afton family are all connected, meaning that their use in a game where you're coming into direct
Oh, things wrong. We live eternally. Oh, it's woe in the Afton family.
contact with a giant golden bunny definitely makes a whole lot of sense. Could they also be the explanation for the other random Easter eggs we've seen throughout the series? The Lolbit mask and the mini Rena's random appearances in the control room of Sister location. The Phantom Freddy and Phantom Bonnie from FNaF 2. I mean, the FNaF 2 location does have appearance of sorts in the book.
Cupcake is
hidden in the
Susie's
lights of the
dog.
building. Maybe even the hallucinations of It's Me way back in FNaF 1. The ramification of discs like this changes everything.
And we barely use the disc in most series, with the exception of FNaF 4. The most retconned game in the series, probably.
We see them present in Sister location. So even if Scott is tired of the franchise, that doesn't mean it has to end without the answers that we've all been waiting for. You know what? I'm here.
What's
We
this
see
fan
them
art?
present in Sister location. So even if Scott is tired of the franchise, that doesn't mean it has to end
Oh, kind of like
without the
fan
answers that
art.
we've all been waiting for. You know what? I'm here for you to try and put together this mess of a puzzle as a community of theorists. There's still plenty more to speculate about as the Twisted Ones opens the door to even more interesting and even more absurd ways of maiming and murdering children with Chuck E. Cheese style robotics. And I haven't even gotten how I think the main character of the book series is probably a robot. But again,
So this is your... Oh, so the robot thing is your fault, MatPat.
and those are all theories for other days. In the meantime, remember, that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching.
Game
You know, at this
theory.
point, FNaF is 3 years old. 3 years. That means most of you younger fans of the series are probably hitting that special time in your life where...
Oh no, it's advertising. I am not sponsored. Oh wait, never mind. We're skipping this. We're skipping this video. I don't care about the science of FNaF. Yes, exactly.
The new one is here. Now
Oh my god, can these advertisers... How do you find... Wait.
You know, it really is uncanny how these two games overlap. Hello, Internet! Welcome to the 200th episode of Game Theory. I mean, technically, it's the 201st and a half episode because we had a mini theory way back on the channel a long time ago that's now private because of reasons. And technically, the Bendy episode last week was the 200th episode, but I thought this felt more appropriate.
No one cares about Bendy.
Theory, so the 200th episode of Game Theory.
Actually, oddly enough, I will probably accept a sponsorship from Raid Shadow Legends if it means I get money out of it. Yeah, I'm willing to be a sellout. You think I care about integrity?
Proud members of the Pink Guy Truthers Club. Now, for those of you who don't know, one of the longest held debates in FNaF theory done.
Oh, I do know. I've been to Wikia. To Phantom Wikia. Yeah.
Whether this murderer watching children die is the same as this murderer watching children die. Because of their different colors, they became dubbed Purple Guy and Pink Guy, the two most threatening colors. Taste the rainbow, slaughter the rainbow.
Waluigi, the true villain of the Mario franchise. Totally not clickbait.
Ever since FNaF 2, I have been opposed to this theory, and I can now confirm it is dead. Like a child wanting a mediocre slice of overpriced pizza, dead. Ding dong, which is dead.
Let's
One
go.
of Scott's new strategy guide for the series, the Freddy Files, confirms it. Page 48.
I mean, that's not
the
scary.
Go minigame from FNaF 2. Oh, Purple Guy is visible in the lower left corner of the room. There it is.
He's smiling because he's looking at the dead children.
Clear as crystal. Purple Guy in the corner. Now comes the super awkward question that I never thought I'd have to answer. Which Purple Guy? Because there's two now, and if you didn't know that, strap in. It is going to be a long episode.
People watching this video for the first time not knowing about FNaF. Constantly panicking.
FNaF as a franchise has always been defined by questions. What was the missing children's incident? Who is Purple Guy? What's the deal with Balloon Boy? Seriously, what is the deal with Balloon Boy?
Oh, you see? I am secretly possessed by the 5 dead victims. Save them.
But by FNaF 4, the games had just become a layer of unanswered questions where it was becoming harder and harder to tell the difference between a withered Freddy, a phantom Freddy, and a nightmare Freddy.
And the other Freddy. And the other Freddy. And the other Freddy. And the other Freddy.
Let alone a golden Freddy versus golden Fredbear.
And a golden guy.
Fazbear, Price Fazbear, Pizza's Fazbear, Entertainment, Fredbear Diners, Fredbear and Friends, Missing Children, Crying Children, and Fight for Freedom every decade. Thinking Sister
Every decade. 2 bites happen in the same decade. Congrats, MatPat. You played yourself.
Where between the butter and bongos, theorists, myself included, struggled to try and fit together a story told by animatronics that lie.
Oh, Pinocchio. Oh, okay, you know. Is this funny?
Hand units that lie, animatronics that fuse with other animatronics, and animatronics that fuse together with humans, who then become purple.
Use either the fusion dance, the fusion thing from Dragon Ball, or the dance fusion from Steven Universe.
And immortal. Needless to say, it was a lot. For me, what had become the scariest part of FNaF wasn't the jump scares, it was the lore. So you can understand why when the
Cue the FNaF books jump scare.
Came out and offered what seemed to be simpler solutions. I hopped aboard. I started looking for more streamlined solutions within their pages, hunting for clues to the games in a place where they didn't exist, but kind of looked like they existed, and probably should have existed, but didn't exist. And the only thing I accomplished in the process was making things more complicated. So all the time that FNAF 6 has been percolating in the back of Scott's mind brain, I've thrown out everything that I thought I knew about the series, and I've gone back to doing what I do best. Darn it. Basic counting. 1 Freddy button, 2 Freddy buttons, 1 Foxy Toe, 2 Foxy Toes. Only this time I was aided by knowledge of where the series was headed, as well as Scott's latest release.
Let's see. I don't know. I've been debating whenever this ended up in this video. Probably this video. Or all the way to, or well, I'm skipping some videos like the GT Live videos and the Science Of videos. So don't worry. Oh, and the stop the FNAF ARG hunt. That's not really important. And oh, and the shorts. And this video. And oh, and maybe the film theory one. Okay, so you know that meme of the guy that looks so tired when editing? I think you guys know. Hold on. Coraline meme. Oh, this is. Hold on. I can't find. Oh, there. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Oh no. This is gonna be me doing this live stream. This live stream was a mistake. This live stream was a mistake, apparently. I could probably finish it up later. Help. Help me. This is me. Okay, I'm just going back to here.
The Freddy Files. It's a book that many others dismissed as merely an elongated strategy guide to the games, but to me it was invaluable at filtering down years worth of lore into the details that Scott himself deemed as most important to focus on. And this entire process of starting at square one has helped me to see connections I'd never made before, enabling me to create the thing I was most scared of. A timeline. A series of events that explain key breadcrumbs that Scott has left for us along the way. And the more I looked, the more it all started to make sense. And that's the plan for this video, and spoiler alert, next video, to create a final theory on the insanity that is FNAF. Putting to rest the key lingering questions in the first 5 entries of this franchise and opening the door for Scott to usher in FNAF 6. Since at this point we all know he's just waiting for us to solve the previous games before he releases the new one, right? It's gonna think that I shouldn't finish this theory. Now I could sit here and rattle off hexadecimal color codes and animatronic design features painfully.
Oh, I'm not gonna edit this video.
No one cares. Trust me, I know I wrote 2 other versions of this script where I did exactly.
I am not editing that video. Because I don't even have an editor to do some of the stuff I would probably want to add at this point in time. So I'm just looking as it is.
Boring and confusing myself. It gets way too convoluted way too quickly when you dive into the details. But when I took a step back, I realized that the best way to understand FNAF at this point in history is to know that it's not a story about a haunted pizzeria. It's the story of a family. Meet the Aftons, a perfectly normal family of 5. Father.
Oh, no, wait. Hold on, actually. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me do this. Let me look this up. Aftons F is for family. Let me do this. This is the Afton family all this time. This is about the Afton family. Well, the other old timeline, I think. This is the F family. Oh wait, hold on. Oh wait, this is better. This is it. There's no mom, but this is pretty much it. Most accurate thing ever, and I like it. Okay, I like this one. Mental notes, save that later.
Daughter, son, older brother, mother, and the secrets of the faster timeline are
And the woman died first, according to this timeline, which I don't agree with.
One of these characters. We begin with William Afton, the original purple guy, the father, the one who starts this whole timeline with a story that's all too familiar with by this point. He starts killing kids at bear-themed pizza restaurants. It starts.
Well, actually, I want to look up something. Hold on. Okay, let's see. Default dancing. If this gift exists, hold on, hold on. Play the gift, please. I want to see the gift. Why are you not playing the gift? William Afton. I'm sorry. William Afton on his way to murder children. William Afton on his way to murder children. Okay, time to continue this timeline. Load.
Back in the 70s, show giving him a big purple afro there, Scott. FNaF 2 flashes us back to these origins, showing us Purple Guy's first victim at Fredbear's Family Diner, before flashing forward to show another 5 victims of the Purple Guy in the FNaF 2 location, and potentially yet another 5 victims in the FNaF 1 location. And he would have got away with it too if it weren't for those meddling kids. Literally, because his victims refused to stay dead. The soul of the first child enters the puppet, who then gives life to the other children by preserving their spirits in the bodies of the other Fazbear animatronics. Give gifts, give life. We've all known this for years, and Scott even confirmed it, but we have to start somewhere since this is where the story begins. But where the story heads to next might surprise you. Sister location. More specifically, the mini-games from Sister location.
Nope.
Where we meet Afton's adorable green-eyed daughter. No name. Doesn't help that none of these characters have names.
It's Elizabeth.
Billy Afton isn't content with manually killing kids anymore. He's busy figuring out new ways to mass murder the youth of this nation, and he does what any good business owner ought to do: outsources it to the machines. He designs a series of fun-time animatronics with features specifically made for luring and capturing kids. We can see it on their blueprints: parental tracking, grouping, deter and misdirect, parental voice sync, and once again, he would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for those meddling kids.
I would have gone away with this too. I would have gone away with this. I would have got away with this if it weren't for those meddling kids.
Her kid, in this case, his own daughter, in fact, who is so excited by the circus baby animatronic that she ignores her father's warnings to stay away from it and falls victim to the claw. In true FNaF fashion, she done gives herself scooped, goes on to possess circus baby, and that causes the eye color of baby to shift from blue to green. The tragedy results in spin-off restaurant Circus Baby's Pizza World closing down in one day. The day it opens, and the fun times get stored, as the trailers say, deep below ground where memories sleep, just waiting for the day that they become rentals, one Afton down. Now, before we kill off the next Afton, I'm going to explain why Afton's daughter getting turned into human.
Oh no,
what
shouldn't say
pretty
that.
break from how most people understand FNaF time.
Why would you show the crying channel from FNaF 4 being the puppet map pad? Why would you do that?
Evidence the first, not only do we see the animatronics actively moving around their respective galleries, but their luring and capturing features were built with the specific intention of them acting as free-roaming robots, something that we know was phased out in the aftermath of the bite of 87. We also know that this incident happens before Springlock suits get decommissioned. On night 4 of Sister Location, Baby traps inside a Springlock suit and says this.
You're inside something that came from my old pizzeria. I don't think it was ever used. At least not the way it was meant to be used.
So
pretty much.
Pizzeria were from a time before the...
Honestly, I don't think this is the case, though.
Which prompted all Springlocks to be banned, aka the Bite of 83. More on that whole thing in a minute. But perhaps the biggest clues to the timeline placement of the baby incident come from FNaF 4, what most of us have considered the first game in the timeline, where the crying child gets bitten at his birthday party while psychic friend Fredbear, he's here, he's there, he's everywhere, who are you gonna call? Psychic friend Fredbear, promises to put him back together. Throughout the game, the crying child, Afton's youngest son, keeps hearing the words, remember what you saw, repeated over and over to him. When the game first came out, the best I could do was speculate about what this was referring to, but now I think we have our answer. This moment.
It's the child seeing someone take off the head. It's a child seeing someone put on a Fredbear costume.
His sister getting scooped. The crying child saw this happen, thus prompting his fear of animatronics. And we know he saw it through one crucial design detail that Scott included. Look at how this kid's nightmares of Fredbear materialize. The stomach mouth. It's a design detail that we all overlooked, but there it is, positioned in the exact same way that Baby rips in half to claw grip Afton's...
But only one of them have that, though.
Daughter. It's how a child would perceive that incident. And that's not all. It also explains why the Afton home has an empty girl's room in it. Something that Scott clearly thought was important for us to see, so why is it empty? Because the sister is gone.
Okay, Evan Afton, we need to solve why would you see that? How would you even see that? Baby even confirmed that isn't the case. Okay, Timmy Afton, so you did not see that. Okay, Chris. No, F off.
Oh, she's dead. She's a victim of William's sloppy kidnapping scheme. That's not all. But Laura also gives us an interesting perspective as we move on to the next member of the Afton clan. Here's a big question that no one's thought to ask about this series yet. The mother, Mrs.
She's irrelevant and unimportant, therefore she's worthless to the family.
Afton, where is she? I mean, don't get me wrong, adoption is a great thing, but something tells me that Slick Willie over here isn't the single father of 3 type. It was a question that I had never considered until the answer practically slapped me in the face while I was reading the Freddy files. On page 127, Scott draws a very clear contrast between Funtime Freddy's voice system and the one belonging to Baby and Ballora. Quote, Funtime Freddy's audio seems pre-recorded and relates to kids and birthday parties, unlike Ballora and Circus Baby's audio, which is more complex.
I mean, kind of makes sense, I guess.
I honestly never considered. Ballora is much more aware of her surroundings, responding in real time to movement in her chamber and not seeming to rely on pre-recorded lines like the more rudimentary animatronics.
Doing a live stream.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. You know, I'm probably gonna finish it off with the next part of this, and I will end it there.
Wait, when is...
Yeah.
It seems like more than just a coincidence that the...
You just need like a live stream program like Streamlabs, and you need to sign in with the YouTube channel.
Only other robot possessing this level of speech ability is the one that we know has Afton's daughter inside of her.
Oh, okay. I have a plan now. I'm ending it off with the next part of this timeline. Mostly because I do not want to sit for another, what will probably be another 5 hours. Mocking Matt Pat's own theories. But there is something we want to point out by the end, like, probably next time down the line.
In my halls, all I see is an empty room. No more joy
Who
on
is
an empty
doing my stream
tune.
currently?
It's so good to sing all day, to dance, to spin, to fly away.
This reference to an empty tomb devoid of joy resembling a vacant tomb is the same sort of language you would hear from a parent who had just lost a child, with the child's bedroom acting as a sort of tomb reminding them of their loss. Could it be that this song is referencing the daughter's empty room that we just talked about from FNaF 4? And if that's the case, does that make Bellora's true...
Nah, everyone knows the daughter is just that. Everyone knows that Mrs. Afton is with Elizabeth on a girl vacation to get away from the men.
Identity, Mrs. Afton. Bellora is motherly and all the other animatronics aren't, with the mini Renas as her children. And she's
Baby has the bitty babs.
a much older and more mature looking robot than anything that we've seen throughout the series. If this were true
Whatever.
based on her song, it sounds like after the daughter done got herself scooped, William retreated into his work and probably a fair bit of child murder, hiding in his private room to bury his grief. That's what Bellora's line "hiding inside your walls" is referencing. It would also explain why William has abandoned his other two sons by the year 1983, the time we see FNaF 4 roll around. He's too grief-stricken, leaving the older brother to be the one to have to take care of the crying child. Somewhere before 1983, his wife leaves him, or dies, or something. It's not really that important, and Afton preserves her memory inside the animatronic Bellora. And with that, another Afton gets buried in the basement. Which brings us to 1983 and leaves the men of the household as the last one standing. Crying child, older brother Michael, and the fate of William. One gets bit, one gets scooped, and one gets sprung.
That sounds wrong.
Ugh, I don't know, that sounds kind of bad. Regardless, the debate of whether Michael or William is the true purple guy who ends up in Springtrap is part of next week's video, along with how we know that this is 1983 and my definitive answer on who the crying child becomes. So make sure you ring the subscription bell down below to find out next week.
Crying
As
child
part 2 of the Ultimate
becomes
FNaF Theory airs.
Sans.
Otherwise, you'll never know how this series ends, and you'll forever be wondering whether it's Will Trap or Mike Trap. And then
Oh no.
6 will come out and everything will be all higgledy-piggledy. And as a final treat for those of you who want to get super nerdy about the series and need more clarity on these early controversial timeline placements, well, it'll be on just a fancier, more modern design.
BFDI mouth.
Twisted them being earlier models. One detail of FNaF 4 that I've been kicking around my head for a year now is the canon is the Halloween update. These updates got included 3 new characters, Nightmare Mangle, Nightmare Balloon Boy, and Nightmare Annette. The appearances of Mangle and Marionette are both labeled as non-canon to the series, but fix it with Nightmare Balloon Boy because he got a pass. He was deemed canon, and that's a red flag for me because it tells us a crucial detail. By the time FNaF 4, Mangle doesn't exist yet, and Crying Child hasn't seen the puppet, but Balloon Boy does exist and has been seen by little Jimmy Lake Bears over here. Logically, for Scott to officially say that Nightmare Balloon Boy is canon, he has
Give me Afton.
Balloon Boy had to be around prior to 1983, which leads us to what we see in here in Sister Location. Sister Location
Hi.
is full humanoid robots share their lore and 80, but there's also these little dolls that share similar shape and visual style to Balloon Boy. It didn't seem like an earlier pizzeria had a more human theme than the Fazbear restaurant. That restaurant, I believe, was Circus Baby's Pizza World. Now, one thing I know people are going to bring up is Sister Location, and unit says,
due to the massive success and even more so the unfortunate closing of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, it was clear that the stage was set, no pun intended, for another contender at Showrun's Entertainment.
Hearing the location of Sister Location opened after Fazbear Pizza closed down would lead you to assume that the events of Sister Location are happening later in the timeline, and it wouldn't be.
Pretty much.
But Hand Unit is talking about Circus Baby's Entertainment and Rental. Baby and Laura were built for Circus Baby's Pizza World, which, as they showed, came out long before that. This coincides with what we learned about Circus Baby's Pizza World and pre-game teasers got released from games. Quote, the grand opening of Circus Baby's Pizza World is apparently been canceled due to reported gas leaks in the building. There were only a handful of people that got inside caves from here and there.
Gas leaks.
Quote, obviously, this is all a cover-up for them actually closing the restaurant in the wake of Afton's daughter's death. That's beside the point. But the point here is that animatronics were built at an earlier time. Clearly, during the period when Rosy Cheeks got a big thumbs up in the design department, and then were underground after opening day.
Exactly.
Some were kept in rotation, landed out for parties, which explains how Balloon Boy shows up in FNaF 2, while all the others have forgotten underground, only be uncovered when Michael was sent to put them all back together. Wait, are you all still here? Oh, good, because I have yet to say it. Remember, it's all just a theory. A game theory. See you next week for the finale to my final FNaF theory. Well, at least final FNaF lore theory. I suppose I could do a science one if Moonstruck. And if there is eventually news for FNaF 6, I can do a predictive theory about it, I guess. By the way, do you hit that bell yet? You should.
Oh, final FNaF lore theory. Well, I do have this video sped up, and that's because I don't want to. Because the stream will be probably be longer.
Celebrate our 200th episode, give or take 1.5 or so. But whatever, this one feels like a big event. And finally, you remember my YouTube Red Series Game Lab? Another episode is free for you to watch right now. No YouTube Red subscription required. Available
Oh,
internationally,
YouTube
no
Red, the most useless thing to ever exist. I forgot it even existed.
And it is, lo and behold,
Thanks.
episode. Myself as well as 3 other YouTubers do a real-life version of the FNaF series. 100% recreated too, like battery-powered doors and everything with limited energy. It's great. Check out how I do in a real-life version of FNaF by clicking the box to the right. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go record part 2 of this episode so that way you have it ready in time for next week. Not let you down.
Okay, I'm just going to finally done. Well, finally, the final video for the stream. Finally, the final video for the stream.
Well, hello again, theorists. We have a party planned today.
The best fun time.
So, are you ready for round 2? Well, are ya? It's too late to turn back now. Get ready for a surprise in 3, 2, 1.
No, 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 no. Your mom, your mom, your mom, your mom, your mom.
Welcome to Game Theory, where did you know that Funtime Freddy was almost German? Jawohl, check it out.
Hello, little children.
Hey, Cullen.
Good to see you back again. Come closer. I'll sing a song for you.
How wild is that? Forget Freddy Fazbear, it's Freddy Fuzzbar. Calling it right now, FNaF 5 gave us sister location, FNaF 6 gives us international expansion. So, this is it, the end of an era. My last FNaF lore theory until a new game is released.
Oh, my bad. Here to innocent. Oh my goodness. Because I see, like, in this playlist alone, I see. Oh no. What? Okay, I'm at, like, I'm 19 episodes in. Oh. Okay, I gotta do math. I have like, well, I'm subtracting some. I have a lot of crap to go through, and I'm saving that for another stream.
Makes me kind of sad, actually. So let's make it a good one as we set up to finish the job that we started 3 whole years together. Spoiler alert, purple guy is not the phone guy. Believe me, I tried. So
I mean, I thought that was obvious by FNaF 3, but oh well. Heck, I thought it was even obvious in FNaF 1. I mean, FNaF 2.
5 Afghans. Last time we killed off 2. Mother and daughter who go on to become baby and below.
It's interesting we killed off the girls first. Oh no.
Afton's daughter getting clawed results in the immediate closure of Circus Baby's Pizza World, leading the company to retire the creepy, rosy-cheeked characters deep underground where memories sleep. But now let's talk about one question I haven't addressed yet, and one that was on everyone's mind during the launch to Sister Location. Where is Chica in all this? For the first time in these games, one of the core 4 animatronics was just gone. That seems significant, and it is. I joked earlier about FNAF Leader Host Location, but it touches on an element of these games we tend to brush aside. That there's a business element running through all of them. Corporate doublespeak and liability talk coming from phone guy, parent companies, Fazbear Entertainment, franchising with Sister Location. So what if Chica is missing from Circus Baby's gang because she was her own independent mascot at the time? It's not just wild speculation either. In this goddamn source code leading up to Sister Location's release, we got all sorts of hints in the form of animatronic maintenance schedules. So mixed in there was a reference to something surprising. Chica's Party World, mentioned by name. Definitive proof that the character was the mascot of another business existing at the same time as Circus Babies, which was also a client of Afton Robotics. Chica is in Sister Location because she isn't a part of the family yet. She's still a solo act, but we know by FNAF 4 she's clearly a part of the Fredbear and Friends lineup. So it would seem that Fazbear Entertainment grew by merging with or buying out other animal-themed restaurants in the area, with Chica being the last addition to the crew and why she's a part of the series from here on out. So no, theorists, contrary to popular belief, it wasn't just Scott trying to reduce the amount of creepy poultry-themed fan art.
Okay, I mean, if he was concerned about those kinds of fan arts, he would not made Baby and Ballora. Just saying.
Be real here for a second. Dibs aren't sexy. Just saying it now. All in it like a season. So Fazbear Entertainment decided to go all in on animal-themed robots because the whole clown thing was just a stupid idea. I mean,
I wanted the music that was used in this video also.
Seriously, William, do some market research. Americans are more afraid of clowns than global warming. Know your
Imagine being scared of clowns more than dying. What losers.
consumer man. Anyway, in FNAF 4, Fredbear's expanded to have himself some friends. It's become so popular that they're in full sellout mode, complete with plushies, toys, a TV show, and the ever-popular item, masks. Get them now because I hear they're selling like a god church. None of this would exist if this were truly the first location of a local pizza chain, confirming that this location in FNAF 4 is not where it all started like many have been assuming. What we're seeing here is something else, presumably what the TV says. Fredbear and Friends, a hybrid restaurant of old Fredbear characters, and the spin-off ones where every character has their own Springlock suit. Notice that FNAF 4 Nightmare animatronics all have 5 fingers. The only other animatronic to have that feature, Springtrap. 5 fingers because the humans have to wear the suits. Which leads us to one of the biggest debates in this franchise. Is this 1983 or 1987?
Get the Mario Bros. In the Super Mario Bros. Lost Level sprites here.
The play at the birthday party makes it seem like it's 1987, but the TV says that it's 1983. Never before has so much nerd rage been prompted by discussion over trademark dates. Rage that lives on to this day, but now I can finally bring home to the store. This is 1983. We know this based on a recent Reddit post that Scott made on the subject of whether or not he's ever retconned his story. Quote, the truth is that I've done one actual retcon in the series, although I'm not going to say where it was. There have been other times, however, when my original intentions didn't come across clearly. In those instances,
No.
point to clarify the next game.
I have 69.
A misconception from FNAF 4. End quote. Reading this, the obvious misconception from FNAF 4 was the year the events of the game took place, which, true his word, he clarified via Sister Location in the private room camera code of 1983. When Michael Afton revisits his father's control room decades after the fact, he sees that all along William had been surveilling their family home using cameras that were password protected by one of the most sorrowful dates of his life.
Decades in
William
quotations.
participates in the worst Bring Your Son to Work Day program ever by taking his traumatized son to a restaurant filled with robots he's afraid are gonna scoop him. And solidly in the no-help column is his older brother who taunts him mercilessly for his fears. The story comes to a climax when the brother's teasing goes too far, getting his younger brother.
It's just a prank, bro. You should have dodged.
At his own birthday party. At the end of the game, William, through his psychic friend Fredbear observation plushies, patent pending, promises to put his son back together. Except he's too late. We hear a hospital flatline faintly in the background as the cutscene ends, meaning that the child dies. That's far from where his story ends. He appears in every other FNAF game because even though Daddy fails to put him back together, miraculously the crying child finds his way into becoming the ghostly Golden Freddy. For proof as to why, let's speed things up.
Okay, you know what? If he's speeding this up, I might as well just go to the normal speed for now.
Finds his way into becoming the ghostly Golden Freddy. For proof as to why, let's speed things up.
Remember what Scott said in his Reddit post? He tries to clarify things in the next game, and between FNAF 3 and FNAF 4, there's a point he made sure to clarify. The Happiest Day minigame. Notice the masks across the two games. Not just symbolic imagery, but a direct reference to the masks worn during the crying child's failed birthday. Freddy, Foxy, Bonnie, Chica.
How are you gonna help
is
me?
also the same, just mirror flipped, with 3 party tables decorated with green, yellow, red, purple, and blue balloons. And it's a birthday party as evidenced by the cake. The puppet is recreating the birthday that was stolen from the crying child, and the mask that the crying child is seen wearing, Golden Freddy. But that's not all. The crying child gets taken by Death, aka Nightmare, an animatronic who just happens to have an inverted Golden Freddy color palette. Yellow hat and tie with a black body as opposed to a yellow body with black accessories. Coincidence? I think not. It's also worth noting that Nightmare is one of only 2 canon animatronics to have a jump scare that's a static image with strange noises that crashes the game. The other, Golden Freddy.
Which leaves us with 2. William and Michael, father and son. Purple guy and
the other one.
Purple guy. The rest of the timeline is the story of a serial killer father and the son who's following behind.
Yes.
Retracing William's steps to undo his father's work and free the spirits of the dead children. This next bit we're all pretty familiar with since it's based on evidence from Phone Guy. The bite of 83 causes spring locks to get discontinued. William, acting as a technician across all the Fazbear restaurants, is responsible for handling the recalled suits and starts using the Golden Bonnie outfit to lure children into the secret safe rooms hidden in the back of each restaurant while he'll be safely off camera. He first strikes on June 26th at the FNAF 1 location. This murder, dubbed the Missing Children's Incident,
in 1985,
down, but results in Foxy, Bonnie, Chica, and Freddy getting newly
and the 5th child being the 5th child somewhere else.
murdered children to power their engines. Those animatronics, along with the puppet, get shifted to the FNaF 2 location along with some new toy robots linked to a criminal database to prevent a mass murder from happening again. Even some old favorites get pulled out of retirement, specifically Balloon Boy.
And those toys animatronics may or may not be possessed.
And with that full roster, Freddy Fazbear's Pizza has its grand
Love that
reopening.
logo.
Now posing as a security guard, William, with his spring lock crank in hand, not phone, strikes again, causing the place to get
Makes more sense.
investigated. William flees.
Fuck this shit, I'm out. Fuck this shit, I'm out. No thanks. Don't mind me. I'm gonna grab my stuff and leave. Excuse me, please.
He's the scene, leaving the day shift security guard position open. Jeremy Fitzgerald moves up to fill the empty slot, but gets himself bit by the agitated animatronics in an event that comes
Jeremy should have dodged, Lamau.
to be known as the Bite of 87, an event that forces the company to cease any free-roaming activities of the animatronics from that day forward. The toy animatronics get scrapped for just sucking at spotting a child murderer, and
Is that a child murderer? Looking at someone that isn't a child murderer.
old robots get stored back at the original FNaF 1 location. At this point, though, William knows that these things are alive and angry at him, so he tries to dismantle them using the safe room as his cover. And it would have worked out too if it weren't for the...
I would have gone away with this if it weren't for your meddling kids. Why do I sound like Batman?
Those meddling kids, or at least their meddling spirits, because he didn't calculate that the spirits could live on without the animatronic shells. He tries to defend himself against these ghosts by ducking into his trusty murder suit, but his haste coupled with the moisture of the room causes the spring locks to fail
You're
and
dead.
Afton to get
Skill issue, William. You should have dodged.
skewered inside of the big yellow bunny. The company, trying to save face and, let's be
Stock
honest,
value.
their stock value, covers up William's crime spree by sealing off the safe room with the dying William Afton, now Springtrap, inside. I know, but Michael might be Springtrap. We're getting there. The management instructs all Fazbear employees to behave as though those safe rooms never existed, and another Afton falls victim to a horrible fate. Only this time, he absolutely, totally deserved it.
Based map hat. Based map hat.
But now let's look at the final Afton, Michael. His story begins with the main gameplay of Sister Location, where Mike Afton, who we learn looks a lot like his father,
after killing his son, his brother by accident.
But then
Why is my speech
they
impediment
thought
me?
I was you.
is sent by dear
Or
old
my
dad to put
speaking.
his sister back together. A promise that William makes to apparently a lot of his kids.
Yeah.
This request of Michael presumably happened some years earlier when Mike was still a child, or before Afton ran away to escape murder charges, as implied by him saying,
I'm going to come find you.
Mike succeeds in saving Baby, but gets himself scooped in the process, having his innards replaced with innards. As we see throughout the canon custom night cutscenes, this causes his body to slowly decay, turning purple, until Ennard abandons ship to look for a fresher body that'll draw less suspicion. Michael miraculously survives his
Or be molten Freddy and be possessed by the victims they get from the rental service.
Ennard enema, and here's where all sorts of puzzle pieces start to fall together. First, we know his name is Michael, but that he also goes by Mike, as shown by his name tag and hand unit. This immediately connects us to FNaF 1's Mike Schmidt, the original security guard, a guy who eventually gets fired for tampering with animatronics and his odor. It was the first game in the series, so we all thought it was a funny joke, but now we know better. Scott does.
You know, why is Mike like a very important name in this franchise, in this series?
Doesn't do jokes. Not only does the name Mike match, but a rotting flesh sack with no innards would definitely be pretty smelly. And
Or maybe he's tampering with the animatronics that happen to have odor on them.
if, true to Sister Location, Mike's mission is to free the spirits of children killed by his dad, he would absolutely be guilty of tampering with the animatronics. It even provides us for an explanation as to why the animatronics would be trying to kill him in the first place. We hear it in Sister Location. He looks just like his father, which, man,
William,
if your face looks like a rotting corpse, might be time to consider getting some plastic surgery. But if all that wasn't enough, we can even tie it in with Golden Freddy's behavior in the game. Anytime Golden Freddy appears in FNaF 1, he's accompanied with the
You guys could
flashing
hear me,
text
right?
of, "It's me." As we just saw, Golden Freddy contains the spirit of the crying child, Mike's brother. So the "it's me" is
and maybe Cassidy.
one brother speaking to another brother, making him aware that he's here, he's present, and in need of spiritual release.
Don't worry, Norman. I'll save you.
Now, knowing that Mike Afton and Mike Schmidt are one and the same, rewind to FNaF 2 and the character Fritz Smith, a security guard fired on his first day on the job for what? Odor and tampering with the animatronics.
Yeah.
Coincidence? Absolutely not. Scott doesn't do coincidences. Michael Afton is literally going location to location, undoing the sins of his father's past and stinking up the places as he do. Like
a
Michael says
Chad.
at the end of Custom Night.
Or I guess a sweaty Smash player.
And find him he does at Fazbear Frights.
But before we get to the end of the timeline, let's address the elephant in the room. The fact that Purple Guy is established to be the killer, and Michael is clearly shown to be purple in the custom night. So wouldn't that make him the killer? No. As much as I hate to say it, there are actually 2 purple guys, but only 1 real purple guy. Admittedly, I left that purposely vague for dramatic effect, but let me explain. Or better yet, let FNaF World explain.
World of
FNaF.
FNaF.
Looking purple sprite onto your team, and he says this: "Don't confuse me with the actual purple guy. I'm just a game sprite." And there's the difference. One of these characters is physically purple. That character is Michael, and the other is just a placeholder on the screen. A sprite representing a shadowy figure who, because the background of the minigames happens to be black, had to be colored differently, and that color was purple. But you don't even have to get meta. It's made pretty darn clear in Sister Location's intro that William is the one who built the animatronics intended to capture kids, whereas Michael is established as the one who's trying to save them. Even the timeline supports this. The murders date back all the way to Fredbear Family Diner in the 70s with a guy who's old enough to drive. There's no chance that Michael, the son, would be the right age to be the original purple guy. And lastly, if you believe that Michael Afton is also Mike Schmidt and Fritz Smith, as the evidence suggests, then the phone guy calls give you an alibi. Phone guy is talking to you about other security guards being investigated for murder, which implies that you yourself are not guilty.
Exactly, makes
Mike's
sense.
efforts to atone for his family's past proved to be successful.
And his
game
past
by
as
game,
well.
We see him piecing together the family reunion. Sister Location saw him free both Ballora and Baby. Then in FNaF 3's Fazbear Fright, Afton's younger brother, now in the form of Golden Freddy, receives peace via the Happiest Day minigame.
Oh, that's green.
Even the spirits inside Freddy, Foxy, Bonnie, and Chica get exorcised.
And the fifth child, who's a Ray, who is not possessing anything according to MatPat's theory, is just doing whatever. Fuck all at this point.
By Mike, which is why the good ending of FNaF 3 shows 4 empty, unlit animatronic heads. That's also why, come the main gameplay of FNaF 3, the only animatronic that's still active in real life is
You're a redeemable monster.
Springtrap. Mike has been successful at appeasing every
what took you
other
so
one
long,
of the spirits,
idiot?
leaving him alone with his dear old dad.
I'm going to come find
He gets a job as security guard of Fazbear Fright, and shortly after, the creators of the attraction stumble across FNaF 1's secret room, with the remains of Mike's father spring-trapping around inside. Mike sets the place on fire to finish off his killer dad once and for all, because seriously, did you really think that building just spontaneously caught on fire? Fires in fictional stories always have a dramatic purpose, and Mike would have gotten away with it too
Why is that
if
message
it weren't for that
redacted?
meddling father, who in both the FNaF 3 newspaper clippings and Sister Location
Oh,
special
no.
ending is shown to have survived the fire and is now undoubtedly more bloodthirsty than ever. The end. Question mark. Hallelujah.
How I feel. How I felt. How I'm gonna feel once I end this stream.
The craziest part of all this is when you actually stop and look at the story, there really isn't a need for FNaF 6. Outside of the return of Springtrap cliffhanger and revealing what's inside the box, yeah, remember that? Everything else pretty much has an answer.
Yeah.
Sure, there are still parts of the tale that could be more fleshed out, like the origins of the puppet or what happens after Ennard gets ejected from Mike, but at this point, all the characters have completed their story arcs.
Yep.
The family is reunited and the spirits are
Reunion.
all at peace. It's actually pretty poetic. It took nearly 20 theories and literally weeks of my life studying these breadcrumbs to get there, but we did it. We got to a solution that fit together.
Isn't water dangerous to his brain locks though? Isn't that how he died?
Practically all of the loose ends, and that's pretty darn special. Thank you for being a part of that journey with me. It's been an incredible ride. I have no doubt that this isn't 100% correct, but you know what? It's an explanation I'm happy with. One that I feel provides a sense of closure to the series, and one that I'm gonna let stand as my final word on the 5 games worth of series lore until a new installment.
Nope.
Crap, a new installment that just so happened to get teased immediately after last week's part 1? Scott, don't go getting predictable on me. Calling it now just so I can avoid the inevitable prediction.
William is a
theory. It's
rock
an
type.
installment that looks like it's gonna be
Or
taking
ground
yet
type.
another step back in the timeline to tell the origin stories of the puppet. Notice how the sprites are the exact same as the FNaF 2 Give
Exactly.
Cake minigames, where the first child gets murdered and the puppet pops out of the screen. Also notice that the rainbow design is a direct callback to the aesthetic of 70s technology, which is when Fredbear Family Diner and the first murder would take place.
Yeah.
Lastly, the source code on Scott
He's a
Games
ground
keeps
rock.
saying, what is paragraph 4?
He's
Well,
a ground
paragraph
rock
4 could be
type.
relating to a lot of
I think
things,
they're
but the
fire
one thing that
resistant.
jumps out at me is that as soon as my episode went up, this teaser came out.
Wow,
Paragraph
you
4 of my
statistical
episode
asshole.
last week happened to be about William Afton's first murders. But before I end all this, let me give the hardest of hardcore fans one more deep dive on the whole Will Trap versus Mike Trap debate. Let's speed it up.
Yeah.
Most hardcore fans believe Mike is the purple guy currently in the Springtrap suit, and it's easy to see
Holy
why.
shit, I just realized it's still normal speed.
In the custom night ending, Springtrap pops up at the end of Mike's final words.
I'm going to come find you.
And the purple guy sprite who ends up in the suit is seen releasing kids from their animatronics. However, these are easily explained away. We've heard Springtrap talk before, or should I say gurgle before in FNaF 3. And Mike's voice is very different from Springtrap's.
Yeah.
Springtrap popping up on I'm going to come find you could very easily just be a visual storytelling element.
Yep.
When Mike is stating his mission to track his father down, we visually see that he did it, but oh no, cliffhanger, Dad ain't dead. And we already talked about how William could very well be dismantling the animatronics to try and stop their attack. So it's
Exactly.
a balanced debate, or at least it does until you look at the timeline. Based on order of events, William inside Springtrap is undeniable. Whoever is working as Night Guard and Fazbear Fright can't just be some random guy off the street. It's someone who has seen both the FNaF 1 and FNaF 2 animatronics, considering he's having hallucinations of Mangle, Balloon Boy, and the puppet, as well as the first generation version of Chief.
Yep.
The only person who worked at both of those places outside of William Afton himself is Michael Afton. Also, we hear
Exactly.
that Circus Baby's rentals appeared in the wake of Freddy's Pizza being closed, but the safe rooms were sealed with Springtrap inside while Freddy's Pizza was still open. That's why there's a whole series of phone guy tapes telling employees about the safe rooms, how to use them, and then, oh wait, no, we're closing them down, pretend like they never existed.
This is just to inform all employees that due to budget restrictions, these previously mentioned safe rooms will be sealed in closed locations, including this.
Yeah.
Your crews will be here hosted today, construction of all floors.
I agree with this. I agree with this part.
Beforehand, if you left anything inside, it is your own fault. Management also requests that this room not be mentioned to family, friends, or insurance representatives.
If Mike were truly Springtrap, that would mean he never would have had the opportunity to get spooked and turn purple since Circus Baby's rentals wouldn't have opened at that point, and he would have been trapped in the walls of the FNaF 1 location in the Springtrap suit. Lastly, if Mike were Springtrap, then who set fire to Fazbear Fright? I guarantee that fire was intentional. It was meant to finish off the last awful pieces of Freddy's legacy, and Mike's really the only one possessing that sort of motive. William is the established killer who would be cocky, thinking that he got away from the
Okay.
spirits by hiding in his golden Bonnie suit, which seems very
I'm
common
opening
to
up
how
this
Mike
notepad.
behaves. Oh yeah, and let's also not forget Scott confirmed our
For
theories on the
reasons.
killer being in Springtrap years ago. If all of that doesn't convince you, hell, I look forward to watching your research.
All right, 12 pages later, I'm finally
Egotistical
ready to
prick
close
again.
this thing out. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. Now, don't get mad at me when the new game comes out in a few weeks and everyone tells me to do another theory about it. Hey, and a very special thanks to Kellen Goff.
Finally, it's all over. Okay, so this is just gonna be me ranking some of this as well. Okay. It's gonna be 1 out of 10. 5 out of 10. It was the first. 9 out of 10 for FNaF 2, and that's because a bulk of it was confirmed. With only one part being debunked, and that's Purple Guy and Phone Guy being the same. Most of the part I agree with, for the most part. There's just some aspects I probably would change. To part 1. I don't necessarily agree with the theory. By that, I mean, I don't agree with the part that they're phone recordings. But there are some other aspects I do agree with. Oh wait, hold on. FNaF 3 Part 2, Part 2. 2 out of 10. The phone guy stuff is still stupid, and if I can keep pushing it, it's dumb. Okay. FNaF 4. 4 out of 10. And to be honest, I think this is due to the fact that he could just take account of the fact that it's been, like, relating to the... I don't know. I'm just gonna put a 1 just to distinguish. Next, FNaF... Oh wait, FNaF 4 2. I'm going to put this at a 7 out of 10. I do generally agree with some of the stuff discussed, but I don't agree with some of the concepts. FNaF 4 3. Yeah, Dream Theory is something I still disagree, and I really hate it. So that's why it's going the bottom. It's negative 100. Okay, FNaF 4 4. I really do like the timeline he was telling, and with the stuff from at the time, I generally do agree with some of it. So I'm gonna put this at an 8 out of 10. Well, at least for time, and just again, in the sake of the time. Again, the only thing will change is probably the crying child and you know the fifth victim. Okay, FNaF, sister location, dick. Okay, anyways. I'm just gonna put this at a 3 out of 10. Most of the predictions, some of the predictions got wrong, but there's some stuff that he got right, generally speaking. Okay. FNaF Ice, the location 1. Part 1. Okay, never mind. My cat doesn't want to go to me, apparently. So, FNaF Ice Silver. Oh, Silver. I almost said Silver Eyes. Sister Location Part 1. Well, the Marvel's part, I do agree with some of it, but we know this is not William who play as Isolation Part 2. This one's like the same degree. There's some stuff I probably would change. And I'm gonna add to this over time. Actually, I'm gonna call this chicken cheese. Hold on. Purple foam and other stuff. Some stuff with. What they do for raid? Am I supposed to get the joke? How many people are commenting on here? Whoa, calm down. Calm down. Calm down, people. This is like the most I've ever seen in chat room. Holy shit. Hold on. Spring locks and others. Okay. Okay. Onwards. Okay. Purple phone 2. Uh, I can't spell for some reason sometimes. Bugaloo. 87. Puppet versus Gold. Dream Theory. Oh god. Well, calm down. Hello. Well, actually, I'm finishing up at least. Well, I'm not gonna watch. Well, I am gonna watch all of them. Only skipping like the GT Live stuff and some other stuff. But for the most part, I'm ending it off with the final theory because I don't want to be here for like another plus hours. I will get to the rest of them. Don't worry. I'll start with no more secrets for the next stream. This is mostly because I don't want you guys join late. was gonna end this. I'm gonna end the stream once I finish giving these things titles. Timeline prediction. Okay, let's see. The bite. I think that was like the next episode. I mean, generally speaking, from the science perspective, I do semi agree with it. So 710. Okay, what we missed. I could see some of the logic. Okay. Finale, but not really. I do semi agree with most of this. I just don't really think the others is actually true. Finale, but not really. I actually do like this theory, this part a bit more, to be honest. So yeah, I'm gonna start this off for the next stream when I choose to, maybe like next week or something. I don't know, maybe over the weekend. I haven't decided yet. Just save. Okay. So I'm gonna hop off. See ya. Finally done. Holy shit. I forgot how to how do I end this stream again? Streamlabs. Hold on.